Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Crown Prince? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. An appealing empire rested on the continent of Asia. Its name was Japan, and over half was ruled by the Emperor family. The Emperor family possessed a trait that would forever remain in their bloodline, their powerful presence, caused by their unique ability known as a quirk. Typically, everyone had a quirk, with only 20% of the world's population born without one, making it rare to be without, especially for those in the Emperor family. The empire had a king and queen. The king was known by a name recognized even in neighboring kingdoms, though no one truly knew his real name. They all referred to him as All Might. The Emperor Queen, Izuku Midoriya, was greatly respected for her kindness and how she carried herself. She exuded the confidence and charisma of a true queen, earning the love of her people. Izuku had two sons, the eldest, Izuku Midoriya, known as the first crown prince, and the youngest, Katsuki Midoriya, the second crown prince. With only a 10-month age gap, they were often seen together. Izuku was much kinder than his younger brother, who had earned the nickname Gremlin of the Empire shortly after being introduced to the public. While the Emperor family appeared to be all sunshine and rainbows, the truth was quite dark. He truly is your son. His presence speaks for itself. The issue is, his quirk is one of a kind. From what I can diagnose, it hasn't met the requirements to be used at all. Until those requirements are met, the quirk will remain dormant within his system, the Emperor doctor explained. And what exactly are those requirements? All Might exclaimed, frustration evident as he looked at his son. That they're unknown. It's impossible to figure it out. What about Katsuki? His quirk is quite powerful as expected. He has the quirk of explosions. He can release mass explosions at will. That's amazing. This is much better news. I suppose you won't be losing your job. Leave. Since the news of Izuku's quirk had been revealed, he felt ignored. Although he was the direct heir to the throne, it seemed that status had shifted with the news of Katsuki's abilities. One for all, a power cultivated through generations, was meant to be passed down as the Emperor family lineage progressed. Whoever took the throne would inherit this power along with a sword that could channel it. Katsuki has an amazing quirk, All Might boasted as he guided his sons to Izuku. Oh, what is it? She asked, curious. Explosions. He can produce mass fire explosions from his hands. All Might grinned, ruffling Katsuki's spiky hair. That is amazing. And what about Izuku? She asked, glancing at her tearful son. His quirk is dormant, according to the doctor. It won't activate until the proper requirements are met, and we don't even know what they are. It's basically useless, All Might said, his tone sharp. I see. A wave of disappointment washed over Izuku as she looked at Izuku. How could someone destined to inherit the throne have a power that wouldn't work? Poor Izuku was only 4 when he first felt the weight of his parents' disappointment over something beyond his control. As he grew up alongside Katsuki, the favoritism became painfully obvious. While Izuku had a large, luxurious room, it paled in comparison to Katsuki's. Katsuki was spoiled, even though they shared the same parents, and Izuku often felt constrained. Izuku, is this how the future king of the country behaves? Go practice your sword fighting. Since that quirk of yours is so useless, you'll have to take up a different method of defending the country. Izuku scolded, pushing him down. Her public kindness was merely a facade, masking a more critical nature. I'm sorry, mother, Izuku replied quickly, scrambling to his training ground to practice sword fighting. He was only 6. It was a tradition for the family to begin sword fighting as soon as a child could hold a sword. Izuku wasn't allowed to be weak, so he had to learn to train and persevere from a young age. Katsuki also had to learn everything Izuku did, though he found enjoyment in the sword fighting, even if he disliked the amount of memorization required. As children, their relationship wasn't the worst. They didn't fully grasp the complexities of their future roles. They understood that the eldest would inherit the throne, while the younger would serve as the second commander of the Emperor army. However, as they grew older, Katsuki struggled to accept that truth. He didn't want to be in second place, he wanted to be first, and he found it unfair, not in the slightest. He was stronger, smarter, and overall better than Izuku. Or at least he thought so. So why would Izuku be the one to take the throne and not him? So what did the doctor say about your quirk? Katsuki asked. His blonde hair glimmered in the sunlight as he lay in the long grass of his personal yard, which belonged to the palace he lived in. Izuku let out a drawn-out sigh, his emerald eyes sparkling as he turned to face his younger brother. I can't use it. Not until the proper requirements are met. So what's that supposed to mean? Useless, he repeated his father's disappointed words. Is it? If I can't use it, yes. Then just learn how to use it. I can't. Why? Katsuki, just 4 years old, couldn't fully comprehend what Izuku meant. Izuku, too, struggled to understand his brother's question. I don't know. Then you should figure it out. You can read, can't you? Katsuki sat up, staring down at Izuku. They both had a private teacher who taught them everything: literature, math, history, political power, quirks, manners, and other basic necessities. Izuku excelled in literature and history, but he was also good at everything else. Katsuki, however, found no point in learning manners and literature. He hated those subjects. Yes, but Dad gave you 3 private libraries within your palace. You should be able to figure it out. Katsuki stood up. But Izuku sat up, his green hair fluffing up with him. Shut up. Katsuki walked off. Figure it out soon. After, we can play hide and seek in the palace, he shouted as he sped away. But that's not fair. My presence gives me away. You needed to work on concealing it anyway. Izuku stood up and walked toward his own palace. Both Katsuki and Izuku enjoyed luxuries that no one else could imagine. Izuku had his own enormous palace, with floors of gold marble and endless halls. The palace had everything Izuku could ever need and more. As Katsuki mentioned, he had 3 libraries, a bedroom, 6 guest rooms, a stargazing room, 3 greenhouses, several living rooms, 5 dining rooms, a large kitchen, a bathroom, 5 walk-in closets, a training room, a sword room, and more. The palace wasn't empty either. Izuku had many maids, guards, and butlers who attended to him. He never had to worry about being alone. Katsuki had just as many amenities, with the palaces tailored to their personal preferences. Izuku sighed as he lay in his bed. What's wrong, Your Highness? His personal butler asked, sitting by his side. I want to be able to use my quirk. But I can't. I see. I guess His Majesty's words really got to me. It's strange though. He has an especially strong presence for his age. It's overwhelming for those who aren't used to it. I remember when his quirk first manifested, the presence that struck the palace was so intense that most of us fell to the ground. So how come his quirk won't work even after all of that? Is it so strong that his body can't withstand it? Katsuki told me to figure it out. But I don't know how to. Well, His Highness doesn't understand the situation. How about you work on your literature and concealing your presence? I can guarantee your quirk is one of a kind. Once you're able to use it, I'm sure you'll be the strongest person of the millennia. Your presence speaks for itself. Really? Of course. Low child sniffles could be heard as little tears streamed down Izuku's face. His lip quivered as he urgently wiped away the tears. There, Your Highness. You'll be an amazing emperor to lead this empire once the time comes. Thank you, Izuku hiccuped. It's not fair. Katsuki yelled, punching and kicking his bed. What isn't, Your Highness? A butler asked. Izuku's presence is so much stronger than mine. But he can't even use that quirk of his. I should have been the one to get it, he shouted. You know, there might be a way you could become stronger. Katsuki paused, lifting his head to stare down at the butler. How? You have to make a promise. What kind of promise? A good promise. I may be a child, but I go to enough classes to make sure I'm not an idiot. You're a new butler appointed here, And the only reason you're in my room right now is to drop off food and water. Did you think I was born yesterday? Katsuki hissed, growing angry. What could you mean, Your Highness? I was only trying to give you advice. Advice? You were going to say something treasonous. You think it wasn't obvious? The smirk on your face said more than enough. You're gross. Guards! Katsuki shouted as a squad of guards entered, wearing thick armor. Yes, Your Highness? Take this traitor to be questioned by my father. He doesn't have enough loyalty to this empire. What do you mean, Your Highness? He spewed treasonous ideas to me. Take him away at once. Wait, this is a serious mission. You can explain to the emperor. The butler was forcefully grabbed and dragged away. Katsuki sighed. Sensei did tell me about watching out for traitors from the neighboring territory within our servants. I hope I did a good job. Wait, what was I mad about earlier? Okay, Your Highness, can you try to read this word? Katsuki squinted his eyes at the difficult word. Shutsuryoku. He had to read it. Aga, I can't. He fussed as a mini-explosion went off. Try. Shutiakiz. Not quite. Try again. Shutoroku. That you're getting close. I give up. Izuku, you read this. Katsuki shoved the book over to his brother. Izuku glanced down at the book. Which word do you want me to read? Your Highness, you can't just shove the book to your brother when you don't understand something. Try again. No. Fine. How about you try? The book was passed to Izuku as the word was pointed at. He smiled. Shutsuryoku, he read. Great job, you read it without a single flaw. Now you try. The book was pushed back to Katsuki so he could attempt to read it. Tisich, Shutsuryap. Your Highness, that isn't polite. Remember, we have manner and etiquette lessons right after this. Screw this. He hopped out of his chair and ran off. Your Highness. The teacher sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. I'm sorry, young prince, may you go get your brother? Izuku nodded and ran after him. The corridors were lengthy, and he had already lost his breath after running down the first one. Izuku! He lifted his head. There were only a few people permitted to address him informally. He glanced down the hall, and it was his mother. She walked over to him, her long, flowy dress following the pattern of her steps. Hello, mother. Izuku smiled, still out of breath. Why are you out of class? And out of breath? Katsuki. He stormed off. Sensei told me to chase after him. And you listened to her order? Inko kneeled down to be face to face with Izuku. Izuku, you are the crown prince and future emperor of this country. While you haven't been officially coronated yet, that doesn't mean the title isn't there. You don't take orders, you give them. And she knows better than to have ordered you around. Something's off. Inko stood back up and looked down the hall. Guards, she shouted. Due to her presence, everyone around heard it. They quickly appeared before her. Yes, Your Majesty? Seize the teaching room and apprehend the teacher, she instructed. They ran down the hall to carry out their duty. See, Izuku? That's how you order people. Now come along, I already know where Katsuki is. Izuku closely followed his mother. When they returned to the room, the teacher had already been apprehended. Inko glared down at her. You're my son's teacher. You've taught them well, but something's strange about you. She paused as something caught her eye. She kneeled down and pulled something from the teacher's pockets. Jewel spilled out. So that was it. You're the reason my things have been going missing recently. Your actions are punishable by law. Inko paused, awaiting a reaction. Tears streamed down the lady's face. Wait. Please. You can. However, you have taught my sons well, so I'll go lighter on you. Really? The amount of jewels stolen will be the amount of lashes you receive on the public stand. What? My decision is final. Guards, raid her house and confiscate any royal jewels. Total them up to see how many lashes she will receive. Also, you're no longer welcome at any of the royal palaces. Never show your face to me again. Yes, Your Majesty. Come along, Izuku. Inko walked out, and Izuku followed behind. Now, Izuku, if you want to find Katsuki, All you have to do is use your presence. What do you mean? Since Katsuki has a presence, you'll be able to feel it within your own presence the closer you get. He hasn't learned how to hide his presence yet. So try finding him. Okay. Izuku focused, feeling Katsuki's presence nearby. After a long walk, he found Katsuki hiding in the sword's room. Great job. Now, since your old teacher was expelled, your classes will be on break until a new teacher is found. Inko sighed. I want to use a sword. Katsuki shouted, holding up a wooden sword. Inko's eyes widened. She was surprised he could lift it. Izuku, try holding another wooden sword. She pointed to the container. He walked over and lifted it up. He struggled a bit but managed to wield it. Looks like you two have gotten stronger. It's tradition to learn how to wield a sword as soon as you can lift one. I'll inform your father, we'll get the best swordsman to teach you both. Come with me, let's show him directly. Inko smiled as she walked out, guiding them. After walking to the main palace and all the way to his office, they found the king. But he wasn't alone. Greetings, Empress, the Duke of the Kingdom spoke. Oh, I didn't know you were having a meeting with the Duke, Inko sighed. It wasn't a meeting, he just came in to update me with recent information he received. Endeavor, take your leave, All Might replied. Endeavor was the Duke that directly served under the Emperor, helping with military affairs and fighting for the Empire before the Emperor would ever have to get directly involved. Endeavor left the room. What's the news? All Might asked as he stared at the three of them. Inko smiled, show him. Both Katsuki and Izuku revealed the wooden swords they had been holding behind their backs, grinning widely. It was a great accomplishment for their age. You two have already gained enough strength to wield a wooden sword? All Might paused, smiling. Looks like you two will be learning how to sword fight earlier than I expected. I'll bring in the best swordsman to teach. So, you're the best swordsman in this empire? Katsuki asked, suspicious of his new mentor that he'd have to share with Izuku. I suppose, the man replied. He had long black hair that stopped just around his neck, dull gray eyes with bags beneath them, and beard stubble. Overall, he didn't look like someone professional. What's your name? Izuku asked. I'm Shoyuda Aizawa. I'll be teaching both of you until you're better than I am. You may refer to me as Sensei or Aizawa Sensei, he replied. Okay. Izuku smiled. What's your quirk? Katsuki asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. My quirk is the ability to cancel other quirks. Whoa! No wonder you're considered the best. The only thing you have to worry about when fighting is how good their swordsmanship is. Politely, stop bringing up how I'm the best. It's a tacky title that's unnecessary. I'm just a swordsman like everyone else who learns how to use a sword properly. But if you're the best, wouldn't you want everyone to know? Not really. You're one weird dude. This weird dude will be your teacher for the next 10 to 12 years of your life, so you have to get used to it. Anyway, let us begin with the basics. Show me your wooden swords. Izuku and Katsuki both brought out their wooden swords, ready to learn. Typically, if you have an offense-based quirk, you'd want to imbue it into your sword for optimal usage. However, since these are wooden swords, they can't handle the capacity of quirks. I'll teach you about imbuing when you're both strong enough to wield a metal sword properly. As the years passed, the two of them excelled in their swordsmanship classes. It had only been 3 years since they began learning, but they were already at the level of the average guard. Katsuki was able to wield a metal sword at the age of 6 and learned how to imbue his quirk into the sword. Izuku was also able to wield a metal sword at the same age, but his quirk had yet to activate. What made it even more strange was that everyone around him could sense his presence growing stronger over the years, indicating that his power was increasing. The issue was, it wouldn't activate. I'm amazing! Katsuki boasted as he showed off his skills to his father, taking down a dummy with 1/ imbued with his quirk. Great job, Katsuki! You must be gifted. I haven't seen talent like this in a while, All Might said, patting his head. He glanced over at Izuku, noticing that his presence seemed to grow in that moment. And you? Show me what you can do. Izuku gulped and nodded. He clutched his sword and charged straight for the dummy. He was fast for a 7-year-old, and with all his practice, he managed to take down the dummy in one move as well. The only issue was that he didn't imbue his quirk. Izuku, that was good. The only thing I don't understand is why you can't imbue your quirk into the sword. Your presence has gotten stronger over the years, so it's probably an indication that the requirements are close to being met. But how come you can't use it? All Might sighed, disappointment evident in his eyes as he looked at his son. I don't know. Izuku felt his eyes sting a bit. All he wanted was some praise, and it hurt to see how much Katsuki was praised in comparison. The favoritism had become obvious over the years. Katsuki always received better swords months before Izuku could ask for one, regularly got gifts from their father, and had access to the military training room. It felt like Katsuki was being raised to be the emperor instead of him. It's not that I don't have luxuries of my own, Izuku thought, but in comparison, I receive far less than I should. Izuku, you were born first. You're due to take the throne once you come of age. You'll have your first coronation when you turn 15. That's when you'll be officially announced as the crown prince. You have to learn how to use your power before then. What if I can't? Then you'll become a target for assassins from the enemy country. Izuku's lip quivered as he ran off, with Katsuki following behind. He didn't have a bad relationship with his brother at the time. He saw him as the perfect rival. Though there was an issue building up within him. What's wrong, Izuku? Katsuki called out. I want to use my power. But I can't. I don't know how. I'll die because of it. Izuku replied, sinking his head onto the table in the library he had run into. Just learn how to use it? How hard can it be? You feel your presence, don't you? Yes? And it is hard. I can't even feel it. But your presence. Katsuki clenched his jaw, feeling his wrist involuntarily tighten. He knew how quirks in the Emperor family worked. He had been taught about it and read about it. The stronger the presence, the stronger the quirk. Katsuki realized that his presence was overshadowed by Izuku's, and it fueled his anger. How can someone with a stronger presence not use it? It doesn't make sense. If you're going to be stronger than me, prove it. Are you secretly looking down on me? Are you lying about this whole thing to get father's attention for longer? You already have the throne. What more do you want to prove? Stop hiding your power. He doesn't deserve the throne. I do. Katsuki thought in a fit of rage. I'm sorry. Izuku said softly. For what? You look mad. I am. You look like father when you're mad. I learned it a long time ago. Father is always mad at me because of how useless my power is. You make the same face when you're mad. I just hope you're not mad for the same reason. Izuku stood up, wiping away his tears, leaving Katsuki stunned in his anger. Maids rushed over to them urgently. Young Majesties. Yes. Katsuki replied, annoyed. The youngest of the duel family is coming over. He is around your age. We're required to prepare you both. Why is he coming? The Duke has business to discuss with His Majesty, and your father requested to bring his youngest son along so you three could become acquaintances, the maid explained. I don't need friends. Apologies, Your Highness, but you do. It elevates your status. Oh my, why were you crying? The maid snapped her fingers, summoning other maids to help reduce the puffiness of Izuku's face. Nothing, Izuku replied, forcing a smile. We can't force you to tell us. I hope it's nothing serious, Your Highness. It isn't. Then come along, we have to get you ready. After helping Izuku dress and reduce his puffiness, he was ready to greet the guests. When he walked downstairs, he found 4 members of the duel family standing before him, the head and his 3 sons. Why couldn't we bring Fuyu? The second eldest son was cut off by Endeavor. Katsuki, who had just come out after Izuku, was annoyed. You, he pointed at the completely white-haired boy. Continue your sentence. Your Young Highness, it isn't any see. I didn't ask you, Duke. Only a few people were allowed to speak to the Duke in a disrespectful manner, and those few belonged to the imperial family. Why couldn't we bring Fuyumi? He shouted again. Who's Fuyumi? Katsuki asked, even more confused. Endeavor sighed in annoyance. Natsu, I told you your sister couldn't come along because she had an important test that she couldn't miss. He glanced at Katsuki, who still stood at the top of the staircase. Apologies, Your Highness, he was complaining about his sister, he said through clenched teeth. You could do better with your apologies. But I'll let it pass this time. There won't be a next time, Katsuki hissed. This little brat, Endeavor muttered, letting out another sigh to maintain his composure. Izuku stood awkwardly in the middle of the tension, noticing Endeavor's anger etched on his face. He looked at the three kids. The eldest appeared the most uncomfortable. Despite wearing a long-sleeved shirt, bandages were visible from Izuku's angle, and he noticed burns on the eldest's face as well. Endeavor, there you are, All Might stated as he walked in. Greetings, Your Highness, Endeavor replied. You said there was an issue with the military supply. Let's continue the conversation in my office, All Might said, walking away and signaling for Endeavor to follow. Behave, you three, Endeavor warned as he left. An awkward silence filled the room as the five of them stood there, unsure of what to say. Izuku decided to break the ice. Hi, I'm the Crown Prince Izuku Midoriya. What are your names? He smiled brightly. Crown Prince. Shut up, Katsuki grumbled as he walked down the stairs in annoyance. I'm Shoto Todoroki, the third son of the Duke, a dual-haired boy with heterochromatic eyes replied. I'm Natsu Todoroki, the second son of the Duke, he added, staring with his beady gray eyes. The oldest sighed. I'm Toya Todoroki, the first son of the Duke, a teen with reddish-white hair and blue eyes said. I'm the Prince Katsuki Bakugo, he spat as he introduced himself. Well then. I'm 7, Izuku said, trying to keep the conversation going. I'm 7 too, Katsuki added. Me 3. Shoto replied. I'm 10, Natsu said. And I'm 14. Why are you so old? I didn't get to select when I was born. I did. No, you didn't. How are you going to tell me? Because it's physically impossible, Toya replied, annoyed. It is not. It is. Fight me right now. Sword fight. You're 7. I've been doing swordsmanship longer than you have. So, I'm still better than you. I cannot fight you. Why is that? You scared? We need permission from your Effa. I'm the one who grants permission around here. Fight me. I see. I guess you're just weaker than me then. Let's set up basic rules. No lethal shots. Avoid as much injury as possible, and the objective is to subdue the other person. Understood? Toya sighed in annoyance. You can't tell me what to do? Katsuki. Isn't this dangerous? Look how much taller and wider he is. He could toss you. Izuku shouted in fear, which only upset Katsuki further. What did you say? Katsuki snapped. He looks like he's going to hurt you. Izuku replied. I'll fight you next, Izuku. You pathetic loser. Who do you think you are? But I. Shut up. Let's fight. Katsuki grinned as he imbued his quirk into the sword. Toya sighed, contemplating the situation. Is it treasonous if I beat him? He challenged me to a fair duel. Which means whoever loses lost because they earned that position. Here we're equal. I'll subdue him as fast as possible then. Show that little brat that he's only strong because of his title position. Toya grinned as he too imbued his magic into the sword. Izuku felt his stomach churn with stress. Begin. Natsu shouted, excitement evident in his voice. Katsuki charged straight at Toya, disregarding the guidelines and not holding back. Die! He screamed as he slashed his sword. Toya countered, and they locked swords. Katsuki launched himself back, releasing his quirk straight at Toya, who blocked the explosion with his own flames. Katsuki landed but was immediately charged at and knocked over, skidding hard on the ground and scraping his left elbow. Izuku gasped, staring at his younger brother. It was clear that Katsuki was subdued. Toya's sword was held just at his face, declaring his victory. I know fair. Katsuki whined, glancing at Izuku, who wore a concerned expression. It annoyed him. It was completely fair. We said we're subduing each other. But you cheated. How? Why? Katsuki's eyes began to water as the sting of the scrape kicked in. Katsuki, are you okay? Izuku ran over, finally noticing the wound. He knelt beside him, worry evident in his eyes. However, Katsuki misinterpreted this concern as disrespect. Get away from me, he shouted, blasting Izuku head-on. Izuku flung back and hit the ground hard. Oh ow, Izuku whimpered, tears streaming down his face. Hey, not cool. You may be a prince, but he is too. And he's the heir to the throne at that. He was being nice to you, Natsu hissed, rushing over to Izuku. Katsuki gritted his teeth. So? He was looking down at me? And stop reminding me that he's the future emperor. Someone as weak as him doesn't deserve it. Toya glanced at Katsuki, recognizing the jealousy in his expression. He walked over and held out his hand. Stand up. I am not Taki. And I'd recommend you stop being jealous, Toya hissed under his breath, just loud enough for Katsuki to hear. I am not jealous of that useless thing. He can't even use his power. What kind of future emperor is he if he can't even fend for himself? Izuku stared at him, sadness clouding his heart as he heard the words come out of his brother's mouth. Toya withdrew his hand as Katsuki jumped up on his own, storming over to Izuku and lifting him by the collar of his shirt. Listen here. I am not jealous of someone like you. You're just a dikayu. A useless person. He shook Izuku, but Natsu forced him to release him, resulting in Izuku slamming back into the ground. What is it with all this screaming? Inko appeared on the scene as Katsuki dropped Izuku onto the ground. Greetings, Your Highness. It seems like the two princes are having a brotherly quarrel. Apologies for not being able to stop them, Toya said through clenched teeth, disliking how he had to lower himself because of someone with a higher status. You would not have been able to stop them, so apologizing is quite unnecessary. Katsuki, what happened? Inko asked, staring at her angry son. He bit his lip, struggling to find the right words. Dada. It was because of me, Toya spoke up again. Katsuki glanced at him, surprised. Oh, how so? Inko asked, turning her attention back to Toya. He challenged me to a sword fight. I went too far and didn't give him a chance for his age. Katsuki grew infuriated. I see, Inko cut off her furious son, using her telekinesis to drag him over. Katsuki, you can't get mad over things like that. He has been training for far longer than you have. All this means is that you should try harder. She smiled, sending him away to the palace infirmary, noticing the large wound on his arm. She walked over to Izuku, who had explosions soot all over his clothes and an obvious bruise on his forearms. Why did Katsuki attack you? She asked, lifting him up. He got mad when IT tried to help him up. Izuku replied. It's okay. She turned back to face the three brothers. Well then, this clearly was not anticipated, so I will allow it to slide. Excuse what you saw today, you're all dismissed. She walked out, carrying Izuku. So, why'd you defend him? Natsu asked, staring at Toya. Defend him? I didn't do that. He was being a little brat, and I noticed he hates feeling inferior. I just said something to his mom to upset him. Toya said, walking out with his two younger siblings back to the guest room to wait for their father to return. As time progressed, the three of them returned to the palace frequently to help with Katsuki's and Izuku's swordsmanship training. However, after a year, the eldest, Toya, stopped coming altogether. Katsuki and Izuku were initially confused, but it all clicked when they learned the truth. Toya had died. This news greatly upset both Izuku and Katsuki, as they had grown close during Toya's visits. Toya had especially favored Izuku, appreciating his respectful nature, while he enjoyed sparring with Katsuki from time to time. After Toya's death, the ducal family visited less often, and Izuku only saw Shoto occasionally. As the year passed, Izuku's mistreatment worsened. It began with small things going missing, which he ignored due to his father's harsh treatment. He soon noticed that many of the servants had been reassigned to Katsuki's palace, leaving his own palace neglected and dusty. It became embarrassing for him to invite friends over. Izuku's meals also deteriorated. He was served inadequate portions, and sometimes the food was spoiled. He couldn't understand why he was being treated this way until he was forced to move to the main palace with his parents. There, he overheard a conversation that revealed his father's intentions. His father had been deliberately favoring Katsuki and taking away Izuku's belongings, hoping for one of two outcomes. Either Izuku would finally activate his quirk or he would pass away, allowing Katsuki to ascend to the throne. Hearing this as a 10-year-old deeply hurt Izuku. He had overheard his father, All Might, speaking to his mother, Inko. "Why have you moved Izuku to the main palace?" Inko asked. Katsuki wanted another palace. Izuku didn't really deserve his, considering he hasn't done anything with his quirk. "I'm starting to think he's just quirkless," All Might replied. "I doubt he's quirkless. His presence grows stronger every day," Inko countered, confused. "We're probably confusing Katsuki's presence with his since they're always together. Izuku is the future emperor of this country. I don't think you should be treating him this way," Inko insisted. "Is he really? I don't think anyone in this empire would want a weak emperor. They don't even know which one of them was born first. Katsuki deserves it more," All Might argued. "Don't feed Katsuki with treasonous ideas. What if he decides to harm Izuku?" Inko warned. "He either fends for himself or lets his brother take the position he deserves," All Might replied coldly. "If Izuku heard what you just said, he'd be heartbroken." "What kind of father are you?" Inko demanded. "I'm an emperor before I'm a father. I'm only doing what's best for the empire. If that means letting Katsuki become emperor, then so be it." Inko stood up, angry. "If it upsets you, just think of it as trying different methods to see if his quirk finally activates. I don't hate Izuku, he's still my son. I just don't want the empire to fall into ruin because someone weak takes power. If he learns how to use his quirk, I'll give him everything back and more." "That's not fair. Izuku was born first, therefore the position of future emperor is his," Inko insisted. "Fine," All Might conceded. "But that doesn't mean you get rid of him so Katsuki can take a position that doesn't belong to him." Izuku ran off, tears streaming down his face as he retreated to the small room given to him in the main palace, secluded from everyone else. He had sword-fighting classes in just an hour and felt lost. "It's not fair. What did I do for my father to hate me so much? Just because of my quirk? This stupid thing that won't activate. Everything was taken from me just because I can't use it. I don't even remember the last time I had a full, tasty meal," he thought as he lay on the small bed. Since moving to the main palace, he had been fed less and less. The servants were unaware of his presence, and he had to dig through the fridge for food, but the chefs often locked it to prevent theft. With no access to proper meals, he resorted to searching through the trash. The neglect and verbal abuse from his father were compounded by Katsuki's torment. During classes, Katsuki would set him up to fail, and in sword fighting he would ensure Izuku was hurt as much as possible, making his brother's life as miserable as he could. All night, Inko kept a blind eye to everything, ensuring that Izuku remained unaware of the mistreatment he faced. She was his only supporter throughout the years, fully aware of the potential he would unleash once his quirk became usable. His presence grew stronger day by day. When Izuku reported to class, his eyes were red and swollen, and he had a runny nose, clearly having been crying for some time. Aizawa, his teacher, noticed. "Are you okay?" Aizawa asked, his concern evident. Katsuki had yet to arrive, and Izuku had come in a bit earlier than usual. He had considered skipping class but knew that would only validate his father's disdain. Izuku looked down, unsure how to respond. Aizawa observed him closely, noting his frail appearance. "Has he not been eating? I heard he lost his palace and was moved to the main palace." "What? He's been an exemplary student. He doesn't act out like his brother. Why are his arms bruised? This mistreatment isn't befitting for someone of his status. What is going on?" Aizawa's concern deepened as he noticed how unkempt Izuku appeared, his hair a mess, clothes dirty, and dark circles under his eyes. The servants usually ensured he was well taken care of. I'm sorry, Sensei, it's nothing, Izuku said, lifting his head and forcing a smile. That's an obvious lie. I'll talk with him after class. I'm here, you peasants, Katsuki announced with an arrogant grin as he walked in, his appearance a stark contrast to Izuku's. His hair shone in the sunlight, his clothes were pristine, and he carried himself with an air of superiority. Your Highness, it is highly disrespectful to call your brother, the Crown Prince, a peasant, Aizawa said, handing both Katsuki and Izuku their swords. That Deku would be lucky if he even had the status of a peasant, Katsuki sneered, gripping his sword. What do you mean by that? Care to elaborate? Aizawa asked, glancing at Izuku, whose condition seemed to worsen. I don't have to elaborate to someone like you. You're just here to teach me, so let's get this over with, Katsuki hissed. Aizawa sighed and began the lesson, noticing Katsuki's blatant cruelty towards Izuku, the lack of respect, and the way he seemed to take pleasure in hurting him. After class, Aizawa held Izuku back as Katsuki left. You're staying here. Huh? Why? Izuku whispered, wincing in pain from Katsuki's earlier blow. Please listen to me, Your Highness. Izuku sat silently as he watched Katsuki walk away. From what I've noticed, you're being horribly mistreated. And no, Your Highness, it's impossible not to notice. You're frail for your age and covered in bruises. You go silent when your brother insults you and physically attacks you. Does the Emperor know about this? You're the Crown Prince. This is near treasonous. Izuku froze, unsure how to respond. Well, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? None of this is your fault. Father. He knows. Aizawa's eyes widened. What do you mean he knows? He knows and he's letting this happen? Tears welled in Izuku's eyes. I can't say. Why are you being mistreated to this degree? Quirk. Izuku whispered. You're what? Quirk. Your quirk? Just because you can't activate it. You're being mistreated. Because of that. Well, Kaken is just better than me in many ways. My quirk just makes things worse. But Your Highness, your presence. Father thinks that Kaken's and my presences are mixed up. We always greet him together, so it's hard to tell who's who at times. But you're alone with me right now, and even though you're concealing it, it's stronger than your brother's? I don't know. Aizawa sighed. Come with me. Huh? You need food. You're having a hard time talking with that injury. You've been trying to hide it, but it's obvious. You also need a change of clothes. No, it's fine. Your Highness. Izuku sighed. Fine. He followed Aizawa to the room he was given in a separate palace. Since Aizawa came by every day, the Emperor had assigned him a guest room to save him the trouble of commuting. After a short walk, they reached the room. You can have half my sandwich, Aizawa said, handing him the leftover food from the servants. I can't. Your Highness. Just take the food. Izuku accepted and began to eat. It had been so long since he had proper food that tears filled his eyes at the taste. Just how long has he been starved for? Aizawa thought to himself as he watched Izuku finish the sandwich in record time. For that wound. I've had broken ribs before, so I know how to treat it. The issue is it takes 6 weeks to heal properly. It also hurts a lot without pain relievers, so I'm surprised you aren't sobbing right now. Swinging your sword with a broken rib isn't going to let it heal properly, so I won't let you practice for the time being. Izuku's eyes widened. No, please still let me train. It doesn't even hurt that bad. I can't allow it. I can still show you technique, but you won't be wielding a sword until 6 weeks have passed. But. No buts. May I bandage up your wound? Fine. Aizawa walked over to his drawer and pulled out a torso bandage. Izuku took off his shirt, revealing a series of bruises that littered his body. The worst bruise was around the broken rib. It was huge and purple. Aizawa grimaced at the sight. He wrapped it up properly and let Izuku put on his shirt again. Now, I don't have anything to help with your pain, but I know of a good doctor. She doesn't work at the palace, but she is the first to come if anything happens here. I'm going to call her over. But how? My father. He gave me special permission a while ago to call over doctors if I or his sons were injured during practice. Okay. It'll take her about 2 days to come. I have to send her a letter. If she can heal your broken rib entirely, I'll allow you to train again. Is this really okay? Is what okay? Treating me like this. Won't you get in trouble? Why would I get in trouble for helping the crown prince? A member of the imperial family. I don't know. Your Highness, even if I were to get in trouble, it isn't anything for you to worry about. Now you can return to your room. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Izuku got up and walked out, wincing in pain from time to time. So, all this mistreatment, just because of a quirk? I thought his status mattered more than the quirk. His younger brother's quirk isn't even that amazing, it's just explosions. The Deku family's youngest son has a better quirk than that. There has to be something else, right? I never liked the Emperor anyways. It turned out Izuku had broken not only 1 rib, but 4. The pain was unbearable without pain relievers during the 2 days of waiting. However, all the pain was gone after the Dr. Aizawa had called for finally arrived. Greetings, Your Highness, she smiled as she sat before Izuku. Aizawa and the doctor were in the infirmary of the palace. Hello. I'm Recovery Girl. My quirk allows me to heal you in an instant. But before that, I have to see what exactly is wrong with you. She was a grandmotherly figure with white hair in a bun and age wrinkles on her face and hands. Why? Because the way my quirk works is that it uses your energy to heal whatever is going on. If you have an injury big enough, I can't heal it without causing harm. Though, seeing how you're able to walk and talk, I don't think the injury will be big enough to deplete you of all your energy. I understand. He lifted up his shirt, and her eyes widened as she saw the bruises covering his body. Well, he's clearly being mistreated. But he's the crown prince? What? She glanced at Aizawa, who noticed her surprise and signaled for her to keep quiet about it for Izuku's sake. Alright, so you have 4 broken ribs and a total of 43 bruises. 26 bruises aren't too serious, but they can cause severe discomfort. Your Highness, I'm surprised with how well you're able to stay composed. The bruises alone could make anyone cry. But you have 4 broken ribs on top of it. It's amazing. Frightening. But amazing. Anyways, I can heal your wounds. Though I'd like to warn you, the fatigue and exhaustion you'll feel after can be intense. I'd recommend eating a good meal. From what it seems, you haven't been doing that either. She allowed him to put his shirt back on. I'll try to eat today. Yes, and please continue to eat every day. You're abnormally underweight. Aizawa slightly glared at her. She was saying things she wasn't supposed to be saying. Neglecting him of food and poorly treating him. I didn't expect the imperial family to stoop so low. Especially with how he's the crown prince. Is the other prince this abused too? She healed Izuku with her quirk, and he glowed a slight green as he felt the healing properties take effect. An amazing sense of relief washed over his body. The pain was gone. However, a few seconds later, a wave of exhaustion crashed over him, and he could hardly keep his eyes open or even move. Now then, my work here is done, unless I need to heal the second prince? She paused as she glanced at Aizawa, who only shook his head. All right then. I'll be on my way. Send me a letter whenever you need my help. I am at your service. She scooted off her high chair and walked out of the room. Izuku could hardly stay seated. He was so tired. Your Highness, before you sleep, you need to eat something. I requested the servants to actually make you food today, and I require you to eat it. But I need to go to class. The class you're missing is mine, and you aren't missing anything. Your assignment today is to get a full meal in. Understood? Understood, Izuku sighed. Good. Now come on. Aizawa helped Izuku to the dining room of the palace. Since it was a different palace entirely, he needed a bit of help. Plates of food were placed all around for Izuku to eat. I'll get going now. Enjoy your food, Aizawa said as he began to walk away. Thank you, Izuku said as Aizawa exited the door. Aizawa paused, a bit surprised. He had been doing the bare minimum. You're welcome. Izuku sighed as he lay in his very uncomfortable bed, grateful that he had a bed to begin with. The words of his father echoed in his mind, like a nightmare he couldn't escape. He was happy Aizawa cared, but it wasn't enough to truly make him feel better. I wish father didn't hate me so much. I wish I had a better quirk. I wish I was stronger. Life would be so much better. If Kaken wasn't around, father wouldn't have anyone to compare me with. There wouldn't be anyone to replace me. This is all his fault. If only he didn't have such a strong quirk. If only he was weaker. If only father didn't like him so much. I miss the times before Kaken would hurt me. When we'd play tag in the garden. It was fun. Why did he have to change? Tears streamed down Izuku's face as he tossed and turned in his bed. He stared out the large window of his room, which had originally been an attic. Since he had to move into the palace, they just gave him what was available. The full moon illuminated the night sky, which was quite appealing, but his room was not. Airborne dust could be seen in the moonlight. I wish I was stronger, Izuku whispered as he slowly shut his eyes. However, seconds before he could close them, a silhouette appeared in the window. Who dash? The glass window shattered as the silhouette broke in. Finding you was easier than I thought, they scoffed as they landed by the door. Izuku quickly sprang up, his heart pounding in his chest. Would you look at that? The crown prince is crying and trembling in fear. What a sight to see. They pulled out a sword, one Izuku recognized. It bore the emblem of the enemy territory that bordered theirs. Killing you is gonna be easier than I thought. They lunged at Izuku, aiming the sword straight for his heart. He quickly ducked, rolled, and dodged as he fell off the bed. Putting up a fight is no use. You might as well give up right now. I can't even sense your presence. You must be so weak. That's probably why you're up here all alone. They charged at Izuku again and panicked. He tried to dodge once more. But this time, he couldn't evade completely. The sword stabbed his arm, and blood splattered on the floor as Izuku clutched it in pain. See? They charged again, but this time Izuku was in so much pain and stress that he accidentally stopped concealing his presence. A pulse wave struck the assassin as they fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the intensity. What the how? They screamed as they dropped their sword. The presence awakened everyone else in the palace. Everyone could sense it. Izuku typically kept it concealed, so they had forgotten just how strong it was. The guards quickly charged up the stairs, confused and concerned about what could create such a strong presence. When they barged into his room, they found him bleeding against the wall and the assassin on the ground. An assassination attempt. Charge. The guards apprehended the assassin and cuffed them with quirk cancellers. They struggled a bit due to the strength of the presence, but they managed. Trained to withstand such situations, they pressed on. What is going on? Inko asked as she appeared at the door, awakened by the presence. Her eyes widened when she saw Izuku on the wall, bleeding. Izuku! What happened? She rushed to him, lifting him with her telekinesis. Her gaze then met the assassins. Guards, lock them up in the dungeon until sunrise. As soon as it does, take them out for questioning. The sentencing is clear: death for the attempted murder of an imperial family member. If they aren't from the enemy country, before the death sentence, all limbs will be chopped off for treason. Inko quickly took Izuku to the infirmary of the palace, where there was always an imperial doctor on standby for situations like these. He's lucky the brachial artery wasn't hit. It would have been fatal. This is a deep flesh wound. It'll heal but leave a scar. For now, continue to apply pressure. I've stitched you up, so refrain from any movements that could open it up, the doctor explained as she finished wrapping a secure bandage around Izuku's arm. He had been hit just below the shoulder. Inko let out a relieved sigh. There had been so much blood that she panicked. Mom. Izuku forced out. Yes? She asked as she sat beside him. Why does Dad hate me? He struggled to speak as his eyes slowly began to close. He could hardly stay awake any longer. Izuku. Inko didn't know how to reply. Her first instinct was to deny what he said, but even she knew that would be a lie. What kind of father would want their own son to suffer? Not a loving father, that was certain. The assassin turned out to be a man sent from an enemy country to kill the crown prince. Because of his actions, he was publicly executed for all to see. Many gifts were sent to Izuku from the citizens of the empire, but the emperor took all of them and gave them to Katsuki. Inko managed to sneak a couple of gifts to their rightful owner, Izuku. A public announcement was required due to the incident with the enemy country. It seems like they're aiming to take out the crown prince to intimidate us. However, we will not falter. I, All Might, your emperor, will personally ensure the enemy country cannot interfere with our daily peace. A war will be avoided for now. We can't afford lives to be lost. However, in the future, if we're given no choice, we will not sit back cowardly. We will charge in and conquer. Mark my word. His declarations spread like wildfire across the entire empire. Newspapers quoted him word for word, reassuring many but also causing stress among others, especially since he didn't mention the crown prince. I won't allow you to train. But the doctor said it was just a flesh wound. A deep flesh wound, your highness. You have to understand the risks, Aizawa sighed. But? No buts. If you reopen the wound, it will get worse. I really need to train though. You can when you're healed. Did you eat today? How do you expect to heal when you aren't even eating your proper meals? Izuku didn't know how to respond. Go eat, that's your assignment today. Izuku walked out, defeated. Aizawa was only doing what was best for him. The incident was horrible, but at least now his room was moved to a more acceptable spot, and the servants knew he was actually in the main palace. So he should be getting his meals. Or so he thought. Over the years, Izuku's mistreatment continued, and it worsened when the servants found out he was in the main palace. He was given food, but it was often 2 to 3 day-old leftovers. His clothes were only half-washed, and some were left damp in his closet. Because of this, half of his wardrobe had to be thrown away due to mold. The smell was unbearable. Izuku learned to toughen up during his years there. He learned how to wash his own clothes, cook his own food, and fend for himself. After the first assassination attempt, there were more, but they weren't announced to the public. Izuku had to fight the assassins on his own and eliminate them. His father told him that was necessary to keep his place in the palace. By the time Izuku was 15, he had dealt with 30 assassination attempts and had taken the lives of those who threatened him. Because of the frequent attempts on his life, Izuku also learned how to use his presence to his advantage. He always kept a sword and dagger by his side. Throughout his 15 years there, his quirk never activated. Katsuki and Izuku grew distant. Katsuki would pick on Izuku whenever they met. Izuku tried his best to stay out of his way to avoid conflict. One time, he did stand up for himself against his younger brother, but his father punished him for it. So, Izuku learned the hard way to steer clear of Katsuki. Inko cared deeply for her son, but she felt powerless to stop her husband. You two are now both 15. All Might began during an important meeting with Katsuki, Izuku, and Inko. This means you both have to start making public appearances. While it's true you did during your birthday banquets, it's not enough. I will be sending you both to the best institution in the empire, I attended when I was your age. It's a school that prioritizes quirk education for heroes. You'll both be in the hero course. The heroes that come out of that course typically join the military. There, you will be educated on everything and mixed in with other nobles. This will give you both the opportunity to learn how to interact among them. Understood, father, Katsuki grinned, excited. Understood, Izuku said, expressionless. Good. Classes will begin tomorrow. UA is located within the capital. You both need to be awake by 7 a.m. You'll have a private essay. Oh, and Katsuki, you can select a guard to accompany you. All Might smiled at his son. What about Izuku? Inko asked, a bit annoyed. All Might's smile faded as he turned to Izuku. You've dealt with assassination attempts. You'll be fine without a guard, he hissed, brushing it off. At this rate, just say you want to kill me. Izuku tightened his fist, thoughts racing. Now then, you two may leave. He was the first to exit, barely able to stand being in the same room with his family. Something felt off about the assassins sent after him. All the assassins had a fake emblem from the enemy country. And they're all people I've seen train in the military. Dad really does hate me, huh? Sending 30 assassins after his own son. But it doesn't matter. As long as I continue to survive, no one can take my position away from me. Not even the emperor himself. Izuku sat in his carriage, staring glumly at the capital as they drove through. His uniform was different from everyone else's. Instead of the regular design, he wore what royals typically donned. A suit with a white shirt under his green button-up vest, a sword and dagger at his belt, and a black cloak draped over his shoulders. He had styled his hair, determined to look his best. My coronation is in the summer of next year. I just have to stay alive until then. Once it's official that I'm crown prince, Kakin has no choice but to give up. At least I hope. He already knows I'm the crown prince yet treats me this way, all because of Dad. I don't even know why. There has to be more to it than just my quirk. I hope. No matter how hard I try, I can't get used to how much Dad and Kakin hate me. At least Aizawa-sensei and Mom are on my side. As he arrived at the institution, a large crowd had gathered, a red carpet laid out for him. The crowd knew better than to get too close, leaving a clear path for him to walk. Katsuki was the first to exit, happy to be the center of attention, his guards ready behind him. He waved with a devious grin as he stepped inside the school. Izuku followed after his brother was out of sight, walking with a cold expression that drew more attention than Katsuki's. No guards? Isn't he the crown prince? He should have at least one guard. You see his sword? Maybe he's so strong that guards would slow him down. He must be amazing. Imagine how strong he is. Izuku ignored their whispers as he entered the building. He walked up the stairs to his classroom. Katsuki had already made himself comfortable, chatting away with people he hardly knew. However, when Izuku stepped in, the room fell silent. All eyes landed on him as he made his way to the only seat left, right behind Katsuki. Guards stood by Katsuki, ready to protect him, while others were stationed at all entranceways within the building. What is with this unbearable silence? Izuku thought, sitting awkwardly. The educator walked in, drawing everyone's attention. Hello. I'm your teacher. I'll be teaching you all to become proper heroes. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Aizawa? He works here? But he lives at the palace. I would have seen him get into his carriage. When did he? I'm Shoyuda Aizawa. You may refer to me as Mr. Aizawa or Aizawa-sensei. Other than that, let us begin, he concluded, standing tall by the podium. The class stared anxiously, wondering what would happen next. Let's start off the first 5 minutes with something simple. Then I'm going to require you all to follow me to a different place. I want you to say your full name and what family you belong to. Sounds simple enough. Aizawa stated, clearly tired. The class collectively nodded. Good. Now we're going in vertical rows starting with you. Aizawa pointed to a blonde kid closest to the door. Hello. I'm Yuga Aoyama and I belong to the Aoyama family. I'm Mina Ishido and I belong to the Ishido family. Hello. I'm Tsuyu Azui and I belong to the Azui family. I am Tenya Ida and I belong to the Ida family. I'm Achiko Uraraka and I'm from the Uraraka family. I'm Rikido Sato and I'm from the Sato family. I'm Koji Koda. I belong to the Koda family. I'm Ejiru Kirishima. And I belong to the Kirishima family. Denki Kaminari here. I belong to the Kaminari family. Mishiro Ajiru, from the Ajiru family. I'm Mizo Shoji, from the Shoji family. Hey, I'm Kyoka Jairu. I'm from the Jairu family. Hanta Siro, from the Siro family. Fumikage Tokoyami, from the Tokoyami family. I'm the third son, Shoto Todoroki, from the Dukel family. I am Momo Yayorozu from the Yayorozu family. I'm Toru Hagakure, from the Hagakure family. I'm Minoru Mineta, from the Mineta family. It was then Izuku realized it was his turn to speak. He took a deep breath and sighed. I'm the crown prince, Izuku Midoriya, from the royal family. Tisich, I'm the second prince, Katsuki Midoriya, from the royal family. Okay then, Formal introductions are finally done. Now I want you all to follow me outside. It's time for a physical examination, Aizawa said as he walked out of the room. The class quickly followed behind. They were led to a field behind the school, typically used for training sessions. A gate surrounded the area, closing it off from the outside. Izuku noticed a small storage room off to the side labeled gear, and could only guess what was inside. My classmates so far are almost all high-ranking nobles. Except for a couple, I assume they got in through a scholarship. Just below the Dukel family, the Yaoyorozu family is the wealthiest in comparison to everyone else. They've come up in capital affairs before. I remember Mom teaching me about it. They do a lot of trading, and monitoring had to be done because specific numbers weren't adding up, Izuku thought to himself as he recalled past classes. Inko had taken it upon herself to help teach Izuku about the duties he'd have to fulfill when he became emperor. Now, this is a Quirk apprehension test. In that storage room, there are swords made of a specific material that won't allow you to hurt any of your classmates but will still allow you to imbue your quirk inside for those of you with offense-based quirks. I understand some of you can't imbue your quirks because of how they function. It's no issue. Just focus on wielding your sword as best as possible. Now, please go get a sword, Aizawa instructed, pointing to the storage room Izuku had initially glanced at. Izuku walked over to Aizawa after grabbing his sword. "Hello, Your Highness. Everything okay?" Aizawa asked, noticing Izuku's confusion. "Why didn't you tell me you'd be teaching here?" Izuku inquired. "I didn't have time." "Then how come I didn't see you get into the carriage this morning?" "I left yesterday." "I see. Yeah. Do I still have private sword fighting lessons?" "It wasn't ever taken away." "So I assume yes?" "Yes." "All right," Izuku said as he walked over to his classmates, who were holding their swords with excitement. "Okay. You will all be striking that," Aizawa pointed to a wooden log rope to stand vertically. "Your swords shouldn't be sharp enough to cut through that wood, even with your quirks imbued, simply because the swords have a limit to how much of your quirk you can put into them. However, if it does manage to break, it's not an issue. We have more in storage. I want you all to put as much strength as you can. This is an evaluation to see your current strength. After this test, more will come. I hope you're all ready. Line up." "Order doesn't matter," Aizawa explained. By the time Izuku got in line, he was last, not that he really cared. First up was Katsuki, who made sure he was at the head of the line. "Sir, I have a question," Ida shouted just before Katsuki charged. "Yes. Is there any specific way you want us to swing our swords?" "No, just attack that with all your strength." Katsuki charged at the wooden stand, his sword glowing as he imbued his quirk into it. "Die!" he screamed with a grin as he struck the log. An explosion went off, but when the smoke cleared, the log remained standing. Katsuki stared, a bit disappointed, hoping it would break. "When you're done with your turn, step to the side and wait for everyone else to finish," Aizawa said as he wrote down Katsuki's measurement of strength on a clipboard. Izuku watched as everyone else took their turns, noting that each had their own style of swinging their swords, clearly taught by different instructors. No one managed to break the log, just as Aizawa had predicted. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. Everyone watched in anticipation, as if it were a deciding factor for the Empire. "I wonder what his quirk is. Do you think he'll be able to break the log? How come he isn't imbuing his quirk?" Izuku charged at the log, swinging the sword with all his strength. Upon impact, a large crack went through the log. The class gasped. They hadn't seen a visible quirk, yet he had managed to break the log. Katsuki gritted his teeth, scoffing. "He only managed to break it because we weakened the log." Well, he's clearly upset. But he knows better than to lose face among such high-ranking nobles. "This place will be quite useful if I use it properly," Izuku thought to himself as he walked back over to the crowd. "Great job. Now that you've all completed this test, let's move on to the next one." After a long, grueling 2-hour class PRD, the physical evaluation was completed. Aizawa had collected everything he needed to know about their physical strength. You all, for the most part, have room to improve. Most of you can consider yourselves on the same level as novices. But, novice level? Katsuki repeated, cutting him off. Apologies, Your Highness, but I said most of you. Not all. There are those among you on a higher level, however, because the majority aren't, I'll have to focus the lessons there, Aizawa retorted. Tisich, Katsuki scoffed as he let Aizawa continue. Through the training you will all undergo for the next 3 years, you will emerge as top-notch heroes fit to be in the Valor sect of the Imperial Army. The Valor sect was for heroes who showed great courage and bravery in the face of danger, especially in battle. It was the sect that was first in line to defend the Empire if anything were to happen. Those in the Valor sect were respected for their entire lives and for eons to come. Not to mention, they also made a hefty amount of money and were directly led by the Emperor and Duke. Class is over. Make your way to the food hall for lunch. Aizawa dismissed the class. Izuku walked to the lunchroom, excited to eat something that finally wasn't prepared by his own 2 hands. I hope this food is good, it's a place respected all around, so I'd assume so. Now to just avoid Kaken. Izuku grabbed his lunch and made his way to a table. Many wanted to sit with him but were hesitant. The first to sit with him was his childhood friend, Todoroki. Good evening, Your Highness, Todoroki greeted as he began to eat his lunch. Evening. They usually didn't talk in formalities since they were good friends, but in a public situation where reputation was everything, they couldn't really be comfortable. What you did in class earlier was cool, managing to break the log like that. I'm surprised the sword didn't break. Yes, the swords given weren't of the best material. I'm surprised they didn't break when quirks were imbued. You think we'll use actual swords in the future? Maybe, I can't be certain. The conversation was filled with small talk, but everyone else around acted as if it was the conversation of the century. Kaminari took a deep breath, stressed out of his mind. Izuku looked like a cool dude, and he wanted to talk with him, but he was worried he would mess up. Hello, Your Highness. I am Denki Kaminari. May I sit with you? He asked, sweating nervously. The people who stood around watched in anticipation. I haven't even done anything. Why is he scared? Izuku thought to himself as he stared at Kaminari in confusion. Kaminari was practically crumbling under the silence. I'm sorry, he started, but he was cut off. You can, Izuku replied, cutting him off. Thank you, Your Highness. I was worried I had said something rude or if I was too bold in approaching you, Kaminari said as he sat down, looking relieved. You did nothing of the sort. Izuku was in a good mood. He actually had some good food. While he had improved his cooking over the years, nothing really beat expert cooking. See, can I sit with you too? Izuku glanced up to see Kirishima, who looked even more anxious than Kaminari. Yes, you may. Kirishima took a seat by Kaminari, and a fist bump was exchanged underneath the table. Neither of them knew each other, but they shared the same initial stress. Katsuki walked past Izuku's table and grew angry when he saw Todoroki already seated with him. They were both his friends, but neither of them liked each other. Poor Todoroki had to be in the middle of all the tension. Izuku exchanged a glance with Katsuki, and it felt like an electric charge in the air as they eyed each other until they were out of sight. Izuku couldn't help but grin smugly, thinking, can't do anything here, and I got to sit with Todoroki first. Ha, idiot. He savored every bite while following table etiquette. I'm gonna kill that stupid Deku. Looking down at me? Just because Icy Hot decided to sit with you first? You of all people shouldn't be getting a big head about that. Idiot. Hey, Your Highness. Can I sit with you too? Shiro asked nervously. Katsuki internally screamed as he made his way to his own table, awaiting people to ask to sit with him. Yes, you can, Izuku sighed. By the end of it, one side of the table was completely full while the other only had Izuku seated. No one dared to sit directly by his side, afraid he might take offense. It was awkwardly silent at the table, no one knew what to say. They got to sit with Izuku, but now what? They wanted to be his friends, quite obviously. Who wouldn't want to be friends with someone destined to rule the empire? Kaminari took a deep breath. He was going to do it. He was going to break the overwhelming silence. So, Your Majesty, what you did back there was amazing, he peeped. Yeah. You broke the log. Kirishima added in. Izuku sighed, sensing their anxiety. Thank you, but I'd appreciate if you three weren't so awkward around me. You all come from high-ranking noble families, and in the future, it's likely we'll be in meetings together. I also haven't demonstrated any cruelty, so I find it a bit rude that you'd assume I'd harm you if I felt the slightest disrespect, Izuku stated, a hint of annoyance in his voice as he finished his food. He wiped off any crumbs with a napkin and sat poised. Apologies, Your Highness, we didn't mean to be discourteous. We just didn't know what to talk about. It's our first time meeting you, Kirishima was the first to apologize. Have you three grown up together? Izuku asked. Our mothers really enjoy tea parties and were already acquainted with one another. We grew up together since we first came into existence in the womb, Izuku reflected. Their families benefit from one another because their businesses rely on each other. As long as one business thrives, the rest follow. Izuku thought about this as Shiro asked, Your Highness and His Grace Todoroki seem to get along well. Have you two grown up together as well? Izuku nodded. I met him when I was 7. The tension eased, allowing them to communicate properly. As lunch PRD came to an end, not much was taught on the first day, just introductions to classes and expectations for the coming years. When the day ended, Katsuki was scooted away by carriage, but Izuku was left alone at the gates without a guard, expected to go to the palace on his own. This is a new low. The least he could do is send me a carriage. Looks like I'll have to walk. Izuku sighed, pulling up his cloak and disappearing from the scene. He was fortunate that not many had stayed after school to witness his embarrassment. As he walked through the capital, annoyance bubbled within him. People around him were smiling and laughing, enjoying their lives contently. Izuku felt a pang of jealousy, especially when he saw families getting along. Yet, he was also happy for them, relieved they wouldn't have to experience what he did. The palace is still hours away on foot. There should be a place around here that allows me to use a carriage. I heard they exist for the regular nobles that live here, he mused as he searched for such a place. Suddenly, he felt uneasy, as if someone was watching him. And I'm being watched. You'd think after 30 failed attempts they'd learn to conceal their presence better. He recalled the 30 assassins from the past who were now dead. Well, better deal with this bunch before I rent a carriage, it could get messy. He turned into an alleyway, knowing there was only one way to truly shake off the assassins, either through intimidation or force. I wonder how much Father pays them. They must be getting a hefty sum if they complete the job. Where's the Valor sect when you need them? If I could have them deal with the assassins, it'd be so much easier. His thoughts were interrupted when he was surrounded by 7 cloaked figures. He sighed. So, how much did my dad pay you? He pulled out his hoodie and glared at them, clutching his sword in preparation. How did, one of them began, but Izuku shook his head. You all aren't the first. You won't be the last either. The least you could do is answer my question. 0.380,000,000 yen, one replied. That's a pretty hefty sum. Do you each get that? They nodded. Wow. And that's if you complete the job, I assume. They nodded again, looking confused. What a shame. Huh. You won't be completing this job. Just like the other 30 that tried. Izuku hissed, releasing some of his presence. The force of it caused the 7 to stagger back, physically hurt by the sudden pressure. He quickly dispatched them with his sword. 37. Usually, he sends one assassin per attempt. Now he sent a whole group. Is he getting desperate? Izuku mused aloud as he concealed his sword and pulled his hoodie back up. He walked back out to the main street, where many carriages passed by. One of them was Aizawa's, which stopped as soon as Aizawa noticed Izuku walking past. Your Highness? Where's your seat? I'll ask later. Come inside. Aizawa opened the door for him. Izuku stepped inside, relieved to see him. Where's your carriage? I thought I saw your brother get into his after school, Aizawa remarked, noticing Izuku's sour mood. I didn't get one. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose and rested his head against the wall of the carriage. Did I see? Aizawa thought. He looks to be in a bad mood. Did something happen before I found him? Should I ask? But He internally groaned. Are you okay, Your Highness? Yep. Everything's absolutely fine. Izuku's deadpan expression made it clear he was being sarcastic. It doesn't look like I can ask any further. Let's change the subject. What did you think of UA? Izuku sighed. It was fine. The food is good, and I've made some acquaintances. It was nice to eat something made for me for once, he scoffed, looking out the window. Aizawa then caught a familiar smell. Blood? But from where? He isn't bleeding. He glanced down and noticed Izuku's cloak had been splashed with it, as well as his sword and gloves. Suddenly, everything clicked in Aizawa's mind. He had to use his sword against someone. He recalled how he had been told about the assassination attempts and how he had to deal with them since no one else would. At this rate, he was used to them, but it still put him in a bad mood. He thought to himself as he pulled out a napkin and handed it to Izuku. What for? Izuku asked. There's blood on your gloves, he replied. Izuku glanced down at his hands, realizing some blood had splattered on him when he did what he had to do. Thank you. He wiped his hands off and stuffed the napkin into his pocket. It's no issue. I usually have to stay after school to deal with work and then come to the palace to teach you and your brother sword fighting. Since you weren't sent a carriage today, would you like to stay after school with me for extra sword training? Aizawa asked. Izuku stared at him, surprised. Aizawa really was the only person who would stick by his side until the end. A weak smile formed as Izuku replied, that would be nice. His eyes stung a bit. Life was just too difficult. It was the small moments that showed there was someone who really cared that made Izuku feel a tiny bit happier. Silence followed. Izuku shut his eyes and leaned his head on the window, reflecting on the long day. He didn't even get any royal guards or anything. The emperor is out to kill him at this point. He's his son. Why? I need to find more information. It just doesn't make sense. I can be his guard. Considering I'm the best swords fighter in this empire, no one could do a better job than me. Guess I'm his guard now too. Izuku thanked Aizawa for the carriage ride and walked over to the main palace. When he arrived, he found his mother patiently waiting. Hello, mother, Izuku greeted, yawning. He had ended up falling asleep in the carriage for a good while. Hello, Izuku. I apologize for not being able to send you a carriage. Your father insisted on only sending one and having you share with Katsuki. Obviously, I can tell that didn't go well. How did you arrive home so fast? She asked as she stood up from the couch. Aizawa-sensei allowed me to ride in a carriage with him. I see, that's good. Could you come with me? She asked. Of course, what do you need? Well, you're going to be emperor, so you need to be more involved in the justice system now. I need you to be involved firsthand. I'll explain the situation when we arrive at my study. Inko walked down the long corridors with Izuku, engaging in small talk until they arrived. Izuku sat down across from her desk as Inko took the main chair. She pulled out a file and showed it to Izuku. Recently, there's been a spike in child kidnapping. We believe the kids are being sold off to the underground market. All the buyers are from noble families. The kids are expensive, so they're the only ones who can afford them. I want you to track down the kidnapper, find the location of the market, and take them all down. This file contains clues gathered by royal guards I sent on this task, including information from the parents of the missing kids and what group might be behind it. Do you think you can do it? Inko asked, closing the file and handing it over to Izuku. Probably, he replied. Good. Because even though you might not be this involved as an emperor, being involved now gives you experience in the field. It'll help you make decisions because you'll have an idea of what's going on, Inko explained. Izuku nodded. When do I begin? Tomorrow. You'll carry out the investigation before and after school. On weekends, you'll investigate at night. Understood? Understood, Izuku replied. Good. Now take this file and go to your room. Inko smiled as she waved him off. He grabbed the file and walked out. With this added, I'll hardly be spending any time at the palace. No issue, I'm just away from all my problems. Now I have to go analyze this. He walked to his room and encountered one of his problems. His father. Izuku was surprised to see him, as he typically didn't roam the corridor near his room. It was his first time actually running into him unexpectedly. Hello. Izuku said, surprised the word actually came out. All Might glanced at him and then at the file he was holding. The kidnapping case. Inko's putting you up to that, he asked, ignoring Izuku's greeting. Yes. Carry on, All Might snarled as he continued his walk. You sent 7 assassins at me today and didn't even blink an eye. Why? Aizawa was in the record room of the palace, a place he knew he wasn't allowed to be. There was a question lingering in his mind that he couldn't shake off. Why does the Emperor hate his own kids so much? He had gone there to see if he could find anything. It just didn't add up. There wasn't any given reason behind his hate aside from his quirk, which shouldn't have been enough to make him hate his own flesh and blood. All the records I've gone through have missing information on where the money is going on specific days. They've been altered. This means there really is something going on beneath the surface. The missing days. How many missing days are there? We can't count today. Let's see. Aizawa went through the books that dated from the year Izuku turned 4 until now. It was then he officially noticed something. 30 days missing, all from the past couple of years. His Highness had to deal with 30 assassination attempts. He told me himself. But weren't they all from the enemy country? They were. Right? Don't tell me. Has the Emperor really gone mad? To send assassins after his own son. And he's clearly paid them a hefty sum, considering the dates had to be removed. His Highness must know. That explains why his mood has been so bad. He knows that his own father sent assassins to kill him. If that wouldn't upset him, I don't know what would. Insane. To think he'd go to such great lengths to get rid of him, even altering classified records. How much did he pay those assassins? Considering he couldn't even put some kind of false record label on it, it must have been a lot. But why? Why would he hate his son this much? It doesn't make any kind of sense. I won't be able to find anything on that here. These records only have labels on specific trades and money spent. I should leave before I get caught. Aizawa thought to himself as he tried to exit. However, who's in here? A guard shouted as they noticed the candles were lit. Aizawa panicked and quickly blew it out as he ducked and hid from the guard. He was lucky he had been deep into the record room. Was I mistaken? The guard ventured deeper inside. Aizawa stealthily snuck around, avoiding the light of the lantern. Once he was close to the door, he bolted as fast as he could. Hey! The guard ran out, but Aizawa wasn't to be seen at all. But that shouldn't have been possible. The room was located at the end of a long corridor. If anyone had run out, anyone could see them still running at the end of the hall no matter how fast they were. That maybe I'm seeing things. I did take a bad blow to my head. The guard muttered to themselves as they continued their duty. Note to self, don't jump out large windows in the heat of the moment. Aizawa groaned as he hung onto the ledge for dear life. The way down was at least 2 stories. If he landed the wrong way, he could break a bone. Can the guard leave already? I need to climb back inside. Aizawa internally complained as he looked down. He took a deep breath in. I've jumped and landed from higher. I just gotta do it right. He sighed as he let go and swiftly landed. He dusted himself off as he made his way to the palace he was supposed to be in. Alright, well, at least all my efforts weren't in vain. I got a clue. Izuku lay in his bed, tasked with a difficult case. Unknown bandits are the cause of the kidnappings. The issue is, the same bandits then sell those kids to the SLV market, and once they're there, getting them back becomes far more difficult. With how many of them there are in unknown locations, trying to stop it from existing is nearly impossible. But that doesn't mean I can't stop these bandits. From the information gathered here, there's an entire group of them, 15 to 20 members. They typically strike at night or late noon. Any kid around during that time is pretty much a goner. But it's not just any kid. It's only kids under the age of 7 who have red eyes. In all the cases, the common similarity is their eye color and age. That's notable considering there are at least 300 kids missing. The bandits don't seem to have a target location. It's just the alleyway of whatever area they happen to be in. But at least there's some kind of clue. A secluded spot. But then where do they guide the kids that have been kidnapped? They aren't kidnapping just 1 kid a day. Per person it's at least 3. Unless they're kidnapping small friend groups that somehow share the same exact traits, they'd have to make a kid wait as they go to find other kids. Red eyes aren't uncommon, but they aren't that common either. This means if I begin to label certain kids, I might be able to find the group through them. Red eyes and under the age of 7. I'll start with the capital, since it's the most populated area, and the bandits have a higher chance of running into a kid with that trait. Since they don't have a specific area they strike at, it's likely they kidnap the kids close to a common area they visit. This means I'll have to keep tabs on certain kids. That sounds creepy, but I'm saving them in the end. This is perfect. I know what to do. Izuku rode in a carriage with Aizawa, feeling a bit confused. Izuku had managed that morning to snag a carriage of his own, so why was Aizawa with him? Your Highness. Yes. I apologize for pointing it out, but I noticed you don't have a single guard. For someone of your status, this is incredibly dangerous. So, I want to ask. Ask what? May I be your guard? Izuku's eyes widened. This wasn't what he had expected in the slightest. The best swordsman in the Empire wants to be my guard? But that would mean he'd have to stick with me whenever I leave the palace. Whenever I go on the investigation. Any royal banquet. He's okay with that? Just to protect me? Just to protect someone like me? Your Highness? Aizawa grew a bit nervous as Izuku stared in slight shock. Are you sure that's something you want to do? You'd have to stick with me everywhere besides the palace and the institute. That's a lot of places, especially with everything going on recently. I understand. But what do you mean by everything going on recently? I've been tasked with an investigation dealing with missing children. Mother says it's necessary I gain experience for my future as an emperor. I have to investigate after school and on weekends at night. Do you really want to stick with me during all of that? Knowing all the things you'd have to see? And all the danger you'd face? Your Highness, you're someone who needs protecting. Especially now. What experience is necessary? You're still willing to be my guard after hearing about all of that? Izuku asked, still unsure. Yes. Will you accept me as your guard? Izuku sighed. If you're willing to go through with it, then I have no objections. I will not fail to protect you, Your Highness, Aizawa stated boldly. Well then, considering you'll be directly involved with the investigation, I suppose I'll explain it to you in detail. Izuku went on to explain all the analysis he had done on the situation and what course of action they should take for optimal results. So, we're dealing with a group of 15 to 20 bandits that like to kidnap red-eyed children under the age of 7 and sell them to the SLV market. Aizawa stated. Exactly that. And you were going to initially do this investigation alone? It's not like I can ask guards to work with me. They're all on my dad's and brother's side. I understand, I suppose. I'm glad. Now, since the investigation has technically started, I've already begun looking into noble families with children. However, I have to go to the official record room of the Empire for more information. It's a highly secure place, and they don't let just anyone inside. Luckily, I'm the Crown Prince, so they can't deny me access. It's about an hour's carriage ride away from the palace. It'll take a long time to gather information on all the nobles in the capital, which is why I'm going to do a randomized selection of at least 100 nobles with children that fit the description. However, that alone will still take a considerable amount of time. Red eyes aren't rare, but they are a bit uncommon. The only people I know that have red eyes are my brother, one of my classmates, and you, but specifically when you use your quirk. Of all the people I've seen and met throughout my life, that isn't a lot. I plan to do the research on the nobles from today up until Thursday. On Friday, the physical investigation will start. How will you investigate? The only way is to keep tabs on the children. The kidnappings always occur late afternoon to early night. Kids have a typical schedule until they're curious, that is. So I'll keep tabs on the randomized children I've selected. Once I notice one is missing, I'll search for them in the area. The bandits each kidnap 3 to 5 children per day, but they can't find an entire group at the same time, so they leave them in one area. Once a child is found, I'll wait for a bandit to appear again. Then I'll confront and interrogate the bandit to find the others. All of this sounds simple, but it's a lot more complex. My only problem now is finding all the other children that were sold to the SLV market. The SLV market is a huge network. I might be able to find one spot where they do the selling, but I won't be able to find the other possible hundreds that exist in the empire. You're right. That is a lot. What will you do? I'll try. Here's the thing. They sell the children solely to nobles. They're the only ones that have that kind of money to spend. I'll use the bandits to bust down one spot of the SLV market and save as many kids as possible, but from there I'll have to go off records. We don't keep records of small purchases, but we do for purchases that go over 2.5 million yen. The SLV market won't sell the children for any less than that, so we'll be able to notice when that type of purchase is made. But what if they erase that record? We keep track of income rates per noble family. If there's a random dip for the same amount of money typically spent to buy a child, we'll know. Looks like you already know what you're doing then. Wow. He put some extensive thought into this. And how does he even know these things exist? I guess he was involved in smaller matters with his mother's guidance. It would be nice if I could have a group of people's help, but that won't be possible. This case is classified as private, so only the royal family can know about it. That includes the royal ducal family and those who directly work for the royal family in the palace. So you don't have to worry about being affected by the privacy policy. Guards in the palace won't work for me, nor can I trust them to know what they're doing. Izuku sighed as he stared out the window, close to reaching the institute. If the royal ducal family is involved, why don't you ask for help from them? I understand your family situation at home, but they don't have any hate towards you, do they? Aizawa asked. They don't. I'm friends with the youngest. This goes back to my point, a good margin of the guards aren't the brightest. The only one I could trust is my friend, but he already has a lot on his plate. Prejudging a group of people isn't the best idea. Even if they turn out to be difficult, you can still gather useful information from them. You'll need helping hands, Your Highness. Will you be able to keep tabs on at least 100 kids scattered around the empire? No. But there's still a lot to consider. Well then, think about it. You have until Thursday to make the decision, Aizawa stated as the carriage came to a stop. They had finally arrived. Izuku sighed as he sat at his desk. Class was already in session. The investigation weighed heavily on his mind. Do I work on this alone, or get help from the ducal family? Asking for help. I should ask Mom. She probably knows best. It would be nice to get help. But what if they just interfere? What if information spreads and the entire plan is jeopardized? It's times like these I wish my quirk worked. If I had Kaken's quirk, stopping the bandits would be a cinch. I wouldn't have to take on 15 to 20 people with just a sword and physical strength. I'd have such an upper hand. It's not fair. Kaken has it so easy. Perfect quirk. He thought about Kaken's advantages: respect from royal guards, good meals, clean clothes, a comfortable bed, and access to palaces and treasuries. He has all the luxuries that I can only wish for now at least. Once I become the emperor, I'll have the entire empire. If I become the emperor, that is. If the assassins don't kill me before then. And if the country will even accept me as its leader. A leader with only as much power as my physical strength will allow. No superpowers. With how judgy the nobles are, they'll say that with how weak I am, I'm comparable to a lower-class peasant. Especially considering the unique yet strong quirk strength of the Emperor family that really put us in our spot. If I don't have that one thing, can I really be considered a member of the Emperor family? I know for certain Mom is my Mom and Dad is my dad. I took equally from both. But why can't I even use my quirk? The only thing I have is my presence, which basically announces that I have a powerful quirk. But if I can't use it, what's the point? Izuku unconsciously stared at Katsuki. It feels like someone is staring holes into my back. What the hell? And that is all for today's lesson. Please eat a light meal for lunch. We have training at ground beta today, and if you have a heavy meal, it may hurt. There will be time after training to eat a proper meal. We will have an esteemed guest arrive as well, so for your own sake, be well-mannered. That is all. You may all go to lunch, Aizawa stated as the bell rang. Izuku made it to the lunchroom and grabbed a light meal. I wonder who this esteemed guest is. It's someone we have to watch our manners around according to Aizawa-sensei. I constantly have to watch my manners, but I'm still allowed to speak to people however I longing because of my status. Kaken abuses that. Will it be someone I can talk to freely, or will it be someone I should really watch myself around? The only people I should be careful with are my parents, and I doubt they'd come to something so trivial like this. So, chances are I probably don't have anything to worry about. He finished off a snack bar, which was his idea of a light meal. When lunchtime ended, everyone was required to change into their hero suits, which they had designed earlier in the school year. Izuku's suit was a simple dark green, close to black, with armor that could resist an arrow shot. He had a sword holder and dagger pocket, and to finish it off, a sleek cloak. Once changed, Izuku made his way to ground beta. He couldn't see the so-called esteemed guest anywhere, and he wasn't exactly early. Aizawa waited for everyone to come out of the dressing rooms before taking roll. Okay everyone. I understand some of you may be curious about our special guest today. I ask that you remain calm, as excitement could interfere with the lesson we need to cover. If you have questions about the guest's presence, please hold them until after the explanation. This is simply a matter of etiquette. Aizawa stated. Katsuki thought to himself, who is this person that Aizawa has to say all this? It can't be that important if I'm not the guest. Let's just get this over with. It's a waste of training time. Izuku stared at the entry gate, puzzled. A bead of nervous sweat rolled down his forehead as he recognized the guards. Hey, I recognize those guards. Don't tell me. It can't be. I am here, a familiar voice announced. Izuku internally screamed, Dad? At school? For training? He wasn't even involved in Kaken's sword training. Why would he be here for this? Ugh, just kill me. A single tear streamed down his expressionless face. The class gasped. It was the Emperor himself. No way. Oh my. Whispers spread through the room as everyone processed the shock. You may be wondering why I, the Emperor, am here today. The answer is simple. I'm here to oversee your training and see if it needs any improvements. You're all future heroes, so you must be fit to protect the Empire. Now, Aizawa, please explain what they will be doing. Aizawa continued, you will all be put into pairs, labeled either as heroes or villains. The hero's job is to subdue the villains with minimal moves, and the villains will do the same. This will take place inside that building. He pointed at a tall 6-story structure. Hiding, using materials inside, and playing strategically are all allowed. You'll enter without any weapons, just you and your suits. There will be 15 minutes on the clock per round. Does everyone understand or have any questions? No one raised their hands. Aizawa had explained everything clearly, and no one wanted to appear incompetent in front of the Emperor. Good. I'll announce your pairs now. Team A, Crown Prince Midoriya and Second Prince Midoriya. Team Heroes. Team B, Todoroki and Kaminari. Team Villains. Team C, Yaoyorozu and Jair. Team Heroes. Team D, Siro and Kirishima. Team Villains. Team E, Ida and Uraraka. Team Heroes. Team F, Tsuyu and Hagakure. Team Villains. Team G, Mineta and Audrey. Team Heroes. Team H, Ashido and Aoyama. Team Villains. Team I, Sato and Tokoyami. Team Heroes. Team J, Koda and Shoji. Team Villains. Now that your teams have been announced, please find your partner. Izuku internally groaned as he walked over to his younger brother, who was visibly upset. Kaken, you follow my lead. Katsuki snapped, realizing he almost lost his composure in front of the crowd. You can't scream right now, Izuku whispered. Shut up, Dad. You're lucky we're in front of all those nobles. Can we just work together for once? Izuku sighed, glancing at their father, who was observing them closely. Stupid Deku, you'll follow my lead, and that's final. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. I may or may not use my presence to help. I don't care what you do. Your presence isn't even strong enough. It's a warning, Kaken. You. Warning me? Katsuki gritted his teeth, struggling to keep his voice down. Looking down at me? In front of all these people? You really are shameless. It's because you haven't felt my presence in years. I don't care. Now that you've all found your partners, I'll announce which teams will face off by drawing from this basket. Aizawa reached in and pulled out 2 teams. Team A versus Team D. Please make your way to your labeled starting point in the building. Izuku followed Katsuki, who took the lead despite being expected to follow. They approached the designated area for heroes and sat in wait for the starting bell. Begin, Aizawa instructed. Katsuki immediately began rummaging through nearby boxes. He found 2 safety-imbuing swords and ropes. Izuku took 1 sword and a rope as Katsuki charged ahead with his weapon. Wait, there's 1 more box, Izuku said, walking over to open it. Inside was a Quirk crystal, rare and used to amplify or absorb Quirk abilities, especially on a sword. Most imbuing swords contained traces of a special or that enabled their unique abilities. Quirk crystals, found in caves and underground, were known for enhancing quirks, though their exact formation remained a mystery. Izuku felt frustrated as he reflected, "This is useless for me. I can't even activate my quirk." In the past, his mother, Inko, had brought him various quirk crystals, but none had proven helpful. "I'll give it to Kakin," he decided, rushing out to find his brother, who was locked in a standoff with the opposing team. Kirishima acted as a formidable shield while Shiro excelled in offense. "Took you long enough, Deku," Katsuki snapped, glaring at him. Izuku handed him the quirk crystal, and Katsuki's face lit up with excitement. "Ah, hell yeah," he exclaimed, gripping his sword as he felt his quirk amplify. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku charged at them, wielding his sword with determination. Kirishima braced for impact, expecting to clash swords, but at the last moment, Izuku shifted his stance and struck Kirishima's side directly. The impact left Kirishima gasping, weakened by the blow. Shiro attempted to rush Izuku, but Katsuki intervened, taking him down swiftly. In the process, Katsuki broke his sword, unable to contain the overwhelming power surging through it. "Ha!" Katsuki grinned, discarding the broken handle. The quirk crystal had done its job, vaporizing instantly. Kirishima, overwhelmed, stumbled to the corner, while Shiro lay dazed on the ground from Katsuki's explosive attack. "That's so how do we show that we've won?" Izuku pondered aloud. "Let's drag them outside," Katsuki suggested. "I suppose that works. Let's tie them up first so we aren't called amateurs." "You're the only amateur here," Katsuki scoffed as Izuku secured their opponents. "You drag them out. I'm getting a head start," Katsuki declared, striding toward the exit. Izuku sighed, pulling the 2 defeated opponents along. "Heroes win," Aizawa announced as Izuku emerged, holding the captured villains. The class erupted in applause, having witnessed the entire fight through a special quirk. "That was amazing." "Yeah. Great job." As expected of the royal family. Izuku felt a small smile tug at his lips, grateful for the praise, though he noticed Katsuki soaking it all in. A wave of jealousy washed over him. It wasn't fair that his brother received all the recognition, especially when Izuku felt he had contributed significantly. "Show off. Can't you just let me be happy for myself for once? If it weren't for me, you'd still be stuck in that standoff," he thought, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. As the day wore on, training continued, but Izuku's accomplishments felt overshadowed by Katsuki's presence. When school ended, the familiar scenario played out. Katsuki left on the carriage they were meant to share. This time, however, Izuku had other priorities. "Do you want to sword train first or start filing nobles with kids that fit the description?" Aizawa asked, sharpening swords. "It takes an hour and a half to reach the records I mentioned. Swords training will take an hour." "I'd prefer to begin with the investigation," Izuku replied, adjusting his bag beneath his cloak. "Understood," Aizawa said, securing the sword in its case and following Izuku to the carriage that awaited them. It was Aizawa's, but they shared it since he served as Izuku's personal guard. "Please drive to the written coordinates," Izuku instructed, handing the chauffeur a note with the location. "This will take around 2 hours." Would you like a break after an hour? The chauffeur asked. I'll be fine, Izuku replied. Understood, Your Highness. As they settled into the carriage, Izuku placed his bag on the empty seat beside him. That's quite a lengthy journey. Will you take a break after an hour? Aizawa inquired. No, there's no time to waste, and I'll be fine, Izuku insisted, opening his bag to pull out a book. He enjoyed writing in his free time, finding solace in the pages. Most of his writings consisted of analyses of the heroes in the Valor sect, with at least 3 to 5 pages dedicated to each hero. He documented everything about them, even the smallest details. No one knew about the notebooks, they were just a personal hobby that Izuku pursued. He even had a section on his family. Aizawa pulled out a book of his own and began to read. The drive was long and silent, but not awkward. As they drove through the city, they could see heroes fulfilling their duties. When they arrived at the records building, the atmosphere shifted. Thousands of files. And you're going to go through all of them alone? Aizawa asked, lifting one. Not much of a choice right now. I'm lucky things are organized. There's a shelf for nobles with more than one child, sorted by age group. I'll have to go through that shelf. Are the records constantly updated? Michim. There's a group of record keepers with quirks perfect for the job, Izuku replied as he got to work. Aizawa sat beside him, assisting as they went through the files. After 5 long hours, Izuku decided to return to the palace, having gone through a total of 2,500 files with Aizawa's help. Of those, only 305 contained nobles with children who had red eyes. From that group, Izuku decided to randomly select 100 to investigate further. Izuku sighed as he walked through the corridors of the palace. The sun had set long ago, and he was finally arriving home. I need to ask Mom if I should work with people or not. She'd know best. He entered the living room and found Inko in the midst of a late tea party. He paused, realizing he had interrupted them. I apologize, I wasn't aware guests were over. My, it's the Crown Prince. How adorable! A woman who looked only a few years older than his mother exclaimed. She had spiky blonde hair and red eyes, resembling Katsuki's mother. But that wasn't the case. Izuku recognized her. Oh, Aunt Mitsuki, he smiled. Mitsuki was All Might's sister. I was worried you didn't recognize me, she joked, taking a sip of tea. Izuku, what did you need? Inko asked. I'll ask later. I apologize for intruding on your tea party. He stepped out of the room and walked away. I could catch up on studying or practice weapons. I haven't used my sword today. But it's night. I still need to ask Mom if I should work solo or in a group. This case is more difficult than I thought. I'm going to take a stroll in the garden to clear my head. Izuku made his way to the palace garden, a vast space where anyone could get lost. He enjoyed the solitude it offered. Walking along the pathways lined with flower bushes, he admired the begonias and white carnations. The crescent moon illuminated the sky, with only a few clouds scattered like stars. This is pathetic. I'm going to be the future emperor, and I can't even handle a simple task like this. How am I going to govern a large empire if I can't even do something like this? If I had a quirk, this could be so much easier. Why does Kaken get everything handed to him? It's not fair. His thoughts darkened, and a single tear streamed down his face, which he quickly wiped away. Hello? A tiny voice called from behind. Izuku froze and turned around. His eyes met those of a little girl. He wiped away the tear and faced her fully. Hi, he forced a smile. Can you help me? Of course. Are you lost in the garden? No. I need help. Izuku squinted, recognizing her. Wait, Eri? I saw your mom with Aunt Mitsuki. Do you want to go to your mom? Tears filled Eri's cherry-red eyes. No. I need help. Scary men took me. And another girl. The only way I'm talking to you is through her quirk. Izuku felt the blood drain from his face as he rushed over to her. He tried to place his hand on her shoulder, but it phased through. Eri, where are you right now? I don't know. It's dark. They have us locked up in big bird cages. I heard them say they were going to sell me. Please save me. Tears streamed down her face as she began to fade away. Eri? Panic surged through Izuku as he realized the urgency of the situation. I can't afford to wait any longer. I'm worried that if she gets sold, I won't be able to find her easily. How is Aunt Mitsuki able to stay so calm? Or does she not know? Eri was someone he met when she was just born 7 years ago. Meeting his cousin for the first time as an 8-year-old was a core memory. Who are you talking to? A voice thundered from behind. Izuku turned to find his father standing by the white carnations 10 feet away. Izuku sighed. Eri. Or so I thought. Eri? She's been missing since earlier this week. It's impossible for you to have been speaking to her. That she told me through someone's Quirk that she was contacting me. Why you of all people? Why not her mother? She was lost in the garden. That I see. All Might glanced at the crescent moon. He sighed as he watched his son stand up. The moon looks good tonight. That I see it does, Izuku awkwardly replied, confused about where the conversation was going. All Might forced out a sigh. Izuku, He was cut off when Inko joined them in the garden. What's going on? She stood near the begonias, enjoying their lovely scent. Nothing. Izuku was talking about seeing his cousin who went missing a week ago. Don't call him crazy. Izuku, can you explain further? She signaled for All Might to leave with a wave of her hand. I was taking a stroll through the garden when Eri called out to me. He paused as Inko placed a begonia in his green fluffy hair with a smile. Yes. And she told me to help her. She said she had been talking to me through someone else's Quirk, and they were both captured in a large birdcage. She cried before disappearing. Izuku replied. Well, I don't doubt you. I didn't inform you that Eri had been missing, nor was there a file amongst the ones I gave you. For you to randomly say this wouldn't make sense. Did she give you any other clues? No. The only thing she made me realize is that I really have to hurry. Well, that is true. Mother, I really need to ask a question. Ask away. Should I ask for help and work with people on this investigation? There's a lot of information I need to sort through and working with people isn't a good idea. I assigned this task because it shouldn't be difficult for someone who's going to be the future emperor. This type of task is trivial compared to what you'll have to handle in the future. This case is also private, and only a select few know about it. The more people you involve, the higher the chance of failure. Inko said as she added more begonias to his hair. All right, thanks. Izuku said weakly as he yawned. You should head to your room and get some sleep. You came in late today. I was searching through the files. It took a long time. I understand, don't worry. In the future, doing this will be as easy as swinging a sword. It's all about training. You got this, Izuku. She smiled brightly as she finished off a bushel of begonia flowers in his hair. Izuku half smiled back at her. All right, I'll head back inside first. He walked off, but before he could exit the pathway, Inko stopped him. I heard Mr. Aizawa became your personal guard. He paused and turned to face her from 15 feet away. Yes, he offered to become mine after noticing no one was assigned to me. It's not an issue, right? Of course it isn't. I just wanted to confirm it with you, she replied, twirling a flower in her hand. All right. Good night, Mom. He waved his hand and exited the garden. After a long walk to his room, he was finally able to change and lay in bed. The only thing he had gained from the walk was more stress, but it wasn't an issue. He had even more motivation to take down the bandits. Izuku woke up from a perfect night's sleep. It was the best sleep he had received in a long time, which felt strange. When he swiveled his body to get out of bed, he found a bouquet beside him. It was a combination of lavender and forget-meats. He couldn't figure out who sent them or how they even got there. There wasn't even a note on the bouquet, no indication of a sender. He ignored it as it wasn't the first time he had received flowers at random, it was just the first time he found them beside him in bed. He placed the bouquet by his windowsill and got dressed for the day. It was quite early in the morning. He wouldn't have to arrive at the institute for another 2 hours, which meant he only had an hour to do what he needed to do. So, Izuku quickly got ready and headed out to begin an early investigation. Aizawa was, of course, with him. What are you writing? Aizawa asked, noticing how puzzled Izuku looked. I'm writing down notes on this area and the typical habits of the people. There's a red-eyed child diagonal from me, 20 feet away. They haven't been kidnapped yet, which is perfect. I'm also trying to see if I can find any possible SLV markets in the area, Izuku replied from beneath his hood. I see. But how are you going to pick up on people's habits from just a glance at what they're currently doing for just a day? I'm writing down predictions. I'll continue with them until I've figured out their solid habits. However, I hope to have already found the SLV market and bandits before then. Writing down what I'm predicting might help in the future. You never know who amongst this crowd might be a villain, Izuku replied. They were investigating quite close to the institute. On foot, it was a 30-minute walk. Good point. After surveying the area, they continued on the carriage all the way to UA. Okay, class. It's time we elect a class ruler. Let me explain what the class ruler's duties are and what requirements must be met in order to become one. You have to be mature. The ruler must know when to take action and stay calm during critical times. Good grades. Someone trustworthy. The ruler will be given tasks to handle, sometimes extending into after-school activities. You do not have to be royalty. You must report everything back to me at the end of the day when given a task. That is all. Now, if you want to be the ruler, raise your hand, Aizawa stated. Izuku glanced around the room. Many people had their hands up, including his brother. Personally, he already had too many tasks at hand to consider taking on another. Looks like we'll have to settle this with a voting system. Everyone pull out a note card and writing utensils. I will be tallying the votes. You aren't allowed to vote for yourself, and I can figure out if you do. Write down who you think would be best suited for the position and put it in this box. After 10 minutes, I'll total it up. Aizawa sighed. They all pulled out a note card and wrote their names on the back to prevent cheating. They cast their votes and handed them to Aizawa, who then tallied them up and shredded the papers to keep it permanently anonymous. A tie. He internally groaned as he glanced at Katsuki and Izuku, who had tied. How will we settle this? Izuku personally didn't want the position, but he couldn't admit that in front of the class due to social standards of him being the crown prince. Katsuki raised his hand, a devious grin forming at the edges of his lips. A sword battle. Whoever's stronger gets to keep the position. Aizawa glanced at Izuku. Does that sound fine to you? He sighed. Yes. All right then. We'll settle this in the courtyard. They all walked to the courtyard, where Izuku and Katsuki weren't supplied with swords, as they both already had their own. Is it really safe to spar with swords? Especially with how strong they both are. Yaoyorozu whispered from the back. I agree. Isn't this dangerous? Safety rules are applied here for those who are worried. Aizawa paused as he glanced back at those who had concerns. Rule #no bloodshed allowed on either end. You cannot imbue your sword with all your strength. This is about subduing the other in the least amount of time. There will only be one round. Any questions? Aizawa asked. Izuku raised his hand. Yes, Your Highness? Are we allowed to use our presences? Yes, as it's part of the quirk portion of the rules. Just don't go too far. Izuku nodded as he clutched his sword and glanced at Katsuki, who had been staring him down with a menacing grin. The class stepped back and circled around the two from a safe distance, watching from over 35 feet away. Kaken thinks he's all that. I don't want to be class ruler. But I don't feel like losing to him. I won't lose to him, no matter what. Begin, Aizawa shouted. Katsuki immediately charged, wasting no time. Izuku blocked his attack with the drawing of his blade. The two locked swords as Katsuki released his quirk at him. Izuku wasn't fazed as he grit his teeth and shoved him back with his sword. I'll destroy you. Katsuki screamed as he released some of his presence, charging straight ahead. However, in comparison to Izuku's, it was like a droplet of water in the vast ocean. Izuku released his presence, not all of it, just enough to overpower Katsuki's and stop him. Katsuki was halted in his tracks, falling to the ground as if a wave had crashed upon him. The sudden release also affected the class, who had been standing so far back. They were surprised by its strength. Katsuki could hardly stand, especially being in close proximity to Izuku. 1. Aizawa began. If he didn't get up in 3 seconds, it would be over. 2. Izuku walked up to Katsuki, who had been grounded, practically squashing him. 3. Izuku held his blade at Katsuki's neck, solidifying his win by showing how easily he had subdued him. His Majesty the Crown Prince has beaten the second prince. He will take over as ruler of the class, Aizawa announced smugly. Izuku hid his presence as he put his sword away. Katsuki let out a frustrated breath as he stood up, utterly angered. He could feel a vein pop out of his skull as he struggled to hold back against fighting Izuku. Whoa, that was awesome. He didn't even have to do that much. One move and it was over. I guess that just shows the power difference. I wonder what his quirk is. All he did was release his presence, and it grounded the second prince and made it difficult for us to breathe. It must be powerful. Yeah. Wait, that being said, what is his quirk? We haven't really gotten to see it being used. I mean, it is only the first week. We haven't even reached 4 days. Katsuki grinned, finally finding a way to confront Izuku without damaging his own reputation. You all want to know what his quirk is? He shouted. Izuku felt his heart stop as he froze in his tracks, slowly turning to look at Katsuki, who was grinning menacingly, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Yeah. What is it? Someone called out. Why don't you tell them, Deku? They're curious. All eyes landed on Izuku, and he felt a nervous sweat trickle down his back, a wave of anger building within him. Oh, can't tell them? Let me. Katsuki stood up, dusting himself off as he put his sword away. His quirk? What quirk? He doesn't have one, at least not one he can use. Because of his weak body, his quirk remains dormant. To put it simply, he's basically quirkless. Katsuki laughed, and a subtle gasp spread through the class as Izuku stared at him, mortified. His mouth hung open, heat rising from embarrassment and anger. But his presence, it's too strong for him not to be able to use his quirk. Your Majesty, no offense, but how come you lost? Todoroki accidentally blurted out. Realizing the trouble he had caused, he fell silent as Katsuki turned red with anger, explosions popping off his palm. Icy hot, I'll kill you, he screamed, charging at Todoroki. Stop. Izuku released his presence once again, halting Katsuki in his tracks. He fell to the ground hard. This time, Izuku's presence was much stronger. I'll kill you. Katsuki was cut off as his eyes widened in shock. Your Majesty, please calm down, Aizawa said, attempting to approach Katsuki, but Izuku's presence was too strong to pass through. Your Highness, please conceal your presence. The issue has already been dealt with. Izuku sighed, reabsorbing his presence and continuing to walk away. I should kill him. No, I shouldn't. But I should. But no. But yes. I wish I could. Izuku thought to himself, feeling his eyes sting with anger. Now the entire class knew his secret, and even though Todoroki had stood up for him, it didn't change the fact that people were aware. Your Highness, are you okay? Aizawa asked as he helped Katsuki up. Shut up, I'm fine, Katsuki hissed, brushing off Aizawa's hand as he stood. The class watched in awkward silence as Izuku slipped away to cool off. Luckily, the bell rang, signaling lunch. Izuku walked to the cafeteria and grabbed his meal. It won't be long until the entire school knows the truth. And once they know, the capital will too. This is so frustrating. If it weren't for Kaken deciding to be such a scumbag, no one would have to know about my quirk situation. But it's too late now. He began to eat his lunch, anticipating being seated alone. However, the same group from the previous day still sat with him. Izuku didn't understand why they were there. It didn't make sense. Lunch was unbearably silent, with no one speaking for the first 30 minutes. It was awkward, all because of Katsuki's earlier outburst. Just as the lunch PRD was about to continue in silence, an announcement interrupted. Attention all students. There has been a security breach. Please remain calm and exit the building immediately. Repeat, attention all students. There has been a security breach. Please remain calm and exit the building immediately. Izuku stood up, panicked. Really? Isn't this supposed to be the second most secure place in the Empire? Looks like we need to upgrade security. He walked out with the crowd, glancing out the large window. For a security breach, there seemed to be no actual threats, just annoying reporters who had somehow crossed the gates that were supposed to be Quirk-sealed. As he forced his way outside, he found Aizawa with another staff member who looked startled. "What is going on?" Izuku asked, surprising them. "Your Highness," the yellow-haired man jolted. "It's nothing serious. I apologize for not being able to adequately deal with these trespassers in time." Aizawa sighed. "They managed to breach court-guarded security and guards. Aizawa-sensei, don't you think that's a little strange for mere news reporters? They don't have the power to do it. They all come from low-ranking noble families, so we know their quirks couldn't be the cause. Something is off." Aizawa's eyes widened. Izuku was right. "Your ma." Izuku stepped up and glanced at the nearest reporter. "You." He pointed at them, and they looked startled, realizing the Crown Prince was speaking to them. "Yes, Your Highness," they gulped. "How did you bypass security?" "Bypass security? I apologize, Your Highness, but we were told we could get an interview with some of the students here by a man in a cloak. He helped us in and left shortly after." "A man in a cloak? I need a better description." "I couldn't see much, but he had light blue hair. Also a scar on his lip." "And he supposedly just left after telling you that you could bypass security for no good reason?" Izuku stared, a bit dumbstruck. "Don't we really wanted an interview? Which direction did he leave?" They pointed towards the institution, inside. "He went inside?" They slowly nodded their heads. Panic struck Izuku. He knew of only two good reasons someone could cook up a scheme like this. He bolted. "Sorry for the jolt you'll feel," he shouted as he sped inside through the front door. "Whoever this is can only be here for one of two reasons, either to assassinate me or Kaken, or to steal valuable information from the principal's office and records room. If Kaken dies, it'll be the end of my life as I know it. Dad favors him, so I imagine my treatment will only worsen after he dies. So I can't let that happen. He should be able to defend himself with how many guards and training he has. Am I the target? I'm the Crown Prince. I have a higher chance, and it could easily be one of the assassins that Dad sends. But Dad wouldn't ever put the entire institution at risk. It looks bad on him. Seeing as how I haven't been attacked yet, my assumption is that the records room and principal's office are being targeted." Izuku slammed the principal's door wide open and locked eyes with a cloaked figure. He had dark red eyes and fit the description previously given by the news reporter. "Hey!" Izuku immediately released his presence, making the figure drop the file he had in hand. However, before Izuku could even try anything, the cloaked man was enveloped in purple smoke and vanished. Izuku concealed his presence and frowned. He grabbed the file dropped on the floor. It was his and Katsuki's file. He clenched his jaw as he held onto it tightly and ran back outside to Aizawa. The news reporters had already been ushered out by the time Izuku arrived. "Your Highness, what's wrong? What's the paper in your hand? Is everything okay?" Present Mike asked with concern. "No. The news reporters were a distraction. I found the cloaked figure they described. He had been holding this file, but he dropped it when I released my presence. Then he escaped through a portal, a quirk." Izuku sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Was he holding the file you have in hand right now?" Aizawa asked. Izuku nodded. "It's a file about Kaken and me. So whoever this was is targeting the Imperial family. Obviously. How would you like us to handle the situation, Your Highness?" Aizawa inquired. "Don't let the general public know about this. They'll obviously ask questions, so I'm requesting you come up with an excuse. Secondly, report the situation to the Royal Duke and my father. They're the ones in charge of handling this. Also, since the protective barrier around the school was taken down, unless another one can safely be put up now, send everyone home. Anyone with a strong enough quirk can bypass the guards we have placed around, so it's not safe." Izuku replied, while Present Mike admired him in the background, looking very professional. The Quirk barrier was put up by His Royal Highness the Emperor with the power bestowed upon him. We definitely won't be able to get one up right now. I will execute your plan as you see fit. I will go to the principal and inform him of your command, Present Mike stated as he waved his hand and walked away. Aizawa glanced at Izuku. Do you think it's one of the assassins sent against you? He asked. Izuku shook his head. No, Kaken was also a target today, which is hardly ever the case. This might actually be a real threat from the neighboring kingdom. I'll confirm it once I arrive home. I have a speculation that seems likely. If you do find your speculation to be true, what shall you do? Inform my mother so she can properly inform my father. Understood. Carriages quickly arrived for the noble families that had to leave the school. The houses were informed through an emergency messaging system via Quirk. Surprisingly, even Izuku was sent his own personal carriage. Aizawa had to stay behind on the scene as Izuku returned to the Imperial Palace to inform his mother about what happened. While he was strong enough to handle assassins on his own, this was the neighboring enemy targeting them. Izuku had to play it safe. Izuku, what's going on? Inko asked as she watched both her sons walk into the palace. It was way too early for them to be home. There was an attack at school today. Someone broke in targeting Kaken and me. However, not directly. He went to the principal's office and tried to steal files, but I caught him before that was possible, Izuku replied. Katsuki walked off in search of his father to properly inform him. Do you know what he looked like? Inko asked. Yes, and based on the description, I have an idea of who it is. He has light blue hair, 2 scars, one on his eye and one on his lip. His face is covered in eczema, and his eyes are red. Based on this description, I think we both know who it is. Izuku paused as he stared at his mother, who looked a bit surprised. The crown prince of the enemy country. Tamura Shigaraki, they said in unison. How could they send the crown prince into direct enemy territory? Especially without knowing our strengths, they were really gambling there, Inko stated in dismay. No, they had backup. Before I could subdue him, a warp gate came and took him, Izuku explained. So that's why you haven't captured him. How was he able to break through the quirk barrier set by your father? Inko asked. I assume it's his quirk, decay. It can disintegrate anything he touches, and the barrier is touchable. That would make sense. Please inform father of the situation. Kaken doesn't know everything in full detail as he wouldn't allow me to explain, Izuku sighed. I will. Since you're out of school already, could you inform the royal ducal family as well? And remember, your cousin is still among those missing. Understood, I won't waste time. He left the palace and returned to the carriage that had yet to be returned to its stand. Please take me to the royal ducal family, Izuku instructed. The chauffeur complied and drove him right away. Upon arrival, he walked to Endeavor's office. As a child, he had visited frequently. Guards didn't question him when he came to visit. Being royalty gave him the authority to go anywhere he wanted. Izuku knocked on the door, maintaining his manners. Come in, Endeavor said. Izuku walked in, and Endeavor looked up from his papers. Greetings, Your Highness. What brings you to my office? He asked, his tone slightly cold. Mother wanted me to personally inform you that UA was attacked today. The crown prince of the enemy kingdom attempted to steal information on the Emperor family. Your presence is requested at UA. It was attacked. But the quirk barrier. Oh, if it's Shigaraki. Why hasn't Shoto come home yet? Endeavor asked, concern creeping into his voice. I wouldn't know. It shouldn't be an attack that's holding him up, Shigaraki ran at a moment's notice. It appears there's carriage traffic. Whatever. I'll leave now. I assume His Majesty has already departed to the location? Endeavor asked. He should have. Good. Endeavor stood up. I'll take my leave. He walked out, leaving Izuku behind. Couldn't the Empress just have sent a messenger? Why send the Crown Prince himself? Endeavor thought as he brushed it off. Izuku left the ducal estate and continued his own investigation. He walked through the streets with his hood pulled up, considering a few potential victims. I have to check on all of them to see if any have been kidnapped. If any have, I should be able to find them now. He stopped by a spot he had visited earlier in the day. Kid number 6 is missing, and so is the owner of the herb shop. Strange. Hello, miss, he called out to an elderly woman. Yes, dear, she replied, not recognizing him. The herb store owner, did you see where he went? He left his stand? Strange. He never leaves his post. I'm sorry, dear, I don't know where he's gone. It's fine, thanks for the help. So a kid who shouldn't be missing is missing, and so is the owner of an herb store. Something's suspicious. He walked back into the herb store and searched for clues. Scratches on the bottom edge of this counter, as if someone had been holding on for dear life. While being dragged away, he walked to the cash register and found a drawer. Inside, he discovered a small notebook. Black market locations. So many. All around the empire. With this notebook, I won't have to take them all down myself. That's Endeavor's job. I'm just in charge of gathering as much intel as possible. Suddenly, he heard a noise. What's that noise? Izuku thought as it grew louder. He crept toward a wall. There's something behind. No, below this wall. It sounds like child cries. I need to get to them. He looked around for a lever and quickly found one. He pulled it, and the floor beside him opened up, revealing a staircase. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead as he held his sword close and descended. At the bottom, he found another lever that closed off the stairs. He shut it temporarily and ventured down the dark halls, lit only by candles. The crying grew louder as he turned a corner. He found a gated room inside which were 6 children, all looking to be under the age of 8, and they all had red eyes. The missing kids. 6 of them. From the neighborhood above. He gasped, startling the children who hadn't noticed him. One of the girls screamed and ran to the farthest corner, terrified. Izuku pulled down his hoodie. Wait, I'm not the bad guy. I'm here to save you all. Their eyes widened. They recognized him immediately. He was well known throughout the empire. His clothes signified his status as the crown prince. Why, your Highness? One of the children exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Can you all take a step back for me? They backed up as far as they could while Izuku drew his sword and broke through the iron gate that had kept the kids captive. We can talk later. For now, please follow me. The children followed Izuku closely, holding hands, with one fortunate child being the second car, and holding Izuku's hand. He guided them through the dim halls until they reached the staircase. Pulling a lever, they emerged back to the ground surface. He pulled his hoodie up. We're going to exit through the back. From there, I'm going to get you all help. In the better light, he noticed the wounds on their small bodies. His eyes caught a bag one of the kids held. What's in the bag? He asked. The child innocently pulled out 7 black cloaks with hoods, small but still too big for them. T the man gave this to us. He said W when he comes back to P put it on. Did I see? It's to keep his and your identities hidden. Could you all put them on? It'll help if no one recognizes you as I take you to the Imperial Palace. W are going to the Imperial Palace? One of them asked, excitement in their voice. Izuku nodded. My carriage is nearby. There's enough space for all of you. I'm going to see you there, and from there, I need you to trust the chauffeur. I'm going to catch the person who kidnapped you. So could you help me out? What did he look like? As they exited into the alleyway, the children described the kidnapper. He has a large red beard, creepy white eyes. He has a scar on his nose. He's almost bald except for some black fuzz. He has really big ears. He's the herb shop owner. Thank you so much. This will help greatly. Now quickly, follow me, Izuku whispered as he guided them through a series of alleyways. He found his carriage parked, the chauffeur looking bored. Izuku opened the door and helped the kids inside, surprising the chauffeur who hadn't seen it coming. Quickly, take this carriage to the royal ducal household. Please request the maids to give them first aid treatment. Also, bring back at least one other carriage. No questions asked. Come back as soon as you've dropped them off, Izuku instructed. The chauffeur, confused but compliant, drove off immediately. Izuku ran back to the herb shop, hiding in the back alleyway with the door slightly open to listen for anyone coming in. This is perfect. I've managed to save 6. Now the 7th will be coming along any time now with the shop owner. I can subdue him and take him in for questioning. Perfect. Now the plan is finally rolling. As he waited, he could hear the townspeople going about their lives, blissfully unaware of the bandits stealing children. Izuku felt a twinge of jealousy. He wished he could feel that kind of peace. But as someone of royalty, that was something he could never have. Suddenly, muffled child cries and a grown man's grumbling reached his ears. It was time for Izuku to act. He waited until the herb shop owner walked down the stairs, expecting to corner him. To his surprise, the bandit didn't come alone. He brought 2 others who were dragging in more children. Ha, even better, Izuku grinned as he watched them go down the stairs and shut the lever behind them. Izuku pulled out his sword and prepared to reveal himself as he pulled the outside lever and walked down the stairs. Who goes there? One of the bandits shouted, shoving a child behind him. Izuku, still cloaked, stepped forward. Hello there. Who the hell are you? What are you doing here? Once you find out who I am, will you really be okay? I'll kill you. One of the bandits charged at Izuku, thinking brute strength would win. Wow. Insulting me? I guess that's another crime, he sneered, releasing his presence. The bandit fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the force. Who are you? Izuku drew his sword and pulled down his hoodie. The Crown Prince. Now, not only will you be stuck in a dungeon, but before that, you'll be punished for insulting someone of the imperial family. I can decide whatever punishment you receive. How? Silence. Now, send the kids to me before things get bloody. You can't do anything as long as we have these kids. You wouldn't dare harm one of them. The bandits used the children as shields, drawing their own swords and holding them to the children's necks. Izuku sighed. And to think I was considering alleviating the punishments if you just cooperated. Anyway. He released his presence further, and soon everyone fell to the ground. The kids were suffocating under the pressure, but it wouldn't kill them. Izuku walked up to them and scooped them up. Sorry about the pressure, bear with it for a moment while I get you out of here, he smiled as he sent them back up the stairs. Tears streamed down their bruised faces as they struggled to move. Izuku turned back to face the bandits. Now I have a deal. He held his sword to one of their necks. We won't one of the bandits started, but Izuku interrupted. What is it? If you expose the locations of the other bandits and black market locations, you won't go to any dungeon. As if we'd fall for that. We weren't born yesterday. So you'd rather go through some torture until you tell me? And no. Then tell me. Before I slice off your nose. I've been itching to use my blade recently, I even freshly sharpened it. Izuku hissed as he poked the bandit's nose until blood began to seep from the small open wound. I'll tell you, please leave my nose alone. Good. Then we can continue this conversation elsewhere. Come along. Izuku pulled out chains and cuffs, securing their hands and feet and dragging them out like they were dogs. He released his presence to help the kids make it to the carriage. He placed the kids in a nice carriage made for him and dragged the bandits to a less impressive one. He had to sit with them to ensure they didn't pull any tricks, which also provided a chance for interrogation. Well then, let's get started. Tell me everything you know. If you don't, you pay the price with your lives. They began to sweat nervously as Izuku's gaze shifted to his sword. I'll start with you. He pointed at the herb shop owner. No. I will slice off your limbs. I kidnap kids because my superior tells me to. Who is your superior? That he's someone from the neighboring country. Name. Keikai Shichisaki. Why does he want these kids? And why so many? Do all of them go to him? No. Most get sold after he finds no use for them. He experiments on them. Are any of the previously kidnapped kids in this country? And no. Izuku grew outraged. His younger cousin was in the enemy country, either being experimented on or hurt in some way. What other bandits are involved? I don't want to. Izuku raised his sword, ready to cut off a limb. They're scattered around the empire. How many of you are there? 20. You'll tell me where they all are. We have a me. Are you seriously telling him? Are you trying to get us killed? One of the other bandits screamed. But... Silence. Don't interfere, continue, Izuku hissed. Aye. The bandit froze, unsure of what to do. Izuku aimed the sword straight for his leg. 1. His countdown was cut off. Aya, this sucks. It's not fair. We're just poor workers. You have a strong quirk and status, so you never have to deal with our hardships. You should die. The third bandit screamed as he activated his quirk, causing plants to sprout from his hands and cover his body. That doesn't justify your... Izuku was cut off when the carriage was attacked. 5 other bandits appeared, demolishing the carriage in an instant with their swords as they surrounded Izuku. How trivial, Izuku hissed as he released his presence. There were many bystanders, so he had to finish his job quickly. The 5 other bandits fell to the ground alongside the 3 still chained up. So 8 here. That means 12 of you remain. TSK. Izuku raised a brow, a question lingering in his mind. How did you locate us? The carriage was any generic carriage for a reason. He walked up to one of the new bandits and held his sword to their neck. As if I'd ever tell you, one of them forced out. Tell me no. Izuku was cut off when the same purple smoke enveloped all 8 members. His eyes widened as they quickly vanished from the scene, leaving him in utter shock. The same smoke. The enemy country is starting to make too many moves for comfort. I'll have to discuss this issue with Mother. He glanced around, put his sword away, and walked off in disappointed anger. He was lucky to have been wearing his cloak over his head, though it didn't really help protect his identity. Everyone around could see the Emperor family emblem on his sword. He took the carriage and went to the ducal house, where he had sent the kids. He arrived quickly and found the kids with Shoto, who was staring at them in confusion. Did Father invite you all? I don't think he would. Where did you come from? He mumbled to the kids. Izuku walked over to them. I apologize about that. Is your father here? Yes, he came back earlier after he finished his duties at UA. Did my father come with him? The Emperor stopped by momentarily to chat with Father and then left. I assume he returned to the Emperor Palace. Good, that means I can assume UA has its border back. Now, where is your father? His office, per usual. Thanks, don't question why the kids are here. He waved his hand, signaling for the kids to follow him. Shoto stood there confused and walked away. Duke Endeavor, Midoriya announced as he walked in through the doors, making quite the entrance as the kids entered with him. Again, Endeavor whispered under his breath as he lifted his head. Yes, Your Highness, he said through gritted teeth. His eyes widened as he noticed the children with him, all fitting the description of the case he was investigating. I have a slight lead on the bandits. I managed to save these kids before they were taken to the enemy country. Hold on. The enemy country? Weren't they just being sold around our empire? No. Heir, do you want to have a momentary meeting so I can explain the situation in full detail? Endeavor pinched the bridge of his nose. Work was piling up. However, Izuku had progressed further in the investigation than anyone else, so he had to listen. Yes, please sit down. And you, children, may rest in the room right across this one. Endeavor pointed to the door past the entrance. The children quickly shuffled out to rest, and Izuku sat down after shutting the door. Explain everything. Izuku then detailed everything that had happened and how much information he had gathered from the bandits, surprising Endeavor with his progress. Your Highness, respectfully, if the enemy country is involved in this case, I must ask you to stop investigating and inform your father. As of now, you are only the Crown Prince. Putting yourself at such high risk in the enemy country for a case that isn't your responsibility is reckless and dangerous for the Empire. Who assigned you to this case? Endeavor asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Mother, the Empress. She said this experience would be necessary. I don't want to contradict the Empress, but I assure you this case isn't something the Emperor family should be directly involved in. My younger cousin was among those kidnapped. Still, this is not a case for the Emperor family to handle personally. Please let me take over from here. I suppose I could if you are certain there is no reason for you to be involved. I wouldn't want to take your work from you. Izuku sighed. Thank you. Now UA is secure. I've implemented extra guards, and the Emperor reset the barrier that was originally in place. There shouldn't be any issues moving forward. I understand. The quick meeting concluded, but Izuku still had one question lingering. Why was I assigned this case if it wasn't my job to begin with? He shook it off and went to bed. The next day at school proceeded as usual, and surprisingly, the rest of the week followed suit. However, everything changed when Wednesday arrived. Class 1A was taken to the USJ for rescue training, a requirement for those in the Valor sect. There, they learned everything from using certain herbs for treatment to rescuing people in danger. Everyone was dressed in their hero outfits, ready for training. Hello. I am Pro Hero 13, and I will be assisting with your rescue training today. As you can see, there are many setups for us to use. We'll start with the basics of using herbs for treatment, so please follow me. 13 said with a bright smile, though it wasn't visible. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. A strong presence filled the air, making it difficult to bear. Highness, is that your doing? Kaminari forced out, struggling to stay upright. Izuku glanced around. He wasn't having trouble standing. He shook his head. Then, who? Kaminari was cut off when Izuku quickly flicked his sword out, stopping an arrow shot straight at him. His eyes widened as he looked down behind the platform where Aizawa had his back turned. There stood the enemy country's people. Aizawa and 13 whipped their heads around, struggling to maintain their stance as the presence intensified. There stood the Crown Prince, Tamura Shigaraki, wearing a menacing grin alongside the bandits Izuku had encountered the week before and a strange smoky figure. A muscular figure with a bird-like beak and an exposed brain was also present. Aizawa immediately ran to Izuku's side, sword drawn in defense. Your Highness, please escape with your brother immediately, he urged, struggling to remain steady. Izuku tried to follow the instructions, but the smoky figure enveloped the entire class and teachers like a dome. Should I release my presence? It might help. But then Aizawa wouldn't be able to do anything. And neither would anyone else. Tamura Shigaraki has a strong presence too, so it's unlikely he would struggle even if I released mine. What do I do? Izuku thought in sheer panic as he searched for a way to escape. State your business with us. Aizawa shouted, sword pointed at the intruders. Hello. I'm Kurojiri with the League. I am Crown Prince Shigaraki's personal assistant. I am here to ensure none of you escape, he stated bluntly. Everyone, get behind me. 13 shouted. Everyone quickly moved as 13 activated her quirk, creating a black hole that began to SCK in Kurojiri, demonstrating the power of her ability. Interfering? How interesting. He opened a warp gate right behind 13, reversing the quirk back and causing immense pain. If it continued, 13 could be in serious danger. Let's make this quick. His Majesty hates wasting time. You, smoke billowed from Kurojiri's figure as he pointed at Izuku, come with me. Izuku stared, dumbstruck, as Aizawa quickly slashed at the smoke. The sword phased right through, dealing no damage at all. Huh? The smoke rushed at Izuku. He tried to cut it as well, but it simply passed through. Hey! Izuku shouted, but it was no use. He glanced at Katsuki, who was wide-eyed and terrified before. He vanished. The class gasped as everything clicked into place. The enemy was there to take Izuku, the Crown Prince. It was likely an assassination attempt. The Crown Prince. What do we do? This is horrible. With Izuku's disappearance, the smoky figure and Crown Prince Shigaraki vanished as well. He was merely there for show, surprising everyone with how little had been done yet how much had happened. The kidnapping of the Crown Prince alarmed the entire empire, prompting emergency action. All Might, the Emperor, had to make an urgent announcement to calm the situation before addressing it himself. The enemy kingdom sent their own Crown Prince and guards to kidnap my son, this empire's Crown Prince. Rest assured I will bring him back. However, we will not let this slide. After we rescue the Crown Prince, we will attack and conquer their land. We will expand our territory. Peace will not exist until they are eradicated. I promise, as Emperor, I will not let anyone down. That this isn't good, Izuku thought to himself as he looked around. He was in a dungeon cellar, alone, with a light brightening the room. His hands were bound by chains bolted to a cement wall. He didn't know how they had managed to transport him there, but he figured it had something to do with the warp gate. Considering I still have the ability to release my presence, I guess they didn't have quirk cancelers. But how would they know I can't use my quirk? Or did they just not have time to put them on me yet? They had time to take my sword and cloak. He shook his head as suddenly the Crown Prince and Kurogiri appeared at the cell door. I didn't expect kidnapping you to be so easy, Shigaraki laughed, his voice dry and raspy. He had slight eczema on his face, and it was clear he was receiving treatment for it. His long, grayish-blue hair framed his crimson-red eyes, which held 2 scars, one on his eye and one on his lip. He was dressed in formal wear, as if he had an event to attend after his task. What do you want? Izuku hissed, threatening to release his presence. You better watch your mouth before I have your tongue cut off, Shigaraki snapped back as Kurogiri unlocked the cellar door, allowing him to walk in. Midoriya tensed up. This could be the end of his life as he knew it. A crown prince? Your clothes are of commoner material. Not even a low-ranking noble would wear that fabric. Same with your sword, so fragile and chipped. Pathetic. Did the Empire's wealth really fall? To see a crown prince not dressed in the finest material must mean something about the economy. Conquering will be easier than I thought. He sneered, finishing his examination. Midoriya stayed silent. As much as he'd love to retort, he knew he was at a disadvantage. Allowing him to be deceived like this would be the better choice. Let him think the Empire is weak so when he tries, we can eliminate him right then and there. Izuku scowled in response. Father requests to see you. If you dare try to attack me, I'll kill you on the spot. Midoriya, aware of the danger, allowed himself to be skirted away to meet the enemy king. Well, he's oddly compliant, Kurogiri and Tamura thought as they entered the throne room, where the king awaited with a devious grin. Tamura shoved Izuku, making him fall hard onto his face, his hands chained behind his back. Well, looks like the pathetic crown prince was finally captured. I didn't anticipate it to be so easy. He sneered, looking down at Izuku. Izuku remained silent, staring back defiantly. Wow. No remarks? Nothing? It's almost as if you've given up. We've barely started, and you've decided to throw in the towel. I wonder what shall happen after you're done here. Still, Izuku didn't reply. He didn't want to say anything that could get him killed. I suppose since you aren't saying anything, you won't mind the torture we'll be putting you through. Izuku's eyes widened as he kept them pinned to the floor, feeling a chill run down his spine. He didn't want to imagine what awaited him, but his mind raced to dark corners. Still no comment? Tamura, throw him in the beast's domain. After an hour, you may bring him back and put him back in his dungeon room. If he survives, that is. Izuku sat there defeated. He felt utterly powerless. His hands were bound, swords pointed at him in all directions, and he was in enemy territory without a single weapon. He was trapped. Okay, Tamura ordered Kurogiri to drag him as they walked toward a place labeled Beast's Domain. Izuku was pulled outside and placed before a large gate. Inside was decent greenery, almost like a small forest, but it was all gated. There was no escape. Good luck surviving this, Tamura sneered as Kurogiri pushed him inside, still chained up. Izuku was transported through a warp gate, the door never opening behind him. What the hell do I do? He screamed internally as he looked around, feeling menacing eyes all around him. Goosebumps crept up his arms as he quickly stood up. It was a struggle, but it was a matter of life and death. He heard low snarling from a darkened spot among the trees. His heart dropped, and he began to run, knowing it wasn't the best decision but unwilling to stand there helplessly. Then it began. A creature, a chimera with the body of a lion, snake, and goat, charged at him. The lion's head bit at Izuku, but he was lucky. His chains were the first to be bitten. They broke off, and he finally had his hands free. The chimera wasn't done, though. It charged at him again, aiming for his head. Izuku dropped and rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding the attack. His eyes caught a large branch lying by a bush. He grabbed it. It was larger than a sword but of similar weight, making it moderately difficult to swing. As the chimera charged again, Izuku launched the branch straight into its mouth, lodging it in its throat. He knew it likely wouldn't kill the creature, but it would buy him some time. He ran as far as he could and climbed a tree, thinking he had lost the chimera. But that was the least of his worries. An anaconda was in the tree. Before he could think, the snake lunged at him, hoping to coil around him. Izuku jumped and grabbed onto a branch a decent distance away. But the anaconda was relentless. He swung himself up and stood on the branch, which wasn't very stable. He quickly hopped to another branch, knowing that once the anaconda reached him, the branch would snap. The snake moved fast, and Izuku didn't know how he would escape, especially since it had only been a few minutes since he had been placed there. He had to endure for another hour. Izuku kept running, his stamina keeping him going. But then he lost his footing on some wet moss, slipping and hitting his ribs hard against the branch below. He heard the crack as he screamed and landed hard on his stomach on another branch. The anaconda inched closer, and Izuku tried to run, but the blow to his ribs made it difficult. He thought it was over for him when suddenly, a phoenix appeared. The anaconda was incinerated for getting too close to the nest, but Izuku was just as close. The phoenix quickly noticed him and aimed to burn him. He slid off the branch and landed hard on the ground, rolling to the side to dodge the flames. He didn't manage to avoid them entirely, a bit of his shoulder was burned. But he had no time to complain. He quickly stood up and ran as the phoenix chased him, burning everything in its path. Izuku's heart pounded, aggravating his broken ribs. He felt sick but had no time to dwell on it. He reached the end of the gates, a corner. He was going to be trapped. But then he saw a pond and jumped in, desperate to escape the flames, unaware he had jumped into yet another problem. An aggressive alligator swam toward him. Fortunately, he hadn't jumped too far into the pond, and he quickly ran out, but the alligator was fast on his heels. What he didn't realize was that he had run past the angry chimera. It pounced, but Izuku was running so fast that it landed on the alligator instead, and a fight broke out between the two creatures. Izuku seized the opportunity and kept running, drenched and cold. He made it back to the gate he was originally supposed to enter through. Looking up, he realized it was impossible to climb the gate, especially while soaking wet. If he attempted and failed, he could break both legs or worse. What do I do? What do I do? It's nowhere near an hour yet, and I'm already in so much pain. I'm going to die at this rate. There's nowhere for me to hide without some kind of animal willing to kill me. And I've already angered them all with my screaming. What am I supposed to do? Panic surged through Izuku as he felt his rapid breathing against his ribs, which burned in pain, along with his shoulder that had been singed by flames. His head throbbed from the pain, and he felt nauseous. He ended up emptying his stomach, which only intensified the pain from his broken ribs. Tears streamed down his muddy face as he moved, unsure how long it would be before another beast found him and decided he would be their meal. He held his ribs and kept walking, tracing his hand along the gate in search of any possible escape. He was even willing to create one if he just had the right tool. I wish I had my sword. Izuku thought desperately as he felt bloodthirsty eyes on him from all angles, trapped in a never-ending nightmare. His hair draped over his face, annoyingly itchy and wet. He brushed it back and met the gaze of another beast. A miserable cry escaped him as he began to back away, teetering on the edge of giving up. The creature before him was a chimera, covered in blood, having just finished off an alligator and now seeking Izuku. Please. Someone please. Help me, he whispered in despair as he tried to run, but fatigue slowed him down. I suppose that's enough of the beast's domain, Kurogiri sighed as he dragged Izuku out. Izuku stared in surprise, knowing it hadn't been long and there was no reason for mercy. We can't allow you to die, not yet. And seeing how you are after only a few minutes, it's clear you wouldn't survive much longer, Kurogiri remarked as he transported him to his dungeon room. Izuku let out a pained wheeze as his broken ribs pressed against his lungs. Water dripped from his hair and clothes, soaking the cement floor beneath him. Can't I yet, huh? Then why throw me in there? I barely survived. It's strange that I don't have quirk cancelers on. They can't know I can't use my quirk. It takes time for news to spread. Unless someone told them immediately. That's not good. They didn't see me use a quirk while in the beast's domain. So that's why they threw me in there, for confirmation. Now I'm really in danger. I need to escape. What do? It's only going to get worse from here. They didn't bring me here to play games. Just by capturing me, they've gained a powerful advantage against the Empire. Unless they make Kakin the new crown prince and cast me aside. They can't do that, right? Mother wouldn't allow it. Unless I'm declared dead. They won't do that, right? Father doesn't like me, but he wouldn't throw me away like this. He wouldn't, right? And Kakin, he wouldn't just let me die. We might not be on the best terms, but I'm still his only brother. He wouldn't. I'm not sure anymore. In politics, family doesn't matter, especially when it comes to powerful positions like mine. But Mother wouldn't abandon me. She cares about me. She wouldn't let Father and Kakin cast me aside. Seeds of fear sprouted in Izuku, causing cracks to form in the image he had of his already troubled family. The pain was overwhelming, and his mind spiraled into negative possibilities. Slowly, he shut his eyes, needing a break from everything happening to him. The pain made it difficult to sleep, but eventually he drifted off. Getting through the beast-filled border will be difficult. Not all of you will make it out alive. So, do any disloyal soldiers want to leave cowardly now before we go to rescue the Crown Prince? Endeavor hissed, glaring at the assembled soldiers. He was in armor atop a horse, as were the other soldiers and some members of the Valor sect. The Emperor, All Might, was also present. Despite Endeavor's insistence that he didn't have to involve himself unless he failed, All Might refused to sit back and watch. Katsuki wanted to join but wasn't allowed to. However, that didn't stop him. Well then, I hope you're all ready. It'll take 5 days to get through the forest, and then a bigger challenge will occur when we go to rescue the Crown Prince. He's likely being held captive within the walls of the king's palace. We also don't know what condition he will be in. For all we know, he could be gone. However, even if that's the case, we will bring him back no matter what. Understood? Endeavor concluded. Everyone nodded in agreement. And so, with a battle cry, they all charged inside. Amongst them was a cloaked figure. Due to the hundreds of soldiers gathered, he wasn't noticeable. It was Katsuki. He wasn't close with Izuku, but a strange force overcame him that told him he had to try to save his brother. He couldn't understand it, but he wasn't going to ignore it. Immediately after charging in, they were attacked by beasts that lived within. However, they all had weapons, so defeating them was quite easy. And so, their rescue journey began. Asleep already? I can't believe you're asleep. It's only been a day. I would have imagined the pain would keep you up. Tamura sneered as he kicked Izuku's side, knowing it was the area where his ribs were broken. Izuku screamed as he was forcefully woken by the pain. His face peeled off the cement below him, especially with how the water had dried between his skin and the ground. He smelled awful. The pond water was scummy and full of bacteria. He was lucky not to have swallowed any. What do you want? Izuku snapped, holding his side and fighting back tears. To kill you, but I can't do that yet. So instead, I came here to personally torture you. I hope you like poison, Tamura replied as he signaled Kurogiri to reveal a bucket of items he had brought specifically to hurt Izuku. What do you get out of this? Izuku demanded. Enough. Now let's begin. Izuku clenched his jaw as he suddenly found his hands forced through warp gates to chains. He was chained to the wall again. Cold sweat began to form as Tamura approached, holding a syringe filled with poison Izuku had never even heard of. Being from the Emperor family, Izuku had built up a tolerance for most poisons, as assassination through food was always a possibility. However, whatever poison Tamura had in the syringe was unfamiliar. Your eyes tell me you're questioning the poison. Since you're from the Emperor family, my best guess is that you have a tolerance for most poisons. However, you only have a tolerance for poison you consume, not the kind injected into your system. If you drank this, Nothing would happen because of the type of poison it is. It doesn't work if ingested. But if I inject this into your bloodstream, well, expect agonizing pain. He grinned as he explained, poking Izuku with the needle before injecting the entire contents into his neck. The effects kicked in almost immediately as Izuku began to thrash around in agony. His heart raced, and he felt both his ears begin to ring. His vision became hazy as his head throbbed. His mouth felt so dry that he could feel his tongue crack. He struggled to focus his eyes as they rolled uncontrollably. Waves of pain surged through him, a sensation he had never experienced before. He let out groans of pain, hardly audible as he lost control of his vocal cords. All his muscles locked up, tense and burning, as if he were in an intense workout. The pain lasted for 30 minutes, but the effects of the poison still lingered. Tamura wasn't done, it was only the beginning. How many more are there? An exhausted soldier groaned as he slashed another beast. You aren't complaining, are you? Endeavor shouted as he dealt with his own group of monsters. No, sir, they all yelled back as they fought hard. They battled the beasts for hours, physically exhausted. They didn't stop to rest until nightfall, seeking out a safe spot and setting up traps for any lingering beasts. They also established rotating wardens to protect the area and set out repellents. You all fought well. But this is just the start. We have 4 more days of travel. What you saw today were just small fries. The scarier beasts are deeper within the forest. You may come across things like chimeras, anacondas, or worse, Endeavor said as he dug into his share of food. Also, do not eat anything that grows here. Everything is poisonous, including some toxins we've never even heard of. If you eat it, it's likely we won't have any treatment for it, and you'll die. Poison was the only way the plants figured out how to survive against the herbivore beasts. Some plants may even be beasts themselves. Food was brought for a reason. We have more than enough, and you should have brought your own. So if something looks appetizing, like a colorful berry from a bush, don't eat it. For all you know, it could be lethal poison. I'd also recommend making sure no colorful insect lands on you. Some have poisonous exoskeletons, the doctor explained. They all sat around a large fire, which was nice for staying warm during the cool night. Endeavor furrowed his brows as he glanced at a specific hooded figure. You, he pointed, pausing all conversation and forcing everyone to stare at Katsuki. He froze. Pull down your cloak. I don't recognize you, Endeavor instructed. Katsuki glanced at his father and the rest of the soldiers, who were ready to act at a moment's notice. He sighed, annoyed. He pulled his cloak down, revealing his golden blonde hair that glowed in the light and crimson red eyes that glared back at all who stared. The second prince? The soldiers yelled in unison as Endeavor stared, utterly annoyed. All Might himself was just in shock. I thought I strictly forbade you from coming along, Endeavor hissed, pinching the bridge of his nose. You're just the royal duke. I don't have to listen to you, Katsuki spat back, finishing off a sandwich. Endeavor fell silent, unable to respond without being disrespectful. Katsuki, I also told you to stay back. This is dangerous. We're going to rescue Izuku from the enemy kingdom. What if they try to take you too? All Might reprimanded. Too late now. I'm already too deep into the forest to go back alone, and you need all these soldiers with you, Katsuki sighed, taking a sip of water. All Might groaned. He was right. It was far too late. Fine. However, you're entirely responsible for yourself. If anything happens, you're losing half your fortune for 2 years. Hey! Don't speak to me that way. Katsuki fell silent, now acutely aware of the stakes. Izuku cried, feeling the pain coursing through his body. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had cuts and lacerations all over his arms, legs, and chest. They bled heavily, and he had a black eye along with bruises all over his back. The poison in his system caused pain beyond the physical wounds. He had no control over his limbs, and everything felt intensified. Hallucinations plagued him, making his situation feel like a living nightmare. I would have expected you to have passed out by now, Tamura commented, tossing the last tool he had used back into a bucket. Izuku couldn't respond. Everything was agony, making it hard to think. What? cat got your tongue? Pathetic. Tamura sneered as he walked out. Izuku sat there, feeling the pulsing pain from his wounds as blood dripped from him. If he didn't receive treatment, he could. I hate this. I hate everyone and everything. Kaken would never have to deal with this. No one would. Just me. It's not fair. I'm so weak in comparison that they didn't even bother to put quirk cancelers on me. I wonder if I'd have to deal with this if I were strong like Kaken. Or like Dad. Or Mom even. They all have such strong quirks while my stupid quirk won't even activate. It's not fair. I want Tamura to pay for this. He deserves to suffer. Why did I have to get kidnapped? It could have been Kaken. Why me? He deserves to be in this position, not me. I didn't do anything to deserve this. But he did. He's hated me my whole life and taken everything from me. If he didn't exist, my life would be better. Why did he have to be born? What if my quirk is dormant because of him? What if the requirement is being an only child? He could be the reason. I hate him. I wish he'd just go away. Izuku screamed internally, overwhelmed with jealousy for his younger brother. We have 2 more days until we reach the kingdom. Beware, this is the most dangerous part of the trip. Endeavor! Shouted to wake them all. They had completed 3 days of traversing the forest. Katsuki had been doing well, motivated by the need to rescue Izuku and avoid losing half his fortune. Dangerous beasts were more frequent now, confirming Endeavor's warning about this being the most perilous part of the journey. Katsuki had to be extra cautious. Izuku's wounds had been treated by the kingdom's doctor, but not well. He had been poorly stitched up with hardly any sterilization and given painkillers to ease his suffering. The poison in his system was not lethal but caused immense pain. Izuku wasn't healed to the point of dying. He was kept alive to endure more suffering when the torture resumed. During his 3 days there, he had experienced some of the worst pain imaginable. His skin had been burned, ripped, and he had been force-fed. Bugs had feasted on his open wounds. He was jabbed with poisonous syringes every other hour, stabbed, and beaten. After each session, the doctor would come in to treat the potentially lethal wounds. He was fortunate that the bugs were removed from his skin and bloodstream. The burns were treated with aloe vera and bandages, and any horrendous wounds were stitched up. Remaining pain was managed with painkillers. Izuku's body was covered in stitches, especially on his back, where there was ample space for injuries. During the 3 days he had been held captive, he received little food or clean drinking water, treated worse than the criminals accused of treason against the kingdom. By the end of the 3rd day, Izuku had reached his breaking point. I can't take it anymore. I can hardly move my arms. What do I do? I can't do this again tomorrow. Or the day after. How long will I have to be here for? I'd rather swap places with Katsuki. He's probably enjoying himself in one of his many palaces, basking in the attention for the loss of his precious brother. He deserves to be in this position, not me. Not me at all. He's probably considering taking the title of Crown Prince now that I'm not there. It's not fair. He should be here, not me. With each thought, Izuku's struggle against the chains intensified. I didn't do anything to deserve this. Katsuki should be the one to go through all this pain. The chains creaked ominously, barely holding on. Katsuki should be here. He clenched his jaw, pulling harder. This isn't fair. I shouldn't be in this position. Katsuki should be. His voice echoed in the empty dungeon, knowing no one could hear him. Do you think Katsuki should be in your position? An ominous voice whispered in his mind. Unsure if he was losing his sanity or if it was the effects of the poison, he still found himself agreeing. Yes, he yelled with all his might. Suddenly, the chains broke free from the wall, dropping Izuku to the ground. He looked down at his arms as a surge of power rushed through him. Izuku stared wide-eyed, a mix of disbelief and a twisted smile forming on his face. I finally did it. He realized he had released his quirk, Leviu's lethality. This quirk remained dormant until certain conditions were met, primarily an insatiable amount of jealousy that built up over the years, transforming into pure hate. Once these emotions reached a breaking point, the quirk would unleash its full abilities. The abilities included temporarily disabling the quirk of the person he felt jealous of, giving nightmares to anyone he desired, and secreting poison to harm others. He could also summon mindless soldiers from his emotions, produce toxic gas, and unleash a powerful claw attack that inflicted immense pain. Additionally, he could induce jealousy in others, making himself invisible to them. However, with great power came significant drawbacks. The user would lose their sanity once the quirk was unlocked, and overusing its abilities would cause the pain to reflect back on them. Positive emotions would fade away with each use, leaving only negativity behind. The quirk also had cooldowns, and the user could not use multiple abilities simultaneously without consequence. As Izuku embraced this dark power, he felt a shift within himself. A second persona formed from all the negative emotions he had suppressed. This alter ego could sometimes take control, feeding him false negativity and self-doubt. But now, with his quirk unleashed, he felt a new sense of purpose, ready to confront the challenges ahead. At most, only 2 abilities can be used at once. Any more than that would lead to overuse, causing backlash. While using the quirk, a clear mind would never be available. This was all explained to Izuku by the alter ego, who now shared his mind with him. "Isn't talking to you just talking to myself with extra steps?" Izuku asked. "Yep." A chill suddenly ran down Katsuki's spine as he thought about saving Izuku. He realized how difficult it would be, but he still wanted to try. "Do I return to the Empire now?" he questioned. "No. They didn't even come to save you. You should wait for the perfect moment to construct your revenge and take back your spot." Katsuki probably took the title of Crown Prince by now. "What do I do then?" "Hide out in the kingdom. Don't you have that cousin of yours to save? While you do that, come up with a plan to rule over the Empire as soon as you return." "That's a good idea. You should break out and take the first guard's outfit. Since it's full armor, no one will be able to tell it's you. Then make your escape." "That works. And then I can hide in a commoner's village and learn how to conquer this kingdom too. I can expand the empire and rule over everywhere." "Perfect." Izuku used the telekinesis portion of his quirk and broke the gate. He found it difficult to walk after being forced to stand for 3 days straight. He stumbled and tripped on his own legs but kept moving. He couldn't endure another torture session, so this was simply the better choice. He dragged his body along the cement floor, wishing he had his clothes. His shirt was completely ruined after the torture sessions, leaving him with a rough substitute that felt like sandpaper against his skin. "You should make sure that Tamura feels everything you did. And his dad too. You should take over this small kingdom before going back to the Empire and ruling over it all." Izuku's eyes widened as the thought struck him. "You're right. I'll be able to get my revenge here before getting my ultimate revenge." He grinned as he continued down the lengthy hall. When he reached the end, he ran into 2 guards. He took them both out immediately with just a raise of his hand. He quickly robbed one of them of their full body armor and put it on, which covered his face entirely and added to his height. The armor even came with a sword. It helped stabilize his movements as he walked up the stairs boldly. He made it to the ground-level floor, which was heavily guarded, but no one paid any attention to him. They all saw him as just another guard. "Is my appearance well known in the kingdom?" he wondered. "Probably. That I can't walk around in full-body armor when trying to escape. You're so dumb. Drop the armor and fly away with telekinesis, but keep a sword. Since we're already in the palace, we might as well look around. This floor is the only heavily guarded one since it's where the main entrance is. As soon as you go upstairs, hardly any guards will be seen. You might want to steal a butler's outfit while you're at it. Use blind jealousy to make yourself invisible to Tamura. If you run into him, he won't see you." That does work. "I know, idiot." Izuku ran up the stairs and dropped the armor, keeping the sword on hand. He needed to find a butler or at least the outfit. He dashed through the corridors, using his telekinesis to move quickly. He jumped into the first room he could find and landed in a closet. Found it, he grinned as he grabbed a butler's outfit. He quickly put it on. It felt much better than the ragged clothes he had been wearing. He hid his hair under the butler's cap and walked around holding towels stacked enough to cover the lower half of his face. "Hey you!" Izuku froze and slowly turned around. "Yes. I know the head butler requested for those to be delivered to the king's room, but His Highness the Crown Prince requests for them to be delivered to his room instead," a maid shouted. "I see. Could you guide me to the Crown Prince's room? I was personally instructed to stay on floors below where the Crown Prince rests, so it'd be my first time going to his room." "Oh, of course, come along. His Highness isn't in his room right now. He's training out in the training ground with the soldiers. He wants the towel ready for when he goes to shower after he's done," the maid explained as they walked up 3 more floors. Izuku was relieved his lie worked. He wasn't even sure of it himself. "His room is right down the hall. I think you got it from there. I really need to go. Bye." She waved her hand and quickly ran off, as a maid could hardly find time to rest. Izuku walked down the hall, examining his surroundings. No guards positioned at all. Is it because they're all training outside? Regardless, I won't waste this opportunity. He grinned as he made it to Tamura's room and walked right in. He shut and locked the doors behind him, using his telekinesis to hold it in place. He dropped the towels on the ground and took off his hat as he immediately began to search. Finally, the perfect opportunity. He couldn't help but smile as he looked through Tamura's personal belongings. He found several items he wouldn't mind taking. All right, a bag, a cloak, medicinal herbs, small handheld weapons. But his room is huge and has everything. No fair. How come my room is the size of a closet? Izuku felt a twinge of jealousy as he loaded up the bag with things he needed. Inside the room was another space that connected to it. Izuku, not really caring, walked straight in. He found a sword encased in glass on a perfect stand. The blade was black and double-edged, sharp enough to be deadly. The handle was made of black crystal, encrusted right where the blade and handle met, with a blood-red jewel at its center. Izuku recognized it immediately. All for one. The sword that directly opposes the one-for-all sword. It's just as strong too. I've hit the jackpot. His eyes widened as he snatched the sword, replacing it with the much simpler sword he had taken from the knight. He felt a surge of power as his quirk bonded with the sword known for its dark reputation. He walked out of the room, grabbed the bag, and threw it around his back. He secured the sword in its case at his side and took some more suitable clothes from Tamura's closet. As Izuku searched through the drawers, his eyes landed on something even more interesting. A notebook. A diary. This truly is my lucky day. He immediately tossed it into the bag. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Someone's coming. Sounds like more than just one person, his alter ego said in a sing-song tone. Dang it, just when I thought I could find some more things. You've gotten enough, let's escape. Izuku opened the window and began to float using his telekinesis. The doors crumbled to the ground as guards struggled to open them. Tamura, growing desperate, shouted, "You!" Izuku turned to face him, standing on the ledge of the window. "How the turntables?" he grinned as Tamura charged at him. "How's? You little." "Bye-bye." Izuku laughed as he jumped, sending himself into a free fall. Tamura leaned out the window, tracking Izuku with his eyes, just a launch away from grabbing him. But Izuku floated back up into the air, several feet away from the open window. "You think you can hide from me? I have eyes everywhere." Tamura screamed, desperation in his voice. "You have bigger things to worry about," Izuku sneered, flashing the diary he had stolen. "Hey, that's mine." "Really? I don't see your name on it." "Just because you unlocked a useless quirk doesn't mean." "Look here," Izuku said, showing off the stolen sword, the most valuable item in the kingdom. "My sword." Tamura nearly launched himself out the window but was restrained by guards who had to protect him. Bye-bye. Izuku flew off, faster than the wind. Tamura could only watch in outrage as Izuku escaped with his most prized possession. "You surely got the hang of telekinesis fast," his alter ego remarked. "It was the easiest one of the bunch. It reminds me of swinging my sword." "Wait until you get to use the others." Izuku landed in an alleyway he spotted from the sky. He quickly changed outfits, putting on better clothes and throwing on a cloak to hide his face and hair. And now the hunt begins. Liviu's lethality is too strong to defeat regardless. No matter how many soldiers they send out, they won't be able to stop me, his alter ego sneered as Izuku walked into a food shop, feeling starving. He made sure to take some money before leaving. "Hello, dear customer. What would you like to order?" The cashier smiled brightly. May I have 6 sandwiches and 3 scones? What kind of sandwiches, and would you like them packaged? This one," Izuku pointed to one on display. "Okay, sir, your total is 40 copper coins." Izuku handed her 1 silver coin, as all Tamura had was silver and gold. Sir, this is too much. You can take the rest as a donation then." "Thank you. I'll make sure you get the best sandwiches in the kingdom." Izuku glanced around. She really needed the extra money. The shop was shabby, with rotting wood and old, reused candle wax. She quickly returned with his order in a nice package. "Thank you. Thank you for shopping here. Please come again." Izuku waved as he exited. "All right, food for at least 3 days has been secured." "Perfect. Tamura, panic isn't necessary." "Yes, it is. He took the sword." "Do you know why I let you take the sword early on?" "No. Because even if it was stolen, it cannot leave the kingdom." "Huh? The only way it can leave the kingdom is if it bonds to a host stronger than the previous host, which is me. The only way that Brat can leave the kingdom with that sword is if he's stronger and if it bonds with him because the sword cannot be too far from its owner. I've stolen many quirks, and all dormant quirks, even ones that become unleashed, are weak. He won't have the strength capacity to become its owner. He'll die attempting to leave with it. In fact, he's as good as dead now. Dispatch soldiers to search around the border. You'll find his corpse and the sword there," he explained. "That what if he dropped the sword and escaped? He'd have to escape through the forest of beasts. Even in the sky, the beasts won't leave him alone. And his body is all injured. I guarantee it. He's dead." "You better not be wrong. If I'm wrong, you can become the king immediately and do as you see fit. Remember those words." Tamura stormed out. "We'll arrive at the kingdom by noon. Are you all ready?" Endeavor shouted. They had finally made it to day 5, the day they would rescue Izuku. After enduring their worst nights, they could see the kingdom as noon approached. They spotted many soldiers around the border. "Searching? What are they looking for?" one of the soldiers of the Empire whispered. "Yeah, it looks like they're searching for something. We pounce now. I hope you're all ready. We threaten them to bring back the crown prince or they all lose their heads," Endeavor whispered as he unsheathed his blade. They all nodded and charged in on their horses. "Give us back the crown prince," Endeavor shouted as he immediately attacked, knocking over a handful of soldiers with a quirk-imbued slash. They fell to the ground. A grin struck one of the soldiers' faces, as if he had been waiting to deliver the news. "The crown prince, huh?" he spoke, gathering the attention of the group. "Bring him here now or we'll kill you all." "You really want him back? Bring him now." Endeavor had grown impatient, holding the sword to the neck of the soldiers of the kingdom. "I can't. He's dead." "He's dead?" the soldier sneered. The words hit all of them like a bullet. They couldn't believe what he said. "You're lying. Bring his body here now." "I can't. It's ashes, disintegrated and blown into the wind. A mere soldier like I cannot collect all the ashes of his body." When was he murdered?" Katsuki screamed in fury. 2 days ago. You're all a bit too late." Endeavor slashed the soldiers' throats and turned back to his army in defeat. "We need to find another group of soldiers to confirm it." "But how will we ever know if the truth is being told?" "Lie detector. Step up." A man with short flat hair stepped forward. His name was Naomasa Tsukachi. His quirk allowed him to tell truth from a lie. They quickly found another group of soldiers and questioned them as well. "He's dead. His body is ashes. There's nothing we can do." "Well." Endeavor turned to face Tsukachi, who could only stare at the ground gravely. "Telling the truth." Everyone collectively gasped. falling into disbelief. All their hard work was for nothing. With their limited troops and lack of a plan, they couldn't immediately wage war. They had to return empty-handed, and Endeavor signaled for a disappointing retreat. They were too late. Katsuki was the most upset of all, for a reason he couldn't even explain. He didn't understand why he felt this way, but it didn't change the fact that he was feeling it. He was truly upset. Izuku was. Or at least they thought so. What do you mean you still can't find him? Tamura screamed. He had a grand plan. He told the leader of each troop that Izuku's body was meant to be intact but informed the members of the troop that Izuku was actually ashes and that they were searching for the missing sword. He's gone missing. And on top of that, the Emperor's soldiers already came by. 2 troops were killed, and it's obvious they retreated. It's likely they're strategizing for war. If a war erupts while we still haven't found him, it can turn for the worst. I know. If we can't find his body, it means he's still alive within the kingdom. Set out for a search within the kingdom now. Okay, Your Majesty. You little brat. Just days ago you were in my clutches. My trump card. Oh my, your wounds are horribly treated. A commoner doctor gasped as she examined his stitches. I couldn't treat them well myself. Do you think you could help? Izuku smiled innocently. Of course. May I ask what happened? I'm training to be a soldier for the kingdom. I think that explains enough. Don't die trying. What's any good being a soldier while dead? I know. Izuku winced as the bad stitches were taken out and the wounds were properly cleaned. After proper sterilization, she carefully stitched him up and gave him herbal cream to prevent any bacteria growth. Okay. This is the best I can do. The stitches are held together by a thread that will melt on its own as it heals. Apply the cream to your best ability to prevent any potential infection. I hope you become an amazing soldier, but please don't push yourself too hard. She sighed as she handed him a small bag with the cream. Thank you, miss, he said, handing her 8 silver coins before standing up. After being on the run for 2 days straight, he had regained control of his leg and was able to move around freely. This is too much. You're going to be serving the kingdom, they cover the costs, she insisted. Please take it, I'd feel bad, he replied. Liar. Okay then. She reluctantly accepted the money and waved Izuku off. He quickly slipped on his cloak and made his escape. I'm lucky the kingdom is decently big. While it's smaller than the empire, small villages like these still exist to hide out in, Izuku thought with a smile. He was far from the kingdom capital, where the main search was taking place, and had found refuge in commoner villages, enjoying the food and care that came with being an injured young man. I should start reading that diary, he thought as he walked toward a shabby little cabin at the edge of the village, originally used as a storage unit. He decided to use it as a temporary safe house, knowing that once the soldiers scouted the area, it wouldn't be safe for long. I need to train with my quirk. I have it, but the only thing I know how to do is use my telekinesis. You could always use it on the people here. You're evil anyway. But I need stronger targets. The forest of beasts is all around the kingdom as a border. Go there or something. Isn't it risky? This sword can't be taken outside the kingdom, just like the imperial sword. It kills anyone who isn't the owner that tries. The sword chooses its owner based on how strong the quirk is. That sword has already bonded with you. You can tell because it flows whenever you hold it. You read about it, remember? You have a stronger quirk than the king. And if I don't? You die. Besides, it won't happen. It's bonded to you. Fine. I'll go to the forest during the day and come back to the village at night. Sounds good. Get a move on. Izuku stood up, careful not to break anything in the shabby little storage house. He heard a little meow and grew confused. He could have sworn he was alone. He looked down and noticed a Siamese long-haired cat with appealing crystal blue eyes. She had a tag that read, Sapphire/Fluffy Dimension Traveler. He was puzzled by what it could mean, but he didn't care. The cat was now his. He had wanted one ever since he was a kid, and it was the first time he had ever seen one so unique. If you stay here, I'll become your owner. I'll be back at nightfall and bring you food too, Izuku said seriously. The cat meowed in response, and he took it as an agreement as he pulled up his cloak and quickly left. He flew off with his telekinesis, the only power he really knew how to use. It didn't take long to reach the forest, and he made sure to stay on the side opposite where it could be crossed into the Empire. Izuku pulled out his special sword, gripping it tightly as he looked down at the forest. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. He didn't die. A grin spread across his face. The sword had chosen him. The red gem glowed vividly, alerting the beasts of his presence. It didn't take long for them to show up, and the first beast he faced was a chimera. Use toxic gas. How? Just focus on creating the dark mist. Okay. Izuku gripped the sword harder as he activated his quirk. A thick black fog quickly enveloped the area, stretching for miles. The chimera couldn't see him or anything around, but Izuku could see everything. He charged at the chimera and cut off its lion's head. The snake portion lunged at him, but he stopped the attack with a quick swipe of his sword. To finish it off, he stabbed the chimera's heart, ending the battle. I did it. Izuku grinned. With my help, came the voice of his alter ego. Yeah, Izuku sighed, pulling out the bloodied sword. The smell of fresh blood attracted more beasts, and he had a lot to deal with. Thus, his quirk training began. With the help of his alter ego, he gradually learned to control them all. This didn't happen overnight. It took 2 weeks in total. The cat stayed with him, traveling as he avoided the royal guards. He moved from village to village, only returning to a place to stay at night, using the daytime to train as much as he could. Meanwhile, Katsuki and All Might returned to the Empire along with the Duke. Before they went to war, an extensive plan had to be made, and some things needed reworking. Because Izuku was dead, Katsuki had to take his place. However, the proper crowning ceremony had a specific date that couldn't be rushed. It was originally going to be Izuku's coronation, scheduled for early summer, which was over half a year away. The war couldn't begin until Katsuki had been officially coronated. The deadline allowed the Empire to plan as much as possible to prevent too many deaths, as war was costly and many lives were likely to be lost. Due to the missing sword and diary, the small kingdom was more focused on the search for the treasured items and Izuku's body than the looming war. However, FO was expecting this. He knew that by kidnapping Izuku, it would likely lead to complications, which is why he wasn't too worried. Izuku breathed as sweat rolled down his forehead. He had just finished off 3 chimeras, 2 anacondas, and an alligator that had attacked him all at once. It wasn't humanly possible to deal with them all simultaneously, but with a sword and his powers, he managed. I finally have control of all my attributes. How freeing! He smiled to himself as he leaned back against a tree and sighed. Do you really think you're done? You still have to take control of this kingdom. And considering how long you've been gone from the Empire, it's likely the Emperor's soldiers have come. But everyone here thinks you're dead, so the Empire probably thinks the same. With how politics works, there'll probably be a war soon enough. I know. And it'll probably be after the coronation. They need to appoint someone to the position before anything happens. If the Emperor dies, the Crown Prince has to take the position immediately. But before that can happen, the Crown Prince actually needs the official title. My coronation wasn't due until early spring next year. They can't rush a coronation either. The legal documentation and banquet take a long time to prepare. I have about half a year to take over a kingdom, with the remaining months left for preparation to take over the Empire shortly after. Interesting. Do you even know what you're doing? How are you going to take over this kingdom? Killing any ruler and heir to the throne will do the trick. Since they're the strongest people here, if I can eliminate them, even the Duke of this kingdom will know they can't do anything. Also, the sword. I'm the owner of it now because it chose me. It'll be more than enough to convince the people here that I actually belong on the throne. Well, that is the truth anyway. It's time I read that diary. The plan goes into action now. Izuku sat in the beast's forest, leaned up against a tree surrounded by grass. His sword rested by his side as he held the bag of items he had taken from Tamura. After 2 weeks of intense training against the beasts, defeating them with his quirk alone was easy. In fact, he was one of the only people who could sit in the forest without a worry in mind. Now, to read the diary, Izuku grinned as he pulled it out of the bag and began to read. I've decided to start logging information I've gathered here. Today I was given the most treasured item in the kingdom, the sword of all for one. Father says I'm still not strong enough to wield it properly, so it'll sit in my room until I can. Since I am the successor to the throne, that sword is destined to belong to me. Izuku yawned. Boring. That's what he wrote on the first page? When does this even date back to? His eyes glanced at the upper corner of the page. It dated back to several years ago. Huh, around 7 to 8 years ago. How hasn't he filled up the entire diary? He flipped through the pages and noticed some months where Tamura hadn't written at all. In fact, he stopped writing for an entire year before picking it up again. Oh, this looks interesting. Some guy around the same age as me crossed the beast's forest from the Empire. We tried to kill him, but he claimed to have information on the Royal Duke. He said his name was Dobby, or something. He has freakish purple skin held together by staples on his face and arms. It was ugly. Regardless, Father decided he was interesting enough and gave him a place to stay in the palace. I don't like that. Information on the Royal Duke. Endeavor? Some guy named Dobby. Burns? That sounds oddly familiar. But who? I think it's pretty obvious. You do? I'm still not certain. He was declared dead. And so were you. But here you are, alive and well. You're right. Do you really think it's him? You're an idiot. There isn't even enough information. For all we know, this could be one of the servants in Endeavor's palace. Check the date. It's from the same week he was declared dead. Too much of a coincidence. It's him. That would explain a decent amount of things. Like why we never saw his body. What do I do? Visit him? I was only close to him as a 7-year-old. And not even that close because Katsuki was closer. You don't have to do anything, we're just gathering information, idiot. You think they won't try to use that against you and the Empire? The Royal Duke's son betrayed the Empire. Endeavor's reputation would suffer greatly. You might have to find a new duke because of it. His standing diminished after the scar that appeared on his youngest son's face, and it's the main topic of discussion whenever he's around. Now imagine how people would react if they found out his son committed treason. He could lose his position due to his bloodline's actions. It's crucial to know that fool so you can either quash the rumor or replace the Royal Duke entirely. I know, stop lecturing. Did you forget how we were going to take over? The way I'm planning to claim the throne might force Endeavor to step down to avoid supporting me. I intend to eliminate him regardless. Fair point. Izuku shook his head, growing restless and annoyed. He shoved the diary back in his bag and stood up. Stretching, he said, well then, I guess it's time I continue my own investigation. Huh. Eri. She's somewhere in the kingdom. You won't be able to find her, not right now at least. You can't investigate without getting caught. Focus on taking over the kingdom first, then worry about saving her. She isn't just a kid, watch your mouth. Oh please. What are you going to do? You know I'm just the manifestation of all your subconscious thoughts and emotions. I'm you, just the side you never show to anyone. Shut up. Izuku shook his head again. You're right about Ariel. I can't save her until I'm ruling this kingdom. So I need to focus on that. Do you even have a plan? It's quite simple. I need to eliminate all the rulers here. It's never that straightforward. If it were, the Empire would already have a new emperor. Fair point. But people will listen in the face of absolute power. You're not wrong there either. Izuku sighed as he walked through the forest. The colors were appealing, but the dangers made it almost impossible to enjoy. I don't want to go back to the kingdom yet, but there's nothing to do. Guards are positioned everywhere right now. You'd have to use the invisibility portion to get through. I don't feel like using my quirk. On the topic of quirks, is there anything else I should know? You went over what they could do, but you never explained certain traits of the ability. I thought you'd figure things out on your own. There's a lot to explain. Well, I know that I'm here because of the quirk. Skip what we know. Alright. The poison ability allows you to become immune to the poisons you create. You're already immune to many poisons because of your training in the Empire, so I never thought to mention it. You can only use Nightmare when your target is asleep. You can't make them fall asleep unless you knock them out. The plus side of Nightmare is that it can be used anywhere as long as you know the target's name and face. You could have told me this sooner. Is there anything else? I don't think so. If there is, it'll come up on its own. All right. Izuku froze as he came across a large cave. It was enormous, like 7 carriages stacked on top of each other. You should go inside. I agree. Izuku walked into the cave, not considering the risks anymore. It was illuminated by sunlight that peeked inside. As he ventured further, it became dimmer until he could hardly see. He bumped into something that felt like a wall, but it snarled. Izuku quickly flew out, chased by the creature. He landed atop the cave and watched the beast rush out. His eyes widened as he recognized it, the strongest beast of them all, the legend. A dragon? It quickly spotted Izuku and spread its wings. He held his sword out in front of him, ready to attack. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes became transfixed on the red ruby gem encrusted on the sword. He moved the sword, and the dragon's eyes glowed with interest as it tracked the movement. It sat down, no longer attacking. In the light, Izuku examined it. The dragon towered over him and the tall trees of the forest. It had 2 horns that curved to the sides of its head. Its scales were dark forest green on its belly and black on its back and head. Its fangs protruded from its mouth, and its wingspan was larger than any creature he'd ever seen. Izuku's heart raced. He felt like an ant next to a tiger. He doubted he could defeat it even if he wanted to. Suddenly, the dragon threw up its wings and vanished. Or so he thought. He looked down and saw the dragon, now the size of an average house cat. It flew up to him and rubbed its head against his legs. "That you're not going to attack me?" Izuku choked out. Dragons were known to be the second most intelligent species, just below humans. However, they obviously won in the strength department. The dragon looked at him and shook its head. "You can understand me?" This time it nodded. Izuku hesitantly patted its head. "Do you have a name?" It shook its head. "Oh, your name is Sirius now." "Okay." Izuku's eyes widened as he heard a different voice within his mind. It wasn't himself nor his alter ego. "Did you just?" Dragons have powers too. We're stronger than humans after all. I'm talking to you within your mind. Izuku stared, starstruck. This could possibly be his biggest trump card. "Now who are you?" the dragon asked as it flew up to his shoulder and rested there. "The Emperor Crown Prince, Izuku Midoriya." "If you're the Crown Prince of the Empire, what are you doing here?" "This is the Forest of the Beasts where you could easily die if it weren't for your power." "I was kidnapped. I escaped. I'm faking my death for now." "Doesn't that mean you've lost all your titles then?" "I suppose it does. But it doesn't matter." "Why is that?" "Because I will rule over the Empire and the Kingdom by taking over both." "You're interesting. I'll be sticking around you from now on. Better get used to it, weakling." "That I see. Why haven't you killed me?" "Even though you're weak, you're the strongest weakling I've seen. That sword you're holding shouldn't even be able to be wielded in this forest without the holder dying. That means you surpassed the original owner's strength, and from what I remember, he was difficult for even the Emperor to beat." "I see." Izuku held back a devilish smile as he jumped down using his telekinesis. "Then it's true. Taking over both sides won't be difficult at all. I'm the strongest." He walked through the forest, watching the sun meet the horizon as it began to set. He had been in the forest all day. "So, what powers do you have?" Izuku asked. "A lot. I can't even list them all. But you can assume I do have fire breathing. I typically don't use them since I never have a reason to. I can't even remember some. By chance, do you have a way of invisibility?" "Pretty sure I do." "Why?" "You'll be able to sense things before I do. Going into the kingdom, I cannot be seen by anyone, and neither can you. If I mess up and forget to turn on my invisibility in time, I hope that at least you're invisible to everyone but me." "I see. And why are you hiding from everyone?" "The kingdom wants to kill me. The Empire can't know I'm alive for personal reasons. I see. Izuku crossed the border of the forest into the land of the kingdom. He went to turn on his quirk, but we're both invisible thanks to me. Already? I was just about to. You would have been too late. Look. Izuku looked further down and noticed groups of guards marching around the area. He let out a thankful sigh. It's a good thing we have a dragon. Izuku walked boldly through the kingdom grounds. He was invisible, so there wasn't much to worry about. He reached the little shack where he and Sapphire would rest. However, due to the increased guard activity, Izuku had only gone there to take the cat. Where are you even going? Sirius asked. I have to get my cat, then I'm going to hang out in the forest. So you have no actual place to go? Not really. Then use the cave. No one dares to enter as it's my home. Can I? Of course. I wasn't sure. I plan to stick with you until you die. So yeah. All right. Izuku was quick to make it to the shack. He found Sapphire waiting for him outside, as if she had been expecting him. He grabbed her with his telekinesis as the dragon made her invisible at once. From there, they took off back to the cave. Izuku's death was mourned all over the Empire throughout the weeks that followed. Inko had it especially hard. That was her son. She couldn't believe he was gone. Because of his death, many events were postponed, including the annual Hunts Festival, the most popular event of the Empire. Due to the war at bay, they couldn't progress with the event until later. Katsuki was suddenly burdened with many tasks. He wasn't trained specifically to become the crown prince, and because of that, he had to go through every form of training Izuku had to endure. More guards were assigned to him because he was now the unofficial yet future crown prince, making him a likely target for assassins. He too was devastated over the death of his older brother. A wave of solemn sadness crashed over him, making him one of the most silent, which was especially difficult for him. He listened to instructions without complaint, with only one thing set in mind: revenge. Yue was suffering an insurmountable amount of backlash due to the incident. It was because of them that the crown prince was vulnerable enough to be kidnapped by the enemy. They had to shut down during his morning PRD and upgrade security tenfold. Izuku let out a relaxed sigh as he skimmed through the diary, searching for anything that could help. He rested by a stream of fresh water. The colors that glimmered through were beautifully luminescent but warned of the danger that would come with drinking it. Izuku had his back propped up against a tree as he sat directly on the ground, cautious not to be bitten by anything. Ugh, there's nothing good. He only talks about training in most of this. Izuku groaned as he continued to flip through the pages. Sirius glanced at him from a branch above his head. Maybe it's a code? I already tried looking for hidden messages. There aren't any. He's just that boring. What'll you do? Spy. Seeing how I can go invisible and fly, it won't be too difficult. That works then. I'll go in AB. Izuku cut himself off as his eyes caught something skimming through the pages. Something new. Today I had to meet with the queen. Her hair was an ugly white. Father claims she's my mother. He told me she lived overseas most of my life, which is why I hardly remember her. She's leaving tomorrow, back to the Kingdom of China. That's what Dad says. I'm fine without her. There's a queen. Izuku exclaimed, slamming the book in frustration. That was to be expected. It's not like that position could be empty in a kingdom like this. Not to mention, Tamura isn't an illegitimate child. Taking over won't be easy then. I have to find her and eliminate her before I can rule. China. That's far. I won't be able to go there. I need to figure out when she's due to visit again and take her out then. What if you can't kill her? I will be able to. And if you can't? Then, I get to take over and handle it myself. What? If you fail to kill her, I'll go my way and take care of it. But why would I fail? You're frequently reckless. The dumbest person I've met. I wouldn't be surprised if you fail at such a simple task. Fine then. If I can't do it, you will. Deal. Didn't you say you wanted to investigate personally? Sirius interrupted. I did. Let's go. Izuku stood up and stretched, pulling out a cloak and putting it on. Why are you putting that on? What do you mean? You're going to be invisible. What's the point of the cloak? Force of habit. Besides, I might need it. Whatever. Izuku couldn't be seen as he walked through the palace corridors of the kingdom, following Tamura unnoticed. Don't you think this is too bold? Sirius asked, resting on Izuku's shoulders. It is. But what are they going to do with an enemy they can't see? Couldn't we technically take him out right now? We could. However, separate issues would arise. The time isn't right. I also plan to get revenge for all the torture he's given me, so taking him out would be too forgiving. Heads up, look, Sirius said as Tamura knocked on a door. Given his personality, it was strange to see him knock. The door opened, revealing a man about Tamura's height, staring with annoyance. He had spiky black hair, sky-blue eyes, and stitches holding burned skin onto his face and arms. He wore a plain outfit, surprising considering he lived within the castle walls. What do you want? He snarled. Oh, we both know who that is, Izuku said, nodding. I can't believe he's changed that much. The only thing remaining the same is his height. Disrespect me again and I'll handle you, Tamura spat, clearly in a foul mood. Whatever. What is it? That crown prince brat. We can't find him at all. Izuku grinned. The irony of the situation was too great. How? The kingdom is too small for him to be hiding that well. I don't know, he said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Do you think he went to the Empire? No. It shouldn't be possible. That sword couldn't have chosen him as its owner. And if it did? Shut up. I'm here to give you a job, not talk idly. Tamura sighed. Oh, I haven't had a job in ages. It's related to what we were just speaking about. You're joining in on the search. You told me you knew him as a kid. Trick him and bring him here. Izuku lightly gasped. He had finally gotten the confirmation he needed. How am I going to do that if you guys can't even find him? You find him, idiot. Then from there, you trick him. He's smart. You think he'll just trust me because I knew him as a kid? Think for a second. How would you react to finding out someone you knew is on the enemy's side? How would he know? I'm in the kingdom, not the Empire. I was declared dead. This idea of yours is flawed. It's not. You clearly haven't thought enough. You're my trump card here in the kingdom. Aside from being useful for conquering the Empire, I can still use you for other things such as this. You're going to find him and tell him your identity. When he asks why you're here and not dead, you simply say you're in the same situation as he is. You were kidnapped, declared dead, and now hiding out since you can't return to the Empire on your own. But I guess that excuse is good enough. Exactly. Now go to your job, Tamura hissed as he walked off. Would that have tricked you if you didn't know the plan? Sirius asked. Not really. It's a generic traitor excuse. However, knowing about this plan will come in handy. How so? I trick him. Tamura is right. He is his trump card against the Empire. That's why I'll use him against Tamura. I'm stronger than Tamura, so forcing Toya to do what I want will be easy. And that's only if he doesn't cooperate. I suppose, Dabi groaned as he shut his door. He quickly changed into some better clothes and walked out. Now he actually had things to do. Izuku followed Dabi, invisible of course. He still hadn't figured out a way to get caught by him just yet. I feel like I'm being watched, Dabi said uneasily as he scratched the back of his head. He pulled up his cloak and walked out the castle back door. Alright, now to just somehow get spotted. This'll be strange. Izuku followed Dabi onto the main streets of the kingdom and finally got an idea. I'll pretend to spot him first so that he notices me. He sped up to a nearby fountain and made himself visible. Sirius remained on his shoulder, still invisible. He then very obviously turned to face Dabi and locked eyes with him. No way? I found him already? Dabi quickly approached, surprising Izuku. Hey! Dabi whispered urgently. If you dare attempt to report I'm here, I'll cut your tongue off. Izuku threatened as he decided to play off natural expected reactions. No, I'm not going to. Don't you remember me? Well, his acting skills sure have gotten better since I last remember them, Izuku thought. Who are you for me to remember? Toya. Doesn't the name ring a bell? As in the first son of the royal ducal household? He was declared dead, there's no way you're him. Aren't you declared dead as of right now too? Does that mean you aren't Crown Prince Izuku? Prove it. Prove you're Toya. Shoto got his scar from mother. Yeah, not anyone would know that. But if you're Toya, what are you doing here? Why didn't you return to the Empire? I'll explain, let's just move locations. There are too many guards. Fine with me. Izuku used his telekinesis, went invisible with Dabi, and dragged him to the forest of the beasts. Taking him here is subtly revealing that the sword is bonded with me. Well, if he's noticed the sword at least. Izuku grinned as he dropped him on the forest floor and gracefully landed by a tree. Why'd you take us to the forest of the beasts? Dabi said, panicked as Izuku pulled down his cloak. No one from the kingdom or empire dares to come in, so it's a nice hideout. Shouldn't you of all people know? How far in are we? And how did we go so fast? You have a quirk now, Dabi said, surprised. We're around 5 to 7 miles in. We flew here with telekinesis. And yes, I have a quirk, obviously. How else would I be avoiding the Kingdom Knights? But you were never able to use it. Did you inherit the Empress's quirk? Yep. Izuku fibbed, not wanting to reveal much information about his quirk just yet. Now explain. Why are you in the kingdom? Right. Well, I was kidnapped by Tamura Shigaraki. He forcefully brought me here to take information on my father. I couldn't escape, after all, the forest is impossible to get through without almost dying. Especially alone. So, like you, I escaped the castle. I've been living difficultly out on the streets, avoiding the attention of guards. My appearance has changed quite a lot since then, so there isn't much stress when it comes to it. Well, he's on script. How much longer are you planning to drag this out before revealing that if he doesn't cooperate with you, you'll kill him? I can get valuable information out of him if I keep playing along oblivious. Information on the Queen. He'll also take me straight to the castle at some point. You know how he is, he won't risk his life to protect anyone. If you threaten his life now, you can still get all the information you need by forcing him to play as a double agent. Threaten him now or I will. Whatever. I see. You are aware that I'm a criminal here, and by finding me, you're now in danger, right? Yeah? You're also aware that I have the sword of all for one. Izuku flashed the sword that was slung on his waist. Dabi's eyes widened as the red stone radiated vividly, signifying it was directly bonded with him. I thought that sword couldn't exit the kingdom unless… Unless what? Izuku poked. Unless it bonded with a stronger user. But you said you inherited telekinesis. That's not strong enough. It's not stronger than AFO. Dabi said loose-lipped. And on top of the sword, you're also aware that I have Tamura's diary. With everything he's done logged on. Including information about you. Dabi began to nervously sweat as he looked around. While there weren't any beasts to be seen, he was still choked in fear because of the human beast before him. Dabi slowly began to back up. I don't know what you read about me. But whatever's in there is probably wrong. It looked like at any moment he'd take off, which Izuku simply couldn't allow. So he released his presence just enough to make Dabi fall to the ground, unable to move. I already know you betrayed the Empire and came here of your own accord. Izuku's eyes glimmered red as his alter ego grew excited and took over to speak. Wait. Let's talk this out. Dabi grew a bit frantic as he eyed the sword Izuku had his hand rested on. We already did. Toya. Or should I call you Dabi? You knew all along. Then why did you play along for the first couple minutes? Wow, you're stupid. Look, Toya, I'll spare your life under one condition. And what is that condition? Work for me. Inko mourned over the death of her son. Her disappointment was beyond measurable. There's just no way he's dead, she hiccuped. That I wish that were the case, All Might said, resentful. No, it is the case. I know he isn't dead. It just isn't possible. But the line detector told us. No. I just know it. He isn't dead. Katsuki can't be the crown prince. Izuku is alive, I know he is. Inko, the empire needs a crown prince. We can't just let your emotions over his death change that. Toshinori, I'm telling you. He isn't dead. Unless you bring me his corpse, he won't be declared dead, and Katsuki won't be the crown prince. I told you. Work for me. I heard you. I'm confused. As of right now, the only death threat wavering over you is me. Which means Tamura won't kill you, you're his trump card. But I will if you don't work for me. Now you may be wondering what you mean by work for me. Well, I'll explain. I want you to gather intel for me from within the castle walls. This also means not betraying me. I will know if you decide to tell Tamura about what happened today. If you can supply me with information 4 times a week without lying or betrayal, I'll spare your life and remove your treason charge. Sound fair? Izuku in his alter ego explained. So you want me to betray the kingdom instead by gathering everything I know and handing it to you. And if I don't, I die. And if I do, I get my treason charges dropped. Fine. I was getting sick of Tamura anyway. As long as you swear you won't kill me and will actually drop my charges of treason. Alright, it's a deal then. Izuku, finally back in control, held his hand out as he resealed his presence, allowing Dabi to move. Dabi shook his hand. Deal. Good. Do you actually plan on dropping his treason charges? I said that to sell the idea. Someone willing to betray the empire once will easily do it again given the opportunity, especially with how he just casually betrayed the kingdom with such a golden offer. What kind of information do you want from me? Anything that could be useful. Like if there are any other heirs to the throne. If there's a queen. Etc. Oh well, there is a queen. She's annoying, never really in the castle, Dabi blurted out. Figured much. Alright, could you return me back to the kingdom? Didn't you cross the forest on your own when running away from the empire? I had everything I'd need to survive. Right now, the only thing I have is my quirk. Whatever. Izuku lifted him up with the use of his telekinesis and flung him out of the forest back to the kingdom land. However, he helped him land safely on the ground. The dragon became visible as he hopped off Izuku's shoulder and stretched. When do you think you'll be returning to spy on him to make sure he doesn't betray you? Sirius asked. Soon. I'm not exactly sure when I should. Don't be an idiot. His alter ego paused. He's hardly trustworthy. Izuku's eyes widened as he found his alter ego standing right in front of him, as if he had walked right out of him. You can do that? Izuku said in utter shock. Always was able to. Why didn't you sooner? Is that seriously a question? We're trying to avoid attention, not gather it. Oh yeah. Izuku glanced at him. His features were almost exactly the same. Except his alter ego had heterochromatic eyes. One crimson red and the other pitch black. There were also other noticeable features. His alter ego had darker hair and nails. I didn't know you had a physical form, Sirius commented as he examined him. Whatever. What are you even out for? I wanted to be out for once. Is it an issue? No. Whatever. Dabi returned to the castle. Well, you're back early, Tamura hissed as he noticed the time. Dabi hadn't been out for long at all to be returning. Already, especially empty-handed. Searching takes a lot of energy and willpower, you know. I need to find him before I can do anything, Dabi replied with a sigh. Do not speak to me casually as if we're friends to any degree, or I'll cut off your tongue. Whatever. I'll get back to searching tomorrow or something. The sooner your knights find him, the sooner your plan with him and I can go. So tell your knights to stop slacking off. My knights are doing all they can. Don't speak of them as if they're lazing around like you. Isn't it strange how you can't find one person in this small kingdom? It's honestly concerning with all the knights you have deployed, of course. Doesn't it ring an alarm in your head that something isn't right? What are you implying here? He probably isn't in the kingdom and has returned to the empire. No. I'd know if he were in the empire. You think the people I have stationed there aren't doing their jobs? Maybe you should take it into account. He could be hiding somewhere else. Maybe it's time you talk to your mother and father and get a little bit more serious. It's impossible for him not to be in the kingdom. That sword. He couldn't have become its MSTR, not with his weak evident power. And my mother has nothing to do with kingdom affairs. She's somewhere in another kingdom overseas enjoying her lavish life. I do need to speak with my father. Then go do that. Tamura walked off. Dabi slipped up his cloak and stealthily followed behind to listen in on the conversation. After all, he wasn't about to get himself killed just to stay loyal to the kingdom. Father. Tamura announced himself as he stepped into his father's office. He had been busy with paperwork related to the kingdom. Yes, Tamura? He replied, not even bothering to glance at him as his eyes remained glued to the paper he had been busy reading. I don't think that brat is in the kingdom. Fo put the paper down and glanced at Tamura, concerned. Why do you say that? Because we cannot find him at all. We have searched everywhere. No body or sword has appeared. Wasn't it obvious he unlocked some problematic power while here? It appeared to be weak telekinesis, but that shouldn't be giving us this much of an issue. My clothes are one of a kind, even my cloak. He took those and flew off. However, ever since, those clothes haven't appeared, and neither has he. Father, do you still have the key? You mean that key? Yes. We don't go into that room to verify until the coronation ceremonies come up. Don't you think it's an emergency at this point? Fine. We'll check the book. Fo stood up and walked over to his shelf, pulling out a pen case. Inside was a pen, but behind it was a very special key. AFO had meant to find a better hiding spot, but he didn't have time. The key was quite pretty, a mix of gold and silver with blue and black gems encrusting it. Follow me, FO said as he headed towards the door. Dabi quickly ran off and hid, almost being spotted. He watched them walk out and head for the stairwell. Trained to spy well, Dabi followed behind. He watched them go to the bottom floor and enter what seemed to be an old library. They moved to the back corner of the room and pulled a book. The shelf shifted, revealing a door that needed a key. FO inserted the key he had in hand, and the door opened, revealing a small, dimly lit room. Inside was a book encased in glass, titled The Wielders. It was large, the size of a table. FO flipped through the pages, knowing his name would be there. The book inscribed the wielders of the sword as soon as it picked an owner. They were connected, and as long as the sword wasn't destroyed, the book would remain endless. Tamura and AFO both gasped when they noticed that right after AFO's name was Izuku Midoriya, written and underlined, signifying he was truly the new and current owner. Well, this isn't good, AFO muttered as he shut the book in disbelief. Dabi gasped. This information was significant. Father, doesn't this mean I get the throne now? What do you mean? You told me just a few weeks back that if the sword had truly picked that brat as its owner, I would get to inherit the throne. You sealed a deal on it too. I did say that. Well, Tamura, you do know that you need the sword to properly inherit the throne completely, right? And that's why this book is usually brought out during coronation ceremonies. Wait, does that mean that brat has the right to the throne? Tamura exclaimed in frustration. No, of course not. He isn't even of the bloodline. The sword picks owners based on strength. Which is odd. His quirk is only telekinesis, which isn't stronger than mine, so how come the sword chose him? His quirk must be more than it seems. Tamura, your right to the throne hasn't been removed. Our issue at hand is retrieving the sword. We know he isn't in the Empire. And he isn't in the kingdom. That doesn't leave many options. He could only be in the Forest of Beasts. Or another empire entirely, considering he can fly. The foe began to mutter, stressing Tamura further. What do we do? Tamura asked, snapping his father out of it. We have no choice but to search through the Forest of Beasts. The Forest of Beasts? We can't. Our troops would die before they managed to search through all of it. Not if we use the Nomu and Kurogiri. We're using them already? Aren't they for the future war we have planned? Tamura, that sword is the most important item in the kingdom. It's the only sword that can oppose the power of OFA and the only one, other than the sword of OFA, that can amplify quirk power by 10 times. That this is risky, isn't it? It is. But we have to. They walked out of the room and shut it. Dabi quickly ran out of the library, back up the stairs, and to his room. I think I gathered more than enough information for my life to be spared for now, Dabi thought to himself as he collapsed onto his bed. He really spied to avoid dying at my hand, Izuku's alter ego sneered. When do you think he'll get up and try to tell us everything that just happened? I mean, he doesn't know we're here, Izuku asked. Probably once he calms his heart rate down. He's as pale as a ghost, the alter ego laughed. Should we reveal ourselves? Sirius asked. Hell no, are you dumb? We're trying to test if he'll be loyal. Hasn't he already proved it by spying? He could be killed for what he's done already, and he hasn't even told us anything yet. Shut up, I'm enjoying this. What do we do now that they're going to start searching through the forest of the beasts? All the abilities that come with this quirk and you're still not taking advantage of it. You should use them as training opportunities. Take them out. Blame it on the beasts and the poison in the forest. Toy with them until their sanity is nothing but a myth. Send them to their graves in utter fear. But I guess that's an option. It's better than returning to the Empire and risking getting spotted. Dabi stood up and grabbed a cloak. That I should deliver the information and get it over with now, he muttered as he walked out of his room. How do you think he plans to find us? We didn't actually give him a proper way. A repeat of what we did the first time will be fine enough. Dabi walked out of the castle and into the main city streets. It was then that he realized he had no idea how to contact Izuku. Wait, what do I do? He looked around, puzzled, before Izuku revealed himself. There you are, Dabi was cut off. When he was dragged through the air, invisible, and dropped into the forest of the beasts once again. Hey! Dabi screamed as he landed. He became visible as did Izuku. You were too obvious about spotting me. Anyway, tell me everything you know. With the increasing possibility of war, more criminals had begun to emerge. The Valor sect was struggling to keep a hold of them all, with some even dying at the hands of known criminals. Aizawa thought to himself as he prepared to teach Katsuki personal sword lessons. Izuku's death had hit Aizawa hard. He couldn't believe it. The way he had died seemed so predictable that it should have been preventable. Yet, despite knowing that nothing changed the truth, Izuku was dead, and because of it, a war was about to break loose. Aizawa walked to the training area, where he found Katsuki in unsuitable attire for their practice. It was confusing. Your Highness, Aizawa asked. I cannot practice today. I came here only to tell you. I have to go practice for my coronation ceremony, Katsuki said bleakly. But that is typically practiced 2 months in advance. Isn't it too early? Aizawa inquired, noting there were still at least 6 months until the ceremony. They set the date closer because of the impending war. The enemy kingdom has been making moves within the empire, so we had to hurry. My coronation is in less than 3 months. Katsuki replied, handing Aizawa a letter with details about the coronation and the reason for the date change. Did I see? So the war is expected to come about sooner than later then? Yes. Will you be personally partaking? As much as I'd want to, I'm forbidden. If my father and I both die, there'd be no one to succeed the throne. Once my mother passes, the empire will be left without a leader. Katsuki said with slight disappointment. I understand. Then I shall take my leave. I wish you good luck during your coronation ceremony. Aizawa waved his hand and exited the training area. Katsuki left as well, seeking his personal teacher to learn proper etiquette for the ceremony. As if I wouldn't partake in the war. I'll go in secret and win this whole thing. I'll have the sword of one for all anyway. It's strong enough to rival the power of the sword of all for one. Without it, winning the war will be difficult. Not to mention, sitting back and watching the war progress makes it feel like I'm undeserving of being a leader, he thought to himself as he sat down. We will win this war. And that's everything, Dabi sighed, leaving out no detail. So they're going to start searching this forest? No issue. How is that no issue? You're going to get found? It's nothing you have to worry about. Just keep delivering information. Wait, how do we keep in contact? I can't find you all the time? We'll stay in contact via messenger bird. A messenger bird can't enter this forest without dying. Fine. Then you come into this forest and find me yourself. Just come prepared. You managed to cross this entire forest on your own anyway. You can do it once a week, 5 miles in. Eh? Would you prefer I kill you? Would you prefer I kill you? Alter ego Izuku said, having taken control of Izuku's body. His eyes glowed with a mix of colors through Izuku's regular emerald green. No. Dabi said, shaken. Then doing what I requested shouldn't be too much. He said with a sinister smile as he patted Dabi's shoulder. But how would I find you? The forest is huge, and it's not like you stay in one place every time. Dabi asked, looking around. No. I do. Izuku said as he regained control. You see that cave? He pointed to a large, ominous cave a couple of 100 feet away. Dabi squinted his eyes. Yeah? I'm always around this area. And if you still can't find me, write everything you've gathered and leave it as a note in that cave. Is that simple enough? How am I going to find it? It's not like it's visible from the start of the forest. Leave some kind of mark. You have fire as a quirk, and these trees leave burns. Mark some trees discreetly so you'll find your way through. Simple. But I guess I have no excuse then. Dabi sighed, giving in. Michim. Now I'll send you through the forest straight out. You leave a mark at the first tree by the border. From there, just walk straight, and you'll eventually run into this cave. Dabi was cut off when Izuku shot him out of the forest. An emergency meeting was held due to an issue with the sword. Tfo, Tamura, the queen, who had to come on short notice, and the duke were present. What operation shall we follow? The duke asked, glancing at AFO, who seemed tense and stressed from the situation. The sword is an absolute necessity for the ruler to have. We have to retrieve it. It's been concluded that the Empire's brat is living within the Forest of the Beasts, so we shall search through there. We will send out the Nomu to aid the knights in the search, AFO declared. But the Forest of the Beasts is known for how many people it kills. If you go in there, there's a chance of no return. Won't too many die? The Duke asked, concerned. The Nomu are stronger than the beasts, I made sure of it. They're resistant to all poisons in the forest and have a physical ability above that of the strongest beast. They also don't need to eat or sleep. They're the kingdom's strongest asset. The knights shouldn't die with the Nomu with them. When are you going to take over the empire? The queen asked, a bit bored as she played with her long white hair. Soon. As soon as we kill the brat and take the sword back, we'll strike the empire first and eliminate them. With nothing left of the Emperor family and only us to reign, the people there won't have a choice but to succumb to our rule, AFO replied. I'll look forward to it then. So we'll deploy the Nomu with the knights to search through the Forest of the Beasts? Yes. It didn't take long for the order to take action. After 2 weeks of preparation, they were all deployed into the forest. Izuku quickly noticed the Nomu and knights searching through the forest, battling the beasts that attacked. Those creatures with the knights looked to be beasts themselves. But they aren't. Izuku thought as he watched from a tree. You're right for once. You think the beasts will get to them before I do? Seeing how we haven't attacked yet, maybe. Let's see how the creatures fare against the beasts first. There's a chimera coming anyway. Good idea. The chimera attempted to attack the Nomu, but their muscular bodies and quick regeneration kept them from sustaining noticeable damage. One Nomu grabbed the chimera and ripped it in half. Blood gushed out as the Nomu dropped it and continued walking with the knights. Brutal. It's amazing. This must be the kingdom's trump card, beasts engineered to be the strongest of all. I'm so jealous of their strength. It makes me want to take them down. Do we strike now? Izuku asked, feeling a wave of jealousy rise within him. Absolutely. And use claw too. Make sure there's nothing left of them, he said with a devious grin. Izuku jumped off the tree and swiftly landed, still invisible. Sirius, his dragon, watched from the branch to avoid getting in the way. The Nomu quickly tried to attack Izuku. They could see him despite his invisibility due to their thermal vision. Izuku stopped their attacks with his telekinesis as he activated Claw. The ground beneath them transformed into dark tar, and large thorns sprouted out. With every pulse, pain radiated through those trapped within the radius of the attack. The knights and Nomo found themselves stuck, unable to move. Izuku became visible, his left eye pitch black while his right remained green. "Why?" a knight forced out as he released his presence. The knights fell to the ground as the Nomu struggled to stand, their arms coated in the same black substance as the ground. "Hi." Izuku waved with a sarcastic smile as he adjusted his cloak. "His Majesty was right," another knight yelled. "I was wondering when you'd decide to search the forest. After all, it has been weeks since I've been dead," Izuku sneered, clutching the sword they were all desperately searching for. Low groans echoed as they cried in pain, experiencing a level of suffering they had never felt before. "How should I kill you? Sword or poison?" Izuku asked, pulling out the sword and revealing it before their eyes. They gasped as the red gem glowed vividly, the first time they had ever seen it. The Nomu screeched loudly, fighting to escape his grasp, but it was no use. Izuku hadn't even been using the sword's power to assist him. "I'll start with these creatures," Izuku said, stepping onto the black tar, unaffected. He slashed a Nomu, decapitating it. The head shriveled up as did the body, crumbling to dust. "So the head is the weakness," Izuku commented as he approached another Nomu. This time, he slashed its chest and watched it reform before his eyes, hardly any blood spilling. "Interesting," Izuku grinned, the thought of using poison striking his mind. He flew up with his telekinesis and concocted a poison that would be 100% lethal. He grabbed its forehead and watched the Nomu collapse instantly. While the Nomu was resistant to most poisons in the forest, it wasn't resistant to the poisons Izuku personally created, as they didn't exist anywhere else. The knights gasped as the body flopped next to them. He had taken down a beast with just a tap of his hand. Izuku then proceeded to finish off the rest of the Nomu by using his telekinesis to remove their heads. He was growing bored. He sheathed his blade as he landed gracefully and walked over to the knights. "Tell me everything you know, or I'll make sure to put you through more pain during your last moments," Izuku threatened, lifting the head of one of the knights. "Spare me. Please," he cried. Izuku, or rather his alter ego, chuckled as he snapped the knight's neck and moved to another. "Tell me what you know or you die." They both spoke in unison, sharing the moment. Dash. Midoriya sent poison through his system, ending him instantly. He repeated the process with the other knights until only one remained, one he knew he had scared enough to spill everything without hesitation. "And more knights are coming. They're searching for you. They want to kill you. They plan to take over the empire as soon as they get the sword back," he screamed, practically pleading for mercy. "Is that all? Please." Dash. Izuku quickly ended him as he stood up and looked around. It was a bloodbath. There were a total of 45 dead bodies, Nomu included. Izuku sealed his presence, deactivating his quirk. The black, ink-like substance on the ground along with the thorns disappeared as Izuku glanced up at Sirius. "These beasts aren't as strong as I imagined," he said as Sirius flew down with the cat he had been watching for Izuku. "I agree, beheading them was easier than expected, and it kills them instantly. Though what is to be expected? If this is the kingdom's trump card, then I have nothing to worry about," Izuku said, flying up. "I doubt these are the only ones sent. Let's go find the others and take them out to send a message." Izuku spent the rest of his afternoon confronting all the Nomu and knights he encountered. He didn't bother with monologuing or asking for information. He had one goal in mind: to send a message. "Exams are coming up. I understand there is a war at bay, and it is likely that many of you won't be able to come into school. I hope you all stay safe when it starts. Classes will be cancelled as far as I know. There's a chance some of you will be called to help as you're all training to be part of the Valor sect. It shall only happen during desperate times, so you shouldn't worry about it too much. However, if any of you are called to fight on the front lines, I hope you all stay safe and make it back with your lives," Aizawa said grimly, noticing the dread in his students' eyes. Katsuki felt it the most. The non-stop training was weighing heavily on him, and he wished for the war to be over so he could finally rest, whether they won or lost. The stress was painful. And that's the last of them for today, I think, Izuku commented as he finished off the last group. He had confirmed it was the final group after flying around the forest, invisible, in search of any others. The sun had begun to set, and he had taken down over 350 people, not including the Nomu. He hadn't expected that many knights to be deployed. This is the most I've ever killed in a day. It's a record, Izuku said with a grin as he rested in the cave with his dragon and cat. With nightfall approaching, Izuku felt naturally tired. I have all the training necessary. Now I just wait for the queen to be present. Then they're all dead. Not a single member of the royal family will be left after this. And when I move on to take over the empire, I'll kill Katsuki. The only one I'll allow to remain of the imperial family is my mother. After all, she's the only one that actually loved me. With the coronation ceremony coming up, everyone was busy. The stress of the oncoming war loomed over everyone's heads, preventing them from feeling joy for the celebration that was meant to be remembered for generations. Izuku, however, was completely unaware of the date change. He still believed things were going exactly as he had planned. Killing them is getting boring now. We've already taken down 703 knights and 150 of those Nomu creatures. We should make things more interesting. We've been sitting in the forest all this time. The queen won't come until a war is waged, and by then, it'll be too late to crash the coronation ceremony. Izuku's alter ego, a voice of negativity, groaned. I agree. Isn't this risky? What if there are things going on that we don't know about in the empire? Sirius mentioned as he landed on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku let out an audible sigh. He too was getting tired of the repetitive "see you." Then what should we do? Haven't we been ignoring the empire for too long? I mean, we've focused all our energy on the kingdom and haven't bothered to check in to see if anything's changed. It's actually kind of foolish not to have checked in on the empire. The whole reason we didn't go to the empire is because I'm easily recognized, and we decided to wait until the time to crash the ceremony came. Besides, what could have changed in the month and a half that I've been missing? They're preparing for a war. A lot could have changed, don't be foolish. Fair enough. But we have to wait right now anyway. Dabi is going to show up any moment now. Speaking of which, Dabi quickly appeared on the scene. Alright, what's the weekly report looking like? Izuku asked. Everyone is in panic, including Tamura himself. They haven't been able to take you down, and everyone they've sent so far has died, even the Nomu creature they specifically designed to be difficult to defeat. They're planning to wage war on the Empire as soon as they get the sword back. But since it seems unlikely they'll retrieve it, the Empire might strike first. The Queen dropped by for an emergency visit. She said that as soon as the Empire was conquered, she'd stay here for the rest of her life. However, she left. Tamura is getting frustrated and might come himself to try and take you down. If that happens, AFO will likely join him, according to rumors. Any questions? Dabi asked, finishing his report. Yes. Do you know what the Queen looks like? The only description I have is that she has long white hair. Well, she looks to be about 5'0'5". She really likes flowers. She only comes here wearing flowery dresses and always has one in her hair. You're right, she has long white hair. Her eyes are purple. I haven't figured out what her quirk is, but given that AFO is her husband, she probably has a lot. That's all I have, Dabi sighed. Perfect. With that description, I should be able to spot her without fail when the time comes. Is that all? Michim. If you find out anything I should know, don't waste time delivering it. Izuku stood up and waved Dabi off after receiving the sheet of paper full of information. If AFO and Tamura decide to directly attack, we can take them down and take over sooner rather than later. Yes, but don't forget AFO has a stockpile of quirks. Beating him will be difficult. I originally planned to surprise him and take him out immediately. You forget you can temporarily disable quirks for a minimum of 2 minutes. That's more than enough time to defeat them both. I guess. Now let's go to the Empire. Izuku stretched as he grabbed a cloak and put it on. Let's go. He sighed, going invisible along with Sirius as he flew up with his telekinesis, racing toward the Empire. When he arrived, he could practically feel the tension and stress in the air. It was as if the empire was shrouded in a cloud of negativity. People all around looked fashionably miserable, which was confusing. Things are so decorated, like there's something important coming up. But everyone looks so miserable. Something's off. The way it's decorated suggests the coronation ceremony is coming up sooner than later. Izuku commented as he landed on the surprisingly empty street of the capital. He could see the palace from where he stood, decorated glamorously. I read about how they decorate for coronation ceremonies. While my memory is foggy, I definitely remember. There are bouquets of daffodils, apple blossoms, and camellias. They stand for new beginnings, peace, and love. From the windows, blue curtains are draped down, and from the doors, the cleanest red carpet has been placed all the way down onto the street leading to the palace. The street is also decorated with flowers and gated so no one can use it. With all these preparations, the coronation is less than 3 months away. Izuku thought in utter shock. But that jeopardizes the plan? I know. We have to push our plans sooner than later now. This is bad. I have to conquer the kingdom within less than 3 months. This will have to be the quickest yet greatest attack ever carried out if I want it to succeed. Is that why everyone's face is gloomy? Sirius asked, also sensing the off atmosphere. I suppose it's because as soon as the coronation ceremony is done and official, war will wage immediately. It's difficult to be happy about something when you know something bad will happen right after. Izuku sighed as he left the empty street and moved onto a busier one. He found himself in front of UA, having traveled quite a distance. Classes were resuming as usual. I'm going to sneak in. Izuku walked towards the gate, noticing the Quirk barrier set up. The barrier allows anyone with an ID or anyone from the Emperor family to enter. I should have no issue crossing in. He waltzed right in and flew over to the lunchroom, where an open door allowed students to walk into the courtyard. As he entered, he could feel the stress in the air. Exams. I have to make sure I have everything about quirks down by next week before I can move on to science. Kaminari groaned, rubbing his eyes, which were heavy with fatigue. Me too, Siro croaked. Where's Katsuki? Seeing as how the coronation ceremony is just around the corner, he can't waste any time. He's either with Aizawa training or practicing etiquette. Either way, he's in a classroom, Izuku replied as he flew up the stairs and down the corridor. He stopped by his former classroom and found Aizawa stressed over papers, with Katsuki in the far back practicing etiquette as Izuku had predicted. Izuku slowly flew over and glanced over Aizawa's head to see what was causing him so much stress. It was the exam papers. I feel like I'm being watched. Aizawa thought to himself, a chill running down his spine. Being the best swordsman in the Empire gave him keen instincts. But it's from above. He looked up, clutching the sword resting on his desk. Izuku found himself staring right into Aizawa's gray eyes, but Aizawa couldn't see him. We've been spotted not directly, but he's the best swordsman, so he can feel us in here. Izuku quickly flew higher to avoid being caught. I don't have to worry about his quirk. As long as he can't see me, it won't work on me, he thought in relief as Aizawa shook his head and returned to his work. There's definitely someone watching me. I don't know anymore. It feels like it. But there's no one. If it's an invisibility quirk, this person wouldn't be able to fly, so feeling it above my head isn't even possible. Whatever, it's not like anything will happen that's out of my control. If they had ill intent, the alarm would sound as soon as they crossed the barrier. Growing bored watching the institute, Izuku decided to fly off to the palace to gather actual information. He still had no idea when the date of the coronation was. Upon arriving at the palace, he could see how worn out and tired the workers were, burdened with ensuring everything looked perfect. He found his mother talking with his father about the coronation. Has the official date been selected? Inko asked. Yes. September 15th. That's exactly 2.5 months from now. Izuku thought, realizing it was the start of July. Isn't that a bit too late? The start of autumn will be just around the corner, and the flowers won't be as appealing. We can't push the date any closer, there are still too many things that have to be done. The flowers and other seasonal plants will be protected by a quirk to ensure they don't wilt, All Might replied. Fine. Has Katsuki already been informed? No, the date was selected today after an important meeting with the royal duke, some nobles, and members of the Valor and Enchanted sect of the army. The Enchanted sect specialized in quirk magic, focusing on healing and defense-based quirks for wartime. I see. Well then, I shall inform him when he arrives after school today. Seeing as how you'll likely see him before I do, please also tell him to meet with the royal duke Endeavor. I will do so. That was boring. The only good thing we got out of this conversation was the date. Yeah, the most important element. Izuku shook his head, feeling jealousy rise in his heart. I've been declared dead for a little over a month, and it seems no one really cares. Now all the attention is centered around Katsuki as the new crown prince when he doesn't even deserve it. I'm not even dead. September 15th. That is the day I officially take over the empire as the emperor. I'll conquer the kingdom before the end of August. I'll make sure of it. Then, when the day of the coronation comes, I'll arrive right during the crowning ceremony and take back what's rightfully mine. Then, I'll confront Katsuki for all to see. Izuku returned to the forest of the beasts after gathering all the information he needed. He subsided for weeks, only doing what he needed to do with the knights and the Nomu rather than using all his abilities on them. During that time, he perfected his plan for the future, ensuring everything fit within the time frame he needed. Meanwhile, the kingdom was in absolute panic. The empire is going to wage war as soon as the coronation ceremony is over. September 15th. We only have a month. We've been trying to catch that green-haired enemy for 2 months now. What are we going to do? Tamura screamed. With all the spies he had implemented in the empire, it wasn't difficult to figure out the date of the coronation. Tamura, a leader has to remain calm during times like this. Yes, the war is in a month, but you have to remember that we still have our trump cards. Those trump cards alone could cause the empire to fall, Afo said, trying to calm Tamura down. And what are we supposed to do against the sword of one for all? Tamura yelled again. We destroy it given the chance. It's still just a sword, like any other sword, it can break. But how do you intend to break it? Via quirk. Tamura, calm down. I'm going to catch that green-haired enemy myself. He's going to become a problem later. I can feel it, Tamura hissed. I never said we weren't. Prepare. In less than an hour, you're going out to the forest to find and eliminate him. Am I supposed to take him down on my own? You said you were stronger, didn't you? Kill him and take the sword back if you're so worried. Fine then. Tamura stormed out to prepare. Tamura is strong. However, the only people that could defeat those Nomu I designed are Tamura and myself. Seeing as how that enemy was able to defeat them with his quirk alone, he obviously has a quirk that rivals Tamura's strength. Also, considering he has survived in the forest of beasts alone for around 2 months, he has likely asserted his demps over all the other beasts there. Sending Tamura out to fight on his own is almost sending him out to die, especially with how that enemy will likely be able to ambush him before Tamura gets the chance to notice him. So aside from the obvious backup that will accompany Tamura, I'll send Kurogiri so he can get me if things start to go horribly wrong, Efo thought to himself as he called for people to arrive through a messenger. Kurogiri was the first to arrive, followed by everyone else. In total, 10 knights came. They were the strongest in the kingdom. Kurogiri. Here, your majesty. Toga. Here, your majesty. Muscular. Here, your majesty. Magna. Here, your majesty. Dabi. Here, your highness. Moonfish. AFO paused to look around, knowing Moonfish couldn't properly respond. Meat. Mustard. Here, your majesty. Compress. Here, your highness. Spinner. Here, your highness. And finally twice. Here, not here, your majesty. I am tasking you all to accompany Tamura. Your mission is to capture Izuku Midoriya, the crown prince of the empire. As you may have noticed, we haven't been able to catch him with the use of Nomu and the regular knights. So I am deploying you all. If you notice that it's highly likely you won't be able to catch him without losing your lives, warp out there with Kurogiri's Quirk and get me. Today we end that enemy once and for all. 11 people hiked through the forest of beasts in search of the Emperor Brat. Beasts were attacking left and right, but it wasn't too difficult to take them down using their quirks. Izuku had been stalking them from a distance, watching their every move as they fought the beasts he purposefully sent at them with his telekinesis. He wanted to grasp their quirks and fighting style before he started anything. Looks like Dabi is amongst the group. That isn't any good. These are the strongest knights in the kingdom. It's that warp guy. I'll take them all down and spare Dabi. I'm assuming their plan was to retreat and call for help from AFO if things went bad, seeing as they have the warp guy. But AFO will have to come out himself once he's notified his son hasn't come back for a suspicious amount of time. It's perfect. Izuku grinned as he crept closer, completely invisible. Your Highness, with all due respect, how are we supposed to find him? Spinner asked, annoyed by the beasts. You think he'll just sit still when he sees us? He's obviously going to attack. And once he does, we attack and eliminate him, Tamura replied. That makes sense. We should separate them. 1, it'll be easier to deal with them. 2, we won't risk losing an information broker. 3, it'll be easier to disable their quirks one at a time rather than all at once. 4, it might also bring AFO out here sooner than later. That's a good idea. Let's get started then. A toothy grin struck Midoriya's face as he activated his telekinesis and split up the group at once. They all collectively screamed as they were sent to different points of the forest, nowhere to be seen by anyone else. The only person Izuku left was Tamura, as he wanted to deal with him first. Reveal yourself. Coward! Tamura screamed as he tightened his grip on his sword, panicking as he was left all alone. His sword was specifically made for him. It wouldn't decay in his hands even if he held it with 5 fingers. Instead of decaying, it would send out waves of decay, so anything the sword managed to hit would decay. Izuku appeared 8 feet away from him, holding the treasured sword of All for One. You dash! Izuku quickly disabled his quirk as he revealed his presence, causing Tamura to fall to his knees, unable to bear it. Wow. Is this all it takes to defeat you? I would have thought I'd have to put in more effort, Izuku sneered, holding the sword towards Tamura. I'm not dead. Yet. I will kill you. Tamura forced out as he charged at Izuku, straining his muscles in the process. He slashed his sword and attempted to unleash a wave of his quirk, but it obviously didn't work. Tamura was cut off when Izuku disarmed him with a flick of his finger, breaking the sword in 2 and rendering it useless. Would you look at that? Your only means of self-defense are gone. Now what? Izuku crept closer. You be sturdy. I'll kill you. Tamura felt his muscles pulse in pain. He was pushing himself too hard. No. I'll kill you. But first, Izuku grinned as he held Tamura up with his telekinesis, leaving him unable to move. I need to put you in as much pain as you put me in. He tapped his forehead, sending a new poison coursing through Tamura's system, one that would inflict all the pain Izuku had endured onto someone else. Tamura began to scream in agony. It was a lethal poison with no cure, designed to last up to 48 hours before ultimately claiming the victim's life. Even if Tamura returned to the kingdom and received treatment, his fate was sealed the moment Izuku tapped his forehead. Tears streamed down Tamura's face as his body shook uncontrollably. Izuku could only grin wickedly as he left Tamura there to suffer. If it wasn't the poison that killed him, it would be a hungry beast. Either way, it was a win-win situation for Izuku. Oh yeah, and news flash, Tamura. I'm going to take over the kingdom. Those were his last words before he flew off to confront the others, concealing his presence. 1 member out of the way, 2 to go in the kingdom. Izuku's alter ego grinned maniacally as he searched for the remaining knights. The first person he encountered was Kurogiri, who was sending the last knight away to call for help. Izuku smiled. Everything was going according to plan. FO would have to show up now. Izuku disabled Kurogiri's quirk before he could escape, most of the dark purple fog dissipating from his body, leaving only the smoke around his head. Kurogiri looked around frantically, having been spotted but unable to find Izuku. "You're the cause of so many of my problems," Izuku hissed as he landed before Kurogiri. Kurogiri clutched his sword, nervously sweating. "What did you do to His Highness, the Crown Prince?" "Tamura?" Izuku paused to chuckle. "He's dead. Or at least, slowly dying. That's if a beast hasn't gotten to him by now." Kurogiri's eyes widened. "What? Impossible!" he screamed as he charged at Izuku. "Is it impossible?" Izuku hissed, releasing his presence once more. Kurogiri immediately fell to the ground, struggling to move. "I'll make your death quick, seeing how you already called for help. It won't be long until the person I've really wanted to fight arrives," Midoriya said with a smile as he pulled out the sword of All for One and skewered Kurogiri, piercing through his heart and killing him instantly. Izuku sheathed his bloody sword and went invisible again, concealing his presence once more. Now it was a waiting game. He flew back to Tamura, figuring that if AFO were to appear, he would go to his son first. Tamura was screaming in pain, calling for all the beasts to come and attack. Izuku's quirk timed out, and Tamura's quirk returned. The ground beneath him began to crumble as he slammed his hand on it repeatedly in agony. Any beasts that tried to attack him only managed to get one hit in before decaying instantly. "He's bleeding. The smell of blood is pungent," Sirius said, holding onto Sapphire. "Yeah, he's become a target for beasts." "It's not long until he dies," Izuku replied, a wicked grin on his face. "Tamura!" A distant, yet familiar voice screamed. "FO is here." "You know what that means," Izuku said. "We can officially begin the ultimate boss fight. And as soon as we defeat him, we have the whole kingdom for ourselves." Izuku watched as AFO rushed to his dying son, who was bleeding out. "Tamura!" FO screamed as he spotted him. "That BSTRD. This hurts." "Him," Tamura forced out with a shaky voice. "What happened?" "This hurts. This hurts." FO flipped Tamura over and noticed the strong discoloration on his forehead. He had been poisoned. AFO tried healing him with the quirks he had at his disposal, but nothing worked. He then attempted to inject a miracle cure for all poisons into Tamura's body, but that failed as well. Izuku had designed the poison to be incurable for that very reason. FO watched in panic as his son was about to die, helpless to do anything about it. He would have to watch him slowly perish. "Tamura, how could you let this happen?" AFO glanced around and noticed the broken sword, clearly Tamura's. "Kill me," Tamura pleaded, staring at his father with poison-stricken eyes. Bugs had already begun to eat at the open wounds left by the beasts. A burning anger surged within AFO as he looked at his son, who was staring at him helplessly. "Is that your final wish?" FO asked grimly, clenching his jaw. "No. Make sure to kill the Emperor Brat," Tamura said, gasping for air as the poison attacked his lungs. "I will," aside, his heart heavy as he put his son to rest. He had made his death quick and easy with a quirk he had stolen long ago. Tamura went completely limp, the groaning and thrashing had come to a stop. Silence followed as AFO stared at his only son, lifeless before him. He scooped up Tamura's body and placed him in a somewhat safe location. Then he returned to the spot where Tamura had died and looked up at the trees. "I know you're watching, Emperor. Come out now before I leave nothing of this forest and your empire," Fo hissed, red electricity crackling around him. "Should we fight head-on or try a surprise attack?" Izuku asked. "Any attack we try won't be a surprise because he's expecting it. I doubt my presence will be able to knock him over. We'll fight head-on. We can disable his quirk long enough to finish him. And if things start to go wrong, Sirius, you can help, can't you?" "Of course I can. I'm immune to quirks. He's no different. Just give me the signal and I'll assist," Sirius replied as he hopped off Izuku's shoulder and perched on a branch to watch the fight. Izuku flew down, still invisible. "Come out," Ifo hissed again. Izuku clutched his sword, taking a deep breath and releasing his presence entirely. Those within the kingdom could feel it. Izuku was fortunate to be in the beast's forest near the edge of Japan rather than the border between the empire and the kingdom. His presence enveloped the kingdom and seeped slightly into the empire. Efo struggled to stand. It was evident Izuku's power was far stronger than his own. Even Afo's presence couldn't encompass the kingdom. Izuku became visible and stared Afo down. "Hi," he said with a devious grin as he unsheathed his blade. "You have the audacity to kill my son and then say, 'Hi,' as if you did nothing?" Afo pulled out his sword and activated multiple quirks around him. "Don't act all innocent. You started this the moment you decided to kidnap me," Izuku hissed, holding his sword in front of him, feeling his quirk enhance. "You're at fault here. Your son could still be alive if you hadn't bothered the Empire." Efo charged at him, striking a nerve. Izuku countered, locking swords with him. Efo struggled to hold back. Izuku's presence was overwhelming, along with his surprising strength. Izuku subtly pushed Afo back with telekinesis, disarming him with a swift motion. Efo stared in shock, not realizing he could be disarmed so easily. As he reached for his sword, Izuku lifted it with telekinesis, keeping it out of Afo's grasp. "Will you make the same mistake Tomura did?" Izuku chuckled, keeping the sword away. Efo sent tendrils toward the sword, wrapping around it. "Interesting. Is that what lets you steal quirks?" "My guess is no, because if that were the case, you would have already stolen my quirk," Izuku commented, breaking the sword in two. Efo held the broken blade in disbelief. They weren't meant to break so easily. "I don't need my sword to defeat you. And keep my son's name out of your mouth," Efo spat, sending his tendrils at Izuku. Midoriya grinned as he temporarily disabled Afo's quirk, watching panic surge through him. "That's enough defense from my part. It's my turn." Izuku's grin faded as a serious expression took over. He charged head-on, sword ready. Afo raised his hands in defense as Izuku slashed him directly, cutting deep into his skin. Blood gushed out as Afo attempted to retaliate, but the pain made it difficult. Izuku swiftly dodged his punches and countered with a strike to Afo's face, sending him crashing into a tree. Izuku pressed the attack, slashing Afo's chest, blood splattering everywhere, some landing on Izuku's face. Afo let out a pained groan. Without his quirks and sword, he was defenseless against someone like Izuku. Izuku activated a new ability, watching as the ground turned into a dark substance, spikes surrounding Afo and delivering immense pain. Afo looked at his hand, now tar black, the darkness spreading through him. "I didn't expect beating you to be so easy," Izuku sneered, holding the sword to Afo's neck. Movement was now impossible for Afo. "Be sturdy," Afo forced out as he bled profusely, feeling the pain pulse through his veins. "Any last words?" Izuku asked, pressing the bloody blade to his neck. "Oh, you die. The most painful death the world has ever seen," Afo said, his eyes slowly closing. Izuku swiftly ended his life. "What if he has a quirk that will bring him back? You should create a poison that will destroy the quirks in his system so he won't ever return." "Good idea." To ensure he wouldn't come back, Izuku sent 12 different kinds of poison coursing through Afo's system. After 10 minutes, Izuku checked for a pulse. There wasn't any. Afo was officially dead. A wicked grin struck his face as he concealed his presence and sheathed his blade. "I did it," he cheered as he lifted the body and flew off to find Tomura's. They would serve as display items for some time. Izuku flew back to the kingdom, visible now. His dragon and cat accompanied him, though they remained invisible. He had to make his position known. Gasps could be heard in small villages as Izuku flew past, carrying the bodies of their former leaders straight to the capital. It was a devastating sight. Izuku landed before the castle, displaying the bodies and the sword as he walked inside. Knights rushed to attack, but Izuku swiftly dispatched them with a flick of his wrist. Anyone who dared to oppose him would face dire consequences. "Please, spare me," one knight screamed, dropping his sword as he witnessed his friend's fall. "HM. I will under one condition." "Anything," the knight replied desperately. "Tell everyone in the capital, all the nobles, to come for a banquet in the ballroom. I am their new leader, and that must be properly celebrated. Anyone who doesn't come will be killed. Can you do that? Yes, Your Majesty. The knight ran off to spread the news as Izuku stepped further into the castle. He had explored enough to know where everything was, even the head butler and maid. He sought out the head butler, still holding the corpses. You! Izuku called, capturing the butler's attention. The butler turned, gasping in surprise at the sight of Izuku, bloodied and holding the bodies of his former leaders. Why yes. I am your new leader. Alert the other staff. There will be a banquet today in the ballroom to celebrate my rule. Anyone who refuses to cooperate will face severe consequences. I expect assistance in preparing for the event as well, Izuku said with a toothy grin. Weiss, Your Highness. The butler quickly scurried away. Izuku made his way to AFO's old room, now his own. It was the most luxurious room in the castle, filled with items he had only dreamed of due to his past mistreatment. Maids soon arrived to assist him, bringing towels, soap, and shampoo, along with those who had scale quirks to determine his size for custom-made clothes for the banquet. Before stepping into the prepared bath, the maids quickly took his measurements and left. Izuku enjoyed a long, private bath, his sword resting nearby. He washed away the remnants of battle and wrapped himself in a towel, feeling comfortable and clean for the first time in a long while. After an hour, he emerged to find an array of clothes waiting for him. A grin spread across his face as he admired the royal blue outfit with a silver collar and buttons, complete with a soft royal mantle. He quickly dressed, securing the sword of all for one in its case at his waist, which matched his suit. After 5 minutes, a maid knocked on the door. Come in, Izuku called. The maid entered with a group of other maids, ready to make him presentable. They combed through his green hair, attempting to style it as best they could. His face was massaged to reduce any inflammation, and then he was adorned with a gem-encrusted crown that shone extravagantly. Izuku was ready. He stepped out of his room, with Sirius and Sapphire following invisibly. He found the head butler speaking with the knight who had returned after informing the capital about the banquet. How many people have arrived? Izuku asked. Your Highness. We told them to come as soon as possible. It is 3 p.m. now, and I instructed them to arrive around 3:30 to 4 p.m. The nobles prefer to arrive fashionably late and like to dress up, so I gave them that time to prepare, the knight explained, having received help from others who were still alive. That works well. And Butler, how are preparations looking? Given the sudden notice, things were done quickly. However, the food won't be ready until later, as it takes time to prepare. Even with Quirks assisting, we won't finish in time. Everything else is well prepared, though we were fortunate to have been preparing for a banquet under the Crown Prince's instruction, the butler replied with a relieved sigh. Good. And don't refer to Tamura as the Crown Prince. He's dead and lost that title long ago. Right. Sorry, Your Highness. Good. Now I shall wait for the banquet to start. Izuku walked back to his room to relax for the hour he had left. He found Sirius and Sapphire lying on his bed, which had freshly changed sheets and pillows. Did you two at least bathe? Izuku asked, realizing they were likely dirty. Sirius nodded. I bathed the cat too. Izuku let out a relieved sigh. Good. You took over the kingdom successfully. When will you return to the Empire? Sirius inquired. During the coronation ceremony. I'm taking the sword of one for all after all. I haven't seen it yet, even though I'm the Crown Prince. They have it stored away somewhere I can't access. Crashing the coronation ceremony works perfectly. Everyone will be there to see me confront Katsuki. I still need to establish a stable position here in the kingdom. I wouldn't be surprised if the nobles tried to revolt or bring up the queen. It might take months for my position to stabilize here and in the Empire. But as long as I don't falter, my position will strengthen over time, Izuku replied, admiring his reflection in the mirror. I look amazing, he grinned, sitting on what was now his bed. There will be many against me today, but that's why I have their corpses with me. They'll serve a purpose today and in the future. I have to preserve them for a bit before they can be burned. I have a feeling the queen will be mentioned. No issue. I'm the king here, and she's just an old queen who has lost her position, just like Katsuki will in a month. As the hour passed, nobles filled the ballroom, discussing the situation they faced. Among them were knights, the same ones who had fled the scene. Rumors circulated about their failure to protect their king and crown prince. Some cared, some didn't. Izuku hopped off his bed. It was time to make his appearance. "Can I come along?" Sirius asked. "Yeah, but stay invisible for now. I'll let you know when to reveal yourself," Izuku replied. A knock at the door interrupted them. "Come in," Izuku said. The head butler entered. "Greetings, Your Highness. Everyone is here. We have the announcers ready. Is there anything specific you would like them to say when they announce your name?" Yes, actually," Izuku paused, grabbing a sheet of paper to write down his request. "Give them this." "Understood." Izuku walked out with the butler, his dragon resting on his shoulder, completely invisible. Sapphire decided to sleep. Izuku followed the butler to the ballroom, waiting in the corridor until his name was announced. He had the caskets with Tamura and AFO nearby, knowing he would need them soon. The announcers read from the paper and memorized its content before announcing, "HM." It was time. The nobles fell silent as they faced the announcers. "Now greeting His Majesty, the new ruler of this kingdom and soon-to-be empire, the conqueror of AFO and Tamura, Izuku Midoriya." The announcers proclaimed in unison as Izuku stepped into the light. He walked to the throne and took his seat, displaying the sword of all for one at his waist. A devious grin spread across his face as he looked down at the nobles, who were dressed nicely for the occasion. The atmosphere grew tense as the nobles stared at him in obvious disdain. "Hello everyone. As you can see, I am your new king. Any opposition will be considered treason against the kingdom and soon-to-be empire, and you will face severe consequences. Are there any questions?" Izuku stated boldly, flashing his sword. A few brave nobles raised their hands. "Greetings, Your Highness. My question is, what do you mean by soon-to-be empire? I understand you're the crown prince, but didn't that title go to your younger brother since you were declared dead?" one asked. "I will reclaim what is mine. The position of emperor belongs to me as the rightful heir, regardless of being declared dead. I will unite the kingdom with the empire when I take over in about a month," Izuku replied confidently. Another noble raised their hand. "We won't accept you as our king. The queen is still alive. As long as she is here, you don't belong as king. Who do you think you are, trying to take over?" Izuku interrupted. "Didn't I just say any opposition is considered treason?" His alter ego surged forth. With a flick of his finger, he silenced the noble using his telekinesis. His left eye darkened as he stood up. "But he's right. Who do you think you are?" Another noble shouted. "Yeah. The empire has no shame," another added. "You can't kill all of us," someone else protested. "You're just an imperial bastard. FO was our true ruler. Now it's the queen, not you." The crowd erupted in protest, and Izuku stared in surprise at their reaction. But he wasn't going to tolerate the disrespect. He released his presence, causing a collective gasp as everyone dropped to the ground, overwhelmed by the force Izuku exuded. "I suppose you all thought I'd tolerate this disrespect and that I wouldn't be able to deal with you. I won't. However, I understand you're all loyal to your old leaders. Instead of punishing all of you, I'll deal with the two who instigated this uproar. The rest of you will pay a fine of 35% of your net worth for your actions," Izuku declared as he lifted the two instigators away from the crowd and positioned them at the base of his staircase leading to his throne. The crowd gasped. 35% of their wealth was a significant amount. "I know I said treason would be dealt with severely, but I'll handle you two right now," Izuku continued, lifting his sword with telekinesis. "You should have kept your mouth shut if you didn't want to face the consequences." The sword struck cleanly, and blood splattered across the red carpet, silencing the crowd. The traitors had rolled away, marking a swift end to his defiance. "And now for you," Izuku finished off the second instigator, holding their bodies aloft for all to see. "Now, does anyone else dare to speak against me?" Izuku grinned, surveying the crowd still frozen in fear. "Exactly. I won't resort to violence unless necessary." He concealed his presence, allowing them to stand again. "Are there any other questions?" he asked, almost tauntingly. One brave soul raised his hand. A man wearing a peculiar plague mask with golden eyes and straight brown hair. "Greetings, Your Highness. I am the Duke of the Kingdom, Chisaki. I've been wondering what you did with the bodies of the former leaders." "You're the Duke? So you work directly under me. Interesting. As for the bodies, take a look for yourselves." He revealed the corpses with a wave of his hand, prompting gasps from the crowd. "Why haven't you disposed of them?" Chisaki asked again. "The corpses will be useful when I conquer the empire." "Don't worry about it," Izuku replied with a smile. Why do you say you'll conquer in a month? Isn't that a bit soon? You said your name was Chisaki, correct?" Izuku paused, receiving a nod in response. "If I wait any longer, a war will break out. To prevent that, I'll conquer before it begins." "How can you be so sure a war will start in over a month?" "The Empire seeks revenge for my supposed death. After my younger brother's coronation as Crown Prince in a month, they will attack. Understand?" "I see. That makes sense. You're a great leader. We, the people of the kingdom, have no reason to oppose you, and I hope everyone else agrees." "I hope so," Izuku said with a smile. He noted that Chisaki had control over the nobles, subtly indicating that while Izuku controlled the kingdom, Chisaki had influence over the people. That won't be the case for long. As the banquet continued, tension filled the air, making it hard for anyone to enjoy themselves. Food was served, but few could eat, knowing the atmosphere was charged. Eventually, the event concluded, and guests returned home in their carriages. However, one person lingered, Chisaki. "Hello, Your Highness," he greeted again as he stood before the throne. "Hello," Izuku replied, his tone disinterested. "I had some matters I wanted to discuss with you," Chisaki began, but Izuku cut him off. "Send a letter with the date you'd like." "This is informal of you," Izuku said, his alter ego showing through. "Oh, I apologize, Your Highness. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I will take your advice. Have a good night." He left quickly. "Yes, we need to get rid of him." By the next day, word of Izuku's actions had spread throughout the kingdom. Everyone knew not to oppose him unless they wanted dire consequences. Izuku sat in AFO's old office, now his own, with a personal servant ready to fulfill his requests. "Haru," Izuku called, gaining his attention. "Yes, Your Highness? Please summon Dabi here at once." "Yes, Your Highness." Haru exited to fetch Dabi, who arrived shortly after. "He's here," Haru announced. "Thank you. You may leave for now." Dabi settled into a chair, observing Izuku. "So you're the king now, huh?" "I told you I'd do it," Izuku grinned, sifting through the papers he needed to manage the kingdom. "What did you call me here for?" "I want you to be the new royal duke. The one who manages the army knights," Izuku said, practically out of the blue. Dabi's eyes widened. "Huh. I explicitly ran away from the empire to avoid this." "Well, you don't have to be it for long. The current duke, Chisaki, is in an annoying position. He showed me during the banquet yesterday that he has control over the social world of the nobles. He speaks as if he's the one in charge, not me. Yesterday, he even tried to schedule an informal meeting with me. So, I'm going to investigate him to see if he's committed any crimes to remove him from his position. When that happens, I'll need someone to temporarily fill in until I take over the empire. I wanted you to be that person," Izuku explained. "Wait, say you put me in the temporary position of royal duke. How would I go back to my old position after that?" "I'll find someone else. I won't even explicitly share your name when the time comes to expose Chisaki. I'll tell everyone that there's someone else I've appointed as royal duke. Unless there's enough of an uproar about who this royal duke is, you'll be used. Likely, no one will cause an uproar trying to figure out who the new royal duke is. I'll be doing all the duties anyway," Izuku said. I guess that's acceptable. So I'm basically just there as a backup plan." "Precisely. I don't mind that." "Fine. But Now about the others who came to the forest yesterday to try and take me down. Are they in opposition against me or have they joined me? Did you forget what you did yesterday? You showed off the corpses and dealt with those two in front of everyone. They aren't so foolish to oppose you. Besides, AFO and Tamura didn't treat us well when they were leaders. We, as knights, aren't against you. Good to know. For now, I'm setting you up as commander of the knights. They will listen to your orders that come from me. Cool. Alright. For your first order, tell them to split up and go to different parts of the kingdom with at least 7 other knights. Anyone who speaks ill of me is to be made an example of in public. And for the knights going into the capital, tell them to collect the 35% I mentioned yesterday. I'll allow them to keep 5% of what they bring. Izuku wrote everything down and handed it to Dabi. Will do, Your Highness. Dabi took the paper and was dismissed. His assistant walked back in, holding a letter. Your Highness, you've been sent a letter. Who is it from? The Royal Duke, Kai Chisaki. Hand it over. Izuku stretched out his hand. He ripped open the letter and read it to himself. Greetings, Your Majesty. I would like to formally schedule a meeting with you on August 20th. I have some important matters to discuss regarding the kingdom. I await your approval. Kai Chisaki. Izuku checked the date. He wants to meet tomorrow? I guess the quickest way to get dirt on him would be to hold a conversation with him. Should I make him come here or should I go to his house? It would be odd for the king to visit a duke's house when the duke requested the meeting. It's fine. I have other spying opportunities. Izuku picked up a pen and paper. Hello, Duke. Your request to meet with me on August 20th has been approved. Come at 12 p.m. sharp. If you come any later, the meeting is cancelled. King Izuku Midoriya. He folded the letter and sealed it with the royal emblem. Send this in reply. Izuku instructed as he handed the letter to his assistant and continued his work. The meeting quickly arrived. Izuku sat in the meeting room with Kai Chisaki. They were seated on comfortable couches with the best tea in the nation prepared on the glass table. You sent me a letter claiming there was something about the kingdom you needed to discuss. Let's not waste time. What is it? You see, Your Majesty, the crime rate here has been steadily increasing, and I think I have the perfect solution. I just need your approval. What is this perfect solution you speak of? In the kingdom and everywhere really, quirks are very important, especially in status. Many nobles are committing crimes and only being punished with fines they can easily pay. Criminals are escaping prisons because of their quirks. My solution is to get rid of their quirks entirely. I have made quirk erasing bullets. You load them into a projectile shooter and shoot someone. It won't kill them, but it'll strip them of their quirk entirely. That way, they won't be able to commit crimes anymore. Chisaki said. How are you making these bullets? And how are you testing them to ensure they work? I've been making the bullets out of chemicals in my lab. Before you dealt with AFO, I was allowed to test them on prisoners. I'll only allow production if all the bullets are delivered to me and no third parties. That means you aren't allowed to sell them to anyone. That was the plan. Okay then. As long as you're producing the bullets without breaking any existing laws, I'll allow production. Just sign here. He handed Izuku a contract. Izuku, meticulous as always, read through the entire document before signing it and returning it. Thanks. If that is all, we can conclude the meeting here. Yes, of course. Thank you, Your Highness, for this opportunity. The meeting ended, but Midoriya wasn't finished. He turned invisible and followed Chisaki. Something's off about him. He was too vague about those details. I agree. That's why we're following him. Let's see how he actually makes these bullets. This will be the perfect start to the investigation I had planned. The ducal estate was far from the castle, taking about an hour for Izuku to reach while remaining unseen. The security at the estate was tight, almost on par with the castle's. All this security for what? He thought as he slipped through an open window. Inside, he found himself in a large corridor. Time to find out how he's making those bullets. Unsure of where to go, he decided to head to Chisaki's office. Izuku watched as Chisaki walked past him, moving with determination. He followed closely. Mr. Chisaki, the girl has requested to be allowed in the garden. Do you grant permission? An assistant asked. Izuku furrowed his brows, curious about this girl. No, and regarding her, His Highness gave me permission to continue. So prepare the equipment. Understood, sir. What does the girl have to do with my permission? I think we're about to find more than enough evidence to revoke him of his position. The assistant exited, and Izuku followed closely behind. Why are they all wearing bird plague masks? He wondered. Must be a trademark of his. Strange, the assistant replied. What do we do if we see something that could immediately get his position revoked? It's not like we can just stop him on the spot. The plan is to drop by for a visit when there's no time to hide evidence. I'll send a letter 20 minutes prior. When he asks why I decided to drop by all of a sudden, my excuse will be that I personally wanted to see how he made the bullets. That's one plan at least. I'll decide when I see what the situation looks like. The assistant made his way to the bottom floor of the mansion, leading to the underground basement. Suspicion grew as they approached the girl's room. Izuku noticed the assistant unlock the door and step inside. He quickly followed, appalled by the sight. The room was bleakly decorated with a barred window and a small bed that had only one pillow. There was a small nightstand with water and a snack bar, and a bathroom within the room. Izuku's heart sank. That was I given permission? A small voice peeped from under the thin blanket. No. And you have to prepare for the procedure, the assistant replied. Please. Please help me, the voice whispered desperately. The assistant turned away. You have 20 minutes to prepare. He locked the door behind him. Izuku stared in disgust. Don't tell me they're using the girl to make the drags? This is absolutely disgusting. He pinched the bridge of his nose, hearing the soft sobs from the girl. Is she his daughter? How could he do this to her? And this setup? It's horrid. He watched as the girl emerged from her blanket, beginning to unwrap the bandages from her arms and legs. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he realized who she was. Eri. Izuku's heart raced as he saw the state of her injuries. Tears streamed down her face as she braced herself for what was to come. This is more than enough evidence. It's a mountain of evidence. Everyone knows Eri is my cousin. This explains his confidence when he spoke to me. We're executing the plan immediately. That BSRD. Izuku watched as Eri was taken away, strapped to a seat and blindfolded. Chisaki was seen using a scalpel, removing chunks of skin. Tears streamed down Eri's face despite the cloth covering her eyes, revealing the pain she was in. After removing several chunks, Chisaki reformed her and sent her back to her room. Izuku rushed to Chisaki's office, grabbing a pen and paper to schedule the appointment. He had no time to waste. Hello, Chisaki. I'm coming over in 10 minutes to see how you make these bullets. By the time you get this letter, I'll be at your door. Apologies for my discourtesy, but my assistants insisted. The king, Izuku Midoriya. He placed the letter in an envelope, not bothering to seal it as he lacked his royal seal. He flew out the window and sent the letter down to the first assistant he saw entering the building. Where did this letter come from? The assistant wondered, flipping it over. To Kai Chisaki. Well, looks like it's important. I'll go find Mr. Chisaki. The assistant hurried inside to locate Chisaki. He was obviously still in his lab, but the letter looked urgent as it came from nowhere. It was quickly handed to Chisaki, who ripped it open and read it. His eyes widened as panic surged through him. There was nothing he could do against the king deciding to drop by and ensure everything was being done legally. We greet His Majesty, Izuku Midoriya, the knights outside announced as Izuku made his way inside after confirming he had read the letter. Chisaki quickly ran out of the lab, discarding the gloves he had been wearing. He reached the front corridor just as he encountered Izuku, who was examining the place. Greetings, Your Majesty. You caught me on short notice, Chisaki said nervously, sweating. I apologize for the impromptu visit. However, it is required that I see how these bullets are made under the law of the kingdom. It's illegal if I don't visually approve of the process, Izuku explained, struggling to maintain his composure. Of course. Come with me, Chisaki replied, turning to guide Izuku to his lab. As they entered, Izuku noticed something was off. The chair was missing, jars that should have contained materials were absent, and the room appeared overly clean, as if hiding something. See, you're allowed to inspect anything you'd like, Chisaki said, forcing a smile that did little to mask his nerves. Izuku glanced at the ground where the chair used to be. Something used to be bolted here, huh? He pointed out, noticing poorly hidden marks. No, I accidentally spilled some chemicals there a while back, Chisaki replied. Oh, be careful then. It could probably take your skin off, Izuku said casually. Thank you, Your Majesty. Izuku opened the cabinets, finding them nearly empty. Aren't the cabinets a bit too bare? Chisaki, are you sure this is the room you use for your experiments? I recently ran out of supplies. I've ordered more and they should arrive soon. That means a second inspection will be necessary. Some chemicals are illegal here after all. I assure you, it's nothing illegal. I can't take your word for it, Izuku chuckled, continuing his search. He found nothing specific but knew what to do next. Chisaki, during the meeting earlier today, you mentioned testing these bullets on prisoners. Everyone knows the Duke has a dungeon where prisoners are kept. Please SERT me there and explain the crimes of each prisoner so I can determine whether testing should be allowed. The dungeon? Chisaki's voice tightened, and he felt his mouth go dry. Yes, where you keep the prisoners locked up. See me down there, Izuku insisted, forcing a smile. Okay then. Please follow me, Your Majesty. As they descended the stairs, Izuku sensed something was off, especially when Chisaki removed his gloves. Something's not right. He might attack at any moment. Serious, go call for Dabi and some of the other royal guards to come here immediately. He's going to attack. When he does, I'll need someone to escort him away for a public execution. Alright, I'll be quick, Sirius replied, leaving swiftly. Alright, we're here, the very bottom floor. I'll explain the crimes now, Chisaki said, slowly opening the door for Izuku to enter. Izuku noticed Chisaki locking the door behind them. This is prisoner Akari Suki. He kidnapped and killed over 30 children and abused his wife. He's also known for selling on the black market and using his equipment for evil, Chisaki explained as they moved further into the dungeon. Approved, continue, Izuku said, listening as Chisaki detailed the crimes of the prisoners. As they approached the last room, Izuku noticed Chisaki's tension increasing. What about this room? Why is it sealed off? Izuku asked, pointing. That room has the worst criminal of all. The door is sealed so he can't escape. It's dangerous, Your Highness. Chisaki's voice trembled. I'm the one who defeated AFO and Tamura. Are you claiming this villain is stronger? No. Then I should be allowed to look inside. No. See? Chisaki fell silent, his hands trembling. Chisaki? Izuku asked, turning to him. I'm sorry, Your Highness. But you've inspected more than enough. Suddenly, Chisaki slammed his hands on the ground, sending a barrage of spikes toward Izuku. Anticipating an attack, Izuku was ready. He quickly disabled his quirk as he slashed through the spikes with the sword of All for One. Attempted assassination on the king. That's a criminal offense that carries a death sentence. You're finished, Izuku hissed as he flew up and knocked Chisaki out instantly. For a duke, knocking you out was easier than expected, Izuku said as he lifted Chisaki's body and wrapped him with a rope he found in the dungeon. He tied him up securely and sent a substance through his system that would keep him asleep for 24 hours. Izuku ran back to the room where Eri was and broke through the door with his sword. It took more than one hit, but eventually, it came crashing down. Eri, he shouted. He found her hugging her blanket for dear life in the corner of her bedroom. Her eyes widened as Izuku ran up to her and picked her up. Aisu, she said in pure surprise and disbelief as she stared wide-eyed. I'm sorry for being so late. Eri, there's no way. Tears streamed down her cherry-red eyes as she hugged his neck and sobbed. The royal knights were quick to arrive on the scene as Sirius flew in and landed on Izuku's shoulder, still invisible. He had called for them through telekinesis. Izuku stepped out of the room, still holding on to Eri as he stared at his knights. Escort Chisaki away to the castle now. There's no need for a trial as I've already found him guilty of many things. Tomorrow he'll be publicly executed, he instructed, as Dabi stared in utter confusion about how he got there to begin with. He gave up on questioning it and got to work. Izuku walked back up the stairs of the mansion and instructed the knights to start an investigation on all the employees to testify whether or not they were guilty along with Chisaki. I called for a carriage while I was out getting the knights. I figured you didn't want to fly back home holding the girl, Sirius said as they made their way out the door and noticed a carriage waiting for them. Good job, Izuku said as he walked into the carriage with Eri and put her in the seat across from him. It was a long drive home, and Eri felt a sense of relief wash over her. She was finally out of that terrible place. Eri, Izuku said. Why yes? How long have you been suffering there? That's since the last time I contacted you through the other girl's quirk. So, over 2 months. I'm sorry, I thought you were within the Empire, so I tried searching there and then, it's okay. You saved me now, that's all that matters. Eri said as she wiped the tears from her face. Izuku smiled at her, anger raging through him. How could Chisaki do that to her? She's from the Imperial family, and he probably hates the Empire. But she's still just a child. Insane. I'll make sure his reputation is nothing but ashes before publicly executing him. Izuku. Eri peeped. Yes, Eri? How did you find me? And how long will it take to return to the Empire? She asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. Oh right, well Eri, I'm the king of the kingdom now. I found you when I noticed Chisaki's behavior was suspicious, he replied. Wait, what? You betrayed the Empire? She asked in confusion. No, you got it wrong. I was kidnapped about 2 months ago. I was declared dead, so the Empire gave up on trying to rescue me. Instead, they planned for war. Then I escaped, defeated the king and crown prince of this kingdom, and took over myself. I'll be returning to the Empire soon. In fact, in 26 days, I'll go over and announce I'm not dead. So you conquered this land and you're going to join it to the Empire when you return? Precisely. You'll be back with your mother in 26 days, don't worry. For now, enjoy life in the castle. Eri smiled as she slowly shut her eyes and fell asleep. It had been a long time since she felt such inner peace. Chisaki was in a separate carriage following behind. After an hour, they eventually made it back to the castle. Eri was escorted to a room near Izuku's, taking Tamura's former room. The maids were at her service, providing everything she needed: a bath, clothes, food, love, care, and comfort. Chisaki, on the other hand, was thrown into a dungeon at the very bottom floor. Izuku injected a substance he created that would destroy all properties of his quirk so he could never use it again. Izuku then told the knights to alert everyone in the kingdom that a very important public execution would be held the next day and they had to attend. Is she doing better? Izuku asked a maid as he peered into her room. Yes, she ate very well and fell asleep shortly after. Your Highness, correct me if I'm wrong, but she's your younger cousin from your father's side, correct? Yes, she was kidnapped from my aunt over 2 months ago. I don't understand how the bandits managed to bring her here and into Chisaki's clutches. Izuku sighed. Will he be executed? Tomorrow at midday. Around the same time as right now. He's being executed on accounts of treason, attempted murder of the king, kidnapping, illegal experimentation, and harming the royal family. Spread the word, Izuku explained. Oh my, he's done all those things? Yes, and who knows if he's done more. Regardless, he's to be executed. Word of Chisaki's crimes spread around the kingdom like wildfire, and people were in absolute shock as his reputation among the nobles tanked beyond repair. When he awoke the next day, he found himself tied up by the guillotine. His head had yet to be placed through the slot, and the execution process had not yet begun. Eri stood by Izuku at the podium, ready to read off the crimes he had committed. The podium was on a low-hung balcony attached to a courtroom. The executioners stood behind Chisaki, also in preparation. Nobles and commoners quickly gathered, having heard rumors of his heinous crimes. His head was covered by a potato sack, leaving him confused and disoriented. Izuku checked the time. He should be awake by now. He glanced at the crowd, which had gathered in large numbers. Hiding a grin, he cleared his throat and looked at the paper in front of him. "Hello, everyone," he began, capturing the crowd's attention as silence fell. It was time to begin. The potato sack was ripped off Chisaki's head, revealing his messy hair and face for the first time, as he was no longer wearing the bird mask. "You are all gathered here today to witness the public execution of Kai Chisaki. Some of you may have heard rumors about his actions, while others may still be questioning their validity. Today, I will detail his crimes that have led to this moment. His smallest crime was the kidnapping of a young girl. The girl beside me, in fact, is Eri Bakugo, my younger cousin from my father's side of the family. Kidnapping a member of the royal family is a crime that warrants execution. But this is not his worst crime. He later illegally experimented on her, not just once, but every day for over 2 to 3 months." Izuku paused as the crowd gasped in horror, staring at Chisaki in disgust. Chisaki's eyes widened as he began to realize the gravity of the situation. He was being publicly executed for all to see. Nervously sweating, he looked around, his heart sinking as he glanced at Izuku and Eri by his side. He would harm her daily, leaving her with scars that prove his cruelty. This alone is enough for execution. Yet, while this is a terrible crime, it is still not his worst. Yesterday, he sent me a letter requesting a meeting. During that meeting, he asked for permission to continue his heinous acts while keeping details vague. He claimed he was producing a specific drag for criminals. I had to inspect how he was making these drags before granting him permission. Upon inspection, I noticed something was off. Can someone make drags without the necessary chemicals or herbs? The answer is no. Yet all his cabinets were empty, and he claimed he had run out. I chose to believe him. He said the drags were specifically for criminals who had committed serious offenses and that he was testing them in his own dungeon. I had to approve whether or not experimentation was allowed per criminal. As we evaluated the cases, I came across a room at the end of the dungeon corridor. Instead of bars, there was a solid metal door. When I asked who was inside, he claimed it was a dangerous criminal who couldn't be seen. I questioned if he doubted my strength, but before he could respond, he attacked. He attempted to assassinate me to hide his crimes. Fortunately, I was able to subdue him. When I unlocked the door to see this so-called dangerous criminal, I found my younger cousin inside. Not only had he lied, but he also tried to cover it up by attacking me. Thus, he committed both treason and attempted assassination on the king. This is why he is being publicly executed today. Izuku signaled for the executioner to proceed. The crowd stared in disbelief at Chisaki's actions, horrified by the revelations. "Please, Your Highness, forgive me," Chisaki pleaded, seeing the sharp blade looming above him as the executioner approached the lever. An uproar erupted among the crowd, filled with shouts of anger and betrayal. "That poor girl did nothing to you. How could you do that? I take back every compliment I've ever given you. You pretended to be nice to our faces. Was it all a lie? You do not deserve her forgiveness. You're not even sorry, you just want to live." After several minutes of insults, Izuku managed to quiet the crowd, allowing them to witness Chisaki face the consequences of his actions. "And now, off with your head." Izuku waved his hand at the executioner. He pulled the lever. Eri turned away and hid behind Izuku as she covered her ears. She couldn't bear to see the execution. "Please," Chisaki tried to scream, but it was too late. His head was severed. Everyone could hear the sickening sound as blood began to pour. His head rolled onto the wooden ground, a mortified expression frozen on his face. Izuku stepped away from the podium and walked off with Eri, his royal mantle flashing before disappearing into the building. "You're no longer in danger, all right? Enjoy your blissful days here before we return to the Empire," Izuku smiled. Eri tried to smile back, but found it difficult. She had lost her smile after the 3 months of torment. "What's wrong?" Izuku asked, noticing her struggle. "That I can't smile." "You can't smile?" "That I forgot how to smile." "It's okay, Eri. You went through a traumatic experience. Your smile will come back soon." You no longer have anything to worry about, so for now, focus on becoming happy and content with life. As they walked out of the courtroom and toward the carriage waiting outside, Eri was allowed to relax, but Izuku had more pressing matters to address. The coronation is in 15 days. In 15 days, I'll be taking over the empire. I have to prepare. It's not like I can just march over there. 10 days had already passed since Chisaki's execution. Dabi had taken on the role of puppet royal duke, while Izuku carried out the actions a duke would typically handle. The employees who had worked for Chisaki were arrested for their complicity, with sentences varying based on their involvement. Those who directly supported him faced life in prison for treason, while those coerced into compliance received lighter sentences. The queen has yet to come by, which is frustrating. There must be records of her name somewhere in the castle. If I can find her name, I can ask around to locate her before she arrives. I don't know what her quirk is. For all I know, she could be as formidable as AFO. Not that strong, but strong enough to pose a challenge. I'll ask Dabi to look around with some assistance to see if anything turns up. I don't have time to search myself. AFO left so many duties unattended. I'm surprised the kingdom hasn't fallen yet. Conquering this territory was a wise decision. The resources in the forest will greatly benefit the empire when we join completely. I'll use the forest of beasts for the annual hunting competition, or I might cut down trees to create safer transportation routes. The beasts won't lose much space, and we can always create enclosures for them like this place has. Now, what should I wear to crash the coronation? Should I make my presence obvious as soon as I arrive, or wait until they try to officially crown Katsuki for my grand reveal? I'll know when it's time. Izuku thought to himself as he instructed his assistant to summon Dabi. Dabi arrived shortly after, looking confused. What did you need? I need the former queen's name. I find it hard to believe there aren't any records of her name around here. I'm giving you permission to search the entire castle. You can look through absolutely everything. I just need you to find the queen's name so I can start asking around. Can you do that? I can search through the entire castle? Yes, the entire castle. Without any repercussions? Without any repercussions. Just to find the name of the queen? Precisely. I'll do it. Under 2 conditions. What are the conditions? If I find something cool, can I keep it? Only one cool thing, but it depends on the importance of the object. It likely won't affect me, but yes, you can keep one cool thing. Perfect. And for my second condition, can you let me off night duties? I can allow that, but you have to devote your time to searching. Sounds good. Do I have a due date? I'd prefer if you could finish before the coronation ceremony, but if you can't find her name by then, it's fine. There's no urgency. I'll try, Dabi said. All right, then go begin. Dabi quickly walked out. I'll start from the very top floor and go down from there. Ideas on how to find the queen's name flooded his mind as excitement coursed through him. And now to continue work. Dabi spent 12 days searching diligently, yet he couldn't find anything on the queen's name. There were only a few rooms left to check. However, instead of finding the queen's name, he stumbled upon other intriguing items. Like a really cool-looking bow and arrow, an amazing sword, and impressive night battle gear, Izuku decided to keep the bow and arrow above all else. He discovered he could imbue his quirk into the arrows, allowing him to shoot fire arrows. The day of the coronation was just 3 days away, and tension filled the empire. Izuku needed to set out to the empire a day prior, so he was busy preparing his belongings. After I take over the empire, I'll be living in the main palace. I need to bring everything necessary with me. I guess Sirius will be a good way to travel, especially since he can make everything invisible. I obviously need to take the sword. I don't need to pack my wardrobe. I'll need the bodies of AFO and Tamura, as well as the crown and mantle. I'll wear a cloak over the mantle to avoid being spotted. I'll take some knights with me but leave Dabi here to figure out the queen's name. Yes, that works. I'll set out today to prepare properly, Izuku thought to himself as he stepped out of his office to find the caskets. He located the bodies and took them outside before heading to his room to pack the crown, mantle, and the same outfit he wore during his banquet. He also grabbed Eri. It was time to return her to her mother. Dabi! Izuku called out as he found him about to head down the stairs. Yeah, Dabi replied. I'm heading to the Empire now to prepare for the coronation in 3 days. If you find out the Queen's name, let me know immediately. Waste no time. I expect you to be there on the day of the coronation. You're the commander of the knights, after all. If you're looking for me, I'll be inside the ballroom if it's nighttime and time for the official coronation. If it's still daytime, I'll be outside the palace. I'll be the only one in a cloak, so you should spot me easily, Izuku explained. All right. I hope I find the name before then. The only good thing I got out of this was this bow and arrow, Dabi said, sounding a bit exhausted. He still had yet to explore every nook and cranny of the castle. Izuku nodded, letting Dabi know he would be gone for quite a while until he took control of the Empire. He stepped outside with Eri, holding everything he needed. All right, Eri. Do you know how we're traveling to the Empire? She shook her head. We're going to fly there, he said with a grin. Huh. You see, going through the forest takes a long time and can be dangerous for your age. So we're taking the easy route and flying. Once we're out of the forest, a carriage will be waiting for us. I sent it ahead for this reason. It will take some time to reach the capital, which is why we're leaving 3 days early, Izuku explained. Oh, that makes sense. But how are we going to fly? My quirk, Izuku fibbed a bit, not wanting to reveal that he had a dragon. The dragon was already transformed, though invisible to Eri. Only Izuku could see him. To make the fib work, he planned to carry Eri, so she wouldn't know whether he was standing on the dragon or not. But won't everyone see us? Nope. We'll also be invisible, thanks to my quirk, he assured her. I thought your quirk was dormant. What happened? A lot, he replied. Okay then, Eri said, accepting his answer. Izuku flew up, holding all the items as he soared above the dragon. He picked up Eri and landed successfully on the dragon with everything they needed. We're going invisible in 3, 2, 1, he announced as they became invisible. I can still see you, Eri said. Of course. We're just invisible to everyone else. Now let's go. Sirius quickly took off, and Izuku held on tight with his telekinesis until they reached a stable point in the air. Eri's eyes widened as she looked at the appealing forest below, its leaves a stunning array of colors. It didn't take long to fly through the forest. After a swift 15-minute flight, they landed safely and found the carriage waiting. Sirius shrank down and rested on Izuku's shoulder as they entered the carriage with Eri. The coffins and other items were stored in the spacious carriage, which could accommodate everything. From there, the actual road trip began. Sirius made the carriage completely invisible and soundless to everyone outside, allowing them to enter the capital without any issues. How long will we be in the carriage? Eri asked. About 2.5 days. The capital can't be close to the forest due to safety reasons, Izuku replied, reading a book he had brought along. It would be a long journey, but he was grateful the carriage was stocked with food, which he had requested. The 2-day carriage ride was long, filled with necessary breaks for the horses and the driver, as well as bathroom breaks for everyone. Overall, it was just a lengthy trip. Eventually, they reached the capital. Izuku looked around. It was even more decorated than the last time he had seen it. He was surprised at the level of detail. The carriage dropped them off at a nearby hotel. Izuku felt fortunate that Sirius had the ability to change their appearances temporarily, allowing them to rent a hotel room. After sorting through that ordeal, Izuku took his first break in a while. He would need it, as he was set to take over the Empire the very next day. He made the caskets and his items invisible as he made his way to his room. It would be suspicious if he left them visible. He took the longest nap he had ever taken, and so did Eri in her own separate bed. They slept from 1 p.m. and didn't wake up until the same time the next day. It's only been a minute, he said, utterly confused as he checked the time on his pocket watch. His eyes widened when he realized it had actually been the very next day. It's a good thing I woke up. I almost missed the coronation. He quickly woke Eri and ran to the bathroom to change. He had to look his best, of course. He needed to outshine Katsuki. After styling everything perfectly, he covered himself with a cloak. Eri also changed in a separate bathroom, excited to see her mother after so long. Izuku grabbed the caskets and made his way out with Eri, the caskets remaining invisible like Sirius, who was perched on his shoulder. When Izuku stepped outside, he could feel the mix of fear and excitement in the air. People were thrilled for Katsuki's official coronation but were also anxious about what was to come. They were only a day away from war as they knew it. Izuku made himself and Eri invisible as he ran to the palace. He saw Katsuki being carried on a large throne, with his mother and father seated on decorated chairs by the front doors. The banquet portion of the coronation had begun, but the actual bestowing of the title was yet to come, scheduled for later that night. Once Izuku found a good position to watch from, he made himself visible in his cloak with Eri. They were in a blind spot among the crowd as they watched Katsuki being carried down the red carpet. Izuku glanced at Katsuki, who wore a forced smile. You can see the dread on his face. He must be stressing about tomorrow rather than enjoying himself now. How can someone enjoy their new position if the very things that come with it are about to be taken away? It's not a fun reality at all. It looks like the servants tried to cover up his dark circles. He must not have been sleeping well these last few days. After the coronation, I'll be sending him into a sleep he can never wake up from. He better be grateful. I'm doing him a favor for the good of the empire. Everyone knows Katsuki won't be that good of a leader. He's too irrational and emotional when it comes to decision-making. This will be interesting to watch, Izuku thought to himself, grinning at the thought of the future. Meanwhile, 3 days earlier, Dabi was in a frenzy. The queen's name. No way. Ugh, and he just left too? I have to be quick, he exclaimed, grabbing the evidence he had and stuffing it into a bag. He ran to one of the servants. Prepare me an emergency carriage now. I have to make it to the capital within 3 days. Izuku watched the banquet from the shadows. His knights had yet to arrive. He had sent them through a different route to avoid being seen with him during the day. He needed them to come in just as he crashed the ceremony. Izuku? Eri whispered, tugging at his cloak. Yes. When will I see Mother? At the end of the coronation today. Oh. And Izuku? Why are we hiding? That's a surprise for later. Okay. Meanwhile, Dabi was urging his horse to go faster as he rode through the forest. He burned down any beasts in his path, knowing he had no time to waste. By now, he's made it to the first village closest to the forest. At this rate, I won't make it until the official part of the coronation. This is bad. Hours passed, and everyone was enjoying the festivities. It was a coronation ceremony to be remembered for ages. Great job, Katsuki. I'm proud, All Might said as he sat beside him. Midday had finally arrived, and they were seated inside the ballroom on 3 separate thrones. Katsuki was dead center, his father to the left and his mother to the right. His chair was the most decorated of all. He was the one being celebrated. Izuku was also inside the ballroom, the room expansive and filled with excitement. Far too big to be surveilled properly, he had been hiding by a pillar within the room. Tomorrow's the day. Tomorrow we wage war on the kingdom. So many people are going to die. What's the point of having this position if I'm losing the things that put me here? I don't want these responsibilities. I was never cut out to be the crown prince. How am I going to be an emperor? I don't know how Deku did it. Everything I've been through was so difficult that I never want to do it again. But I'll have to. And for the rest of my life. I wish I could turn back time and prevent him from ever being kidnapped. We wouldn't have to go to war. We could enjoy our peaceful lives without worry. He would inherit the position of king. I'd be happy being a commander of all the knights. I'm not suited for a political position. I just like fighting. This is horrible. Katsuki thought to himself as the stress of the situation fully kicked in. Nightfall quickly descended upon the empire. It was officially time for the coronation. Any moment now. I crash. And take over, Izuku thought to himself with a cheeky grin as Katsuki left the ballroom to get into his coronation outfit. That was the signal for the nobles to step off the red carpet and move to the side of the room. 3 major items were brought out in a glass case. A crown, a very large book, and the sword of one for all. The sword gleamed vibrantly in the light, with a golden handle and a bright blue gem encrusted in the center. Was the opposite of the sword of All for One. All Might stepped to the podium, holding a sheet of paper as he awaited Katsuki's grand entrance. And he did. Katsuki stepped out and walked down the red carpet, dressed in the finest coronation outfit imaginable, complete with a royal mantle. Despite his impressive appearance, Katsuki could only stare at the crown ahead of him in pure dread. All Might cleared his throat. We are all gathered here today to celebrate the coronation of Katsuki Midoriya as the crown prince. He began, silencing the crowd and gathering their attention. Katsuki, like all of us, was shocked at the news of his late older brother, Izuku Midoriya. If it weren't for the enemy kingdom, he would still be with us today. That is precisely why tomorrow a war will be waged against them. But fear not. I promise the casualties will be the lowest ever recorded in the history of war. With the sword of One for All, the kingdom doesn't stand a chance. We will conquer and expand. But this coronation isn't to talk about the future. It is to celebrate Katsuki Bakugo in becoming the official crown prince of the empire. This speech is going to be a long one, I can feel it. Ugh, Midoriya thought to himself. How should we charge in? Insta-kill Katsuki? Make a bold remark and then rip off the cloak. The second op, Izuku was cut off when his shoulder was tapped aggressively. He turned around, confused, and found a cloaked Dabi breathing heavily beside him. Dabi? Izuku whispered quietly. Wait, give me a minute. I need to catch my breath, Dabi said, holding onto his shoulder to stay upright. All Might's speech could be heard in the background congratulating Katsuki on all his achievements since he first wielded a sword. What happened? Izuku whispered, confused. Dabi quickly stood up. Okay, so as soon as you left, I figured out the queen's name. But then I had to catch up with you to tell you. There wasn't any way to cross the forest without going through it. So I took my horse and ran through the forest. I made it out, but you were still out of sight. Then I had to keep going on that same horse. I traveled for 3 days straight. I'm out of breath, my arms hurt, and I feel sick to my stomach. My knees hurt too. My horse is outside the palace. I think they're going to take him away for illegal parking. I'm probably going to have to pay a fine of 400 silvers. I don't have that money to just throw around, Dabi whined, holding back from being sick. Wait, you figured out the queen's name? Oh yeah, I figured it out. Here. He opened his satchel and handed Izuku a large envelope. And now, Katsuki will be officially coronated. All Might stepped down from the podium and walked over to the large book, the first item to be opened traditionally. He removed the glass case around it and opened it to the latest page. Then he walked over to the sword of One for All and removed its case. He picked it up and stood before Katsuki, who was at the bottom of the stairs. Katsuki Midoriya, do you accept the title of Crown Prince of the Empire and are you willing to bear all the responsibilities that come with it? All Might asked. Izuku opened the envelope. It was a portrait. His eyes widened as he felt his stomach drop. Anger surged through him as he lost control to his alter ego. I accept. Katsuki said dreadfully. Then I declare you, stop. Izuku landed dead center of the crowd on the red carpet, holding his head low. Knights immediately drew their swords, ready to attack. Eri was left with Dabi, who was instructed to go find her mother. Who are you? You do realize preventing an official coronation can be considered treason, All Might hissed. Who am I? I'm disappointed that you don't recognize me by voice alone. Katsuki's blood ran cold as he slowly turned around, unable to believe what he saw. Who are you? All Might repeated sternly. Take a fat guess. A knight from the enemy country? No. Tell me who you are immediately before you lose your head, All Might demanded. My head won't be the one to roll tonight. I said, tell us who you are now. Father. It's not possible. Katsuki looked up at his father, dread etched on his face. Katsuki, what is it? Who is it? It's... He paused, looking back once more before turning around. Izuku. They both said in unison as Izuku flew up and ripped off his cloak. The crowd gasped. His eyes were no longer their appealing emerald green but heterochromatic, red and black. Surprise. I'm not dead, Izuku said with a devious grin. Echa. There's no way. And that outfit. Did you join the kingdom? All Might asked, fury evident in his voice. Me? Join the kingdom? Oh please, be a little more rational. You have a quirk? Katsuki commented, noticing Izuku's ability to fly. What is with the attire? What did you do, Izuku? Well, within the months I was gone, I was busy. You see this? Izuku flashed the sword of All for One, making the crowd gasp once more. They were misinterpreting the situation altogether. You're the crown prince of the enemy kingdom now? All Might screamed. Why can't you think a little more rationally? I'm not the traitor of the empire. That's someone else. I actually conquered the kingdom. Have a look for yourself. Izuku brought out the caskets of All for One and Tamura, lifting them up and throwing them aside. Those are the dead bodies of All for One and Tamura Shigaraki. Izuku glanced at his mother, tears streaming down her face. Wait, Izuku. So you conquered the kingdom while faking your death? All Might asked, utterly surprised. Yes, I had to. After they put me through the worst hell of my life, I had to get revenge. Why didn't you come back? How could you? Katsuki yelled, turning to face Izuku completely. How could I? Oh please, my death is the least of your problems right now. We have a traitor in the empire, and I'm disappointed to say it's someone close to all of us. What do you mean? Both Katsuki and All Might asked in unison. Izuku pulled out an envelope and revealed a portrait inside. Take a look at what was found in the room of the former king of the kingdom. Izuku hissed as he displayed the portrait. The crowd gasped in shock. How could you? All Might screamed. Inko. Shigaraki. Mother. How long did you plan to deceive us? Was everything fake? Did you ever love any of us? Izuku's voice grew more threatening, losing control of his emotions. Inko wiped her tears and stood up. I guess the cat is out of the bag now, huh? Fine. I'll admit it. Yes, I am the queen of the kingdom. I tricked all of you. Izuku? Did you ever wonder why your father and brother hated you so much? She screamed, a crazed look in her eyes. Izuku felt his stomach drop. It was me. All of it. With the quirks my husband gave me, I manipulated both of them into hating you. I was the one that sent all the assassins. All of it. It was me. And what are you going to do? I'd love to see you try to do something about it. Inko shouted. But why? Why do all of this? It just doesn't make sense. But the reason is quite simple. I didn't want to have you. Tamura was my first son. As a mother, I wanted to see him rise to the top. But you were in the way. Tears streamed down Izuku's face. But despite feeling betrayed, he wore a wicked smile. So all of this? Just for Tamura. And I thought I was crazy. I must have gotten it from you. You asked what I'll do. I think my actions will speak for themselves. Izuku was cut off as he watched. His father slice off Inko's neck. His eyes widened in shock and anger. He couldn't bear to see it. Her head rolled off her body, blood splattering everywhere. The crowd gasped at the horrific sight. So not only did you cheat, you betrayed the empire. You made me hate my own son. How co? All Might look down at his hand. Some of Inko's blood had landed on his skin. The area began to turn black. That what? His entire hand was engulfed in black flames as he screamed. Everyone watched in horror as his body was consumed by the flames that erupted from her blood. Inko's body ignited, turning to ash. It appears All for One set it up for her body to become nothing as soon as she dies. Must be the backlash of all the quirks, Izuku said, disappointment in his voice as the flames dwindled to nothing. Both his mother and father were gone, nothing but ashes. Izuku glanced down at Katsuki, who seemed choked up on words, unsure of what to do. A grim look was plastered on Izuku's face as the truth came to light. People of the Empire, what you witnessed today was the official fall of the enemy kingdom. My mother is the root cause of all the issues that have been going on for the past couple of months. My assassination attempts, my family's hatred, and my kidnapping. However, she is dead now. The root is dead. So everything that grew with it is to wither. Izuku paused as he walked over to Katsuki. Do you plan to get in the way and fight me for the position of emperor? Or do you surrender here? He held the sword of all for one to the back of Katsuki's neck. I surrender. I never wanted the position of crown prince anyway. It's too much to bear. Please take the position away from me. Katsuki begged, tears streaming down his petrified face as he stared at Izuku's grim expression. And you don't carry any hate or ill will towards me and will not attempt anything later on due to regrets about your current decision? I never hated you by choice. I knew something was wrong since that day. What day? Since the day Mother told me all those things about you. In the past, Katsuki was just turning 4. His quirk had yet to manifest, but he was doing his best as the second prince. He was great friends with Izuku, the two were practically inseparable. It was good. Until Inko interfered. Katsuki? She knocked on his bedroom door. Yes, Mother? Katsuki replied as Inko walked into the room. She shut the door and approached her son, who was playing with a toy sword. There's something important I must discuss with you. She stroked his hair. What is it? It's about Izuku. What's wrong with Izuku? Did something bad happen? Not to him. But to you really. Katsuki glanced at his mother, noticing her left eye was purple. He thought it was just a trick of the light, but that turned out to be false. He said some bad things to me. He told me how he wished you would leave him alone and that he didn't want to be friends with you. Katsuki's eyes widened. What? Izuku would never. Did he really say that? Yes. That wasn't the first time Inko had purposefully sabotaged their friendship. She'd do it regularly until Katsuki developed his own resentment. I suppose that explains a lot of my childhood questions. Are you certain you hold no resentment against me? You do understand that if you attempt anything against me later, I won't hesitate to defend myself, right? He pressed the sword against his neck, his words firm. Izuku, I won't betray you or the Empire. I swear it. And if it ever comes down to where you feel like I'm planning something against you, then you can kill me. He held the blade to his own neck. Fine then. But remember your words. Izuku sheathed his blade and stepped away from Katsuki, turning to face the people of the Empire. As of today, I am the Emperor of the Empire. There will be no war with the kingdom, as its land has already been conquered. Who are you to fight a war with if there are no more enemies? I will serve properly as Emperor, and I expect all of you to honor and respect me as such. Katsuki will choose his path as the second prince. Izuku paused, looking around. Because of what happened, a banquet will be rescheduled in honor of my crowning as emperor and the death of the enemy. But remember this. Izuku walked over to the crown of the emperor, took off his old crown, and put on the new one. He then grabbed the sword of one for all. We as an empire will not be taken down easily. We will conquer and expand, not anytime soon, but in the future. The sword of one for all glowed vividly as the sword of all for one shimmered in its case. Izuku unsheathed the other sword, watching as the two swords physically merged together to form the ultimate weapon. The handle was silver with a gem at its center, half blue and half red on both sides. The blade was double-edged. Everyone watched in awe as Izuku held the now much larger sword. The banquet will be held next week Friday. Look forward to it. As the crowd began to disperse, the ballroom quickly emptied, leaving only Izuku, Katsuki, Dabi, and Eri. That I can't believe you're alive after all of that, Katsuki said in disbelief, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. There would be no war, that was all that mattered. I was never dead, I don't know why I was declared as such, Izuku replied, his eyes returning to their emerald green as he regained control after the chaos. You don't know why? Izuku, you couldn't be found anywhere. Katsuki stepped closer to his older brother. I had to hide. It was necessary. What was I to do if all for one found me again and put me through that hell once more? I'd rather be declared dead than go through what I did, Izuku started, but was cut off when Katsuki hugged him. Izuku was taken aback by the sudden gesture, one he hadn't received from family since he was 4. He hugged back. The silence was awkward but necessary. EW. Sappy moments. Dabi gagged as he awkwardly watched from the background with Eri. Eri was mortified, having yet to find her mother. She had just witnessed her aunt betray the Empire and then be killed by her uncle, both meeting a tragic end. She was also left with an older man she had just met, who looked intimidating. The two broke off their hug. "I'm sorry for everything, Izuku," Katsuki said, finally able to express his feelings. "I didn't resent you for a minute. We both know that's a lie. Your plan was to come here and kill him before you found out the issue was actually your mom. Ruining the moment." "Shut up," Izuku sighed. "Well then, since father has died, I guess we have to hold a proper funeral for him. We'll do that after the banquet." He looked over at the ashes. There truly wasn't anything left. Dabi walked over to Eri, startling Katsuki. "Who the hell are you?" Katsuki shouted as he turned to face him. "Name's Dabi, current commander of knights." "You can blame him for me being here," Dabi said, pointing to Izuku. Katsuki noticed the small child and his eyes widened in realization. "Eri." "Eep." Eri replied timidly. "You found her? When? Do you know how much Aunt Mitsuki was paying to find her?" "She was in the Old Kingdom with the evil Duke. I killed him and saved her. Thought we should probably go return her then." "I'll take her. I'll come along to report the info to that aunt you're talking about," Dabi said, wanting to see her reaction. "Whatever. Let's go. I have things to attend to here. You can reunite without me," Izuku waved as he watched them leave. He walked over to the ashes, blinking back. Tears for what could have been a happy family if not for the tragedy. "Your Highness?" A familiar voice called out. Izuku turned around in surprise, recognizing the voice immediately. "Aizawa-sensei? I didn't know if it were true. I was stationed outside to guard, and then this happened. How are you alive? Is there truly no war tomorrow? Has everything been fixed?" Izuku explained everything that had happened in the last hour as they shared relaxed small talk. Meanwhile, Katsuki noticed some familiarity in Dabi as they walked to the room where Mitsuki was temporarily staying in the palace. "Hey!" Katsuki broke the silence, staring at Dabi. "What? What's your actual name?" "Huh? You said Dabi without a second name. It gave away that it wasn't your real name. Not to mention the burns you have look familiar. And your voice. And actually a lot about you, even your height. Look familiar to what? I don't know what you're getting at." "Haha. Toya." "Eh? How dash? Guess. I knew something was off about you. You and your brother have some freakish talents for seeing right through people. Aside from your own mother, I guess. Why'd you run away? And how are you even alive? Are you going to go back to your old man? It's a long story. But no. I'm going to live out the rest of my life as Dabi. Toya is just an old name that came with a forced identity. I can explain the story in a sword fight. Loser buys lunch." "Repeating that again? You're the second prince. Why do you need a free meal of all people?" "It's not about the money. It's about a prize for winning. Idiot." They found themselves right at Mitsuki's door after their short conversation. They knocked and found her in the middle of mourning, but it was short-lived when she saw who was brought along. "Mom? Eri, my baby." She cried as she immediately picked her up and hugged her. Happy tears streamed down her face as she refused to let go, unable to afford losing her again. A weak smile formed on Eri's face as she embraced her mother. It had been too long. Katsuki and Dabi quickly left the scene, finding it too sentimental for their liking. "Will you be returning to classes at UA?" Aizawa asked as he sparred with Izuku, wanting to see how much he had improved over the months. "Maybe. I still need to get my education. I may be the emperor now, but what's the empire going to do with an emperor that hasn't finished his studies?" Izuku replied, slashing his sword and disarming Aizawa. "HM. Then I regret to inform you that when you return, it'll be exam week." "Eh? You still planned an exam despite the fact war was looming over everyone's heads?" "It was a good thing I did." "There's no war," Aizawa said, wiping the sweat off his forehead. He grabbed his sword and let out a sigh. "So, you got a quirk now. What exactly is it?" "I'll explain it in class one day if the situation calls for it. I like to keep things a surprise. Last week's incident speaks for itself with you and surprises. The banquet was soon to begin, and Izuku had been enjoying himself through a leisurely sword fight. It was a great way of relaxation for him personally. The coronation was the hot topic all over the empire, especially with Izuku's grand reveals. Friday came about fast. Izuku was given a much better outfit than he could ever imagine to wear to the banquet as he was celebrated as emperor. During the banquet, he decided to pop out another surprise. Everyone gathered here today. There is someone special I must show you all, he said inside the ballroom as he gathered everyone's attention. An unsettling feeling washed over the crowd as Izuku stood up and pointed to his shoulder. Meet Sirius. Sirius then became visible for all to see. The crowd gasped in unison as they saw the dragon, a creature thought to have gone extinct eons ago. You may all thank him, as if it weren't for him, many things would not have been possible today. He is a great ally of mine. And because of this, I am personally making the national animal a dragon to symbolize our strength as an empire and to honor Sirius, who has helped all of us, Izuku said as Sirius stepped off his shoulder and onto the little balcony ledge he was speaking from. Katsuki, Dabi, and everyone who personally knew Izuku stared, utterly dumbfounded. Of all the surprises there were, this was the most surprising. Izuku could see his classmates amongst the crowd of people dancing, and a strange sense of peace washed over him as he sat down on his throne and let out a much-needed sigh. After everything he went through, he was finally able to relax. But it was short-lived. After all, being an emperor came with many tasks, and Izuku now had to handle all of them. After the banquet, he was immediately swamped with work. Because there was no war, all the preparations had basically gone to waste, so he had to make up for it. All Might's funeral was held shortly after, his ashes buried amongst the previous emperors. Inko wasn't allowed a funeral, her ashes were scattered in the sea. There wasn't any respect for those who betrayed the empire. Izuku followed through with the plans he had in mind to officially connect the old land of the kingdom with the empire. He cut down the trees of the forest and made way for a passage. The poison in the area and soil was dealt with by those who specialized in healing. After sorting through all his work as an emperor and catching up steadily, Izuku rejoined his class to continue his education. If he was going to expand the empire, he'd have to be smart and not charge in blindly with brute strength. Izuku looked at the kingdom from his palace balcony, leaning on the beautifully decorated safety gate. He could smell the morning air as the sun began to rise over the horizon. Tranquility eased his heart as he let out a drawn breath in inner peace. I did it. I became the emperor. Just like I said I would.